Prelude. On the morning of May 4th, 1945, Captain John C. Jack Lee, Jr. sat cross-legged atop the turret of his M4 Sherman tank, comparing the narrow streets before him with the terrain features marked on the map that lay partially open across his lap. Lee, a stocky 27-year-old from Norwich, New York, had spent the last 5 months leading Company B of the 23rd Tank Battalion, and at times much of the entire U.S. 12th Armored Division, on a headlong advance across France, into Germany, and now, in what would turn out to be the last days of World War II in Europe, into the Austrian Tyrol. Lee's tank was parked at the intersection of 2 streets in the town of Kufstein, Austria, 3 miles southwest of the German border on the south bank of the swift-flowing Inn River. All 3 of the 23rd's tank companies had crossed the frontier the day before, leading the 12th Armored Division's Combat Command R on its drive southward from the suburbs of Munich. Lee's company had spearheaded the drive into Kufstein and had fought its way through a well-defended German roadblock before quickly clearing the town of its few defenders. Now, with the situation stabilized and lead elements of the 36th Infantry Division moving in to assume responsibility for the area, Lee and his men could catch a few minutes' rest. Just a few miles to the southwest, another tired officer was also scanning a map, trying to determine what the coming hours would hold for him and his men. Josef Sepp Gangl, a decorated Bavarian-born major in the German Wehrmacht, knew that the American juggernaut was rolling his way, and that its arrival would likely be heralded by thunderous artillery barrages, the roar of tank fire, and the rattle of automatic weapons. Gangl was not unduly troubled by the possibility of his own death. He'd come to grips with his own mortality fighting the Russians on the Eastern Front and the Allies in Normandy. He was concerned about the men he led, however, for not all were soldiers, and many weren't even German. A few days earlier, knowing the war was lost and loath to spend any more lives defending a system he'd long before stopped believing in, Gangl had declared his own personal armistice and joined forces with the Austrian anti-Nazi resistance. His only goal now was to keep the advancing Americans, and for that matter any German units still loyal to the Führer and the Reich, from butchering the men who'd chosen to follow him. Atop a rocky promontory overlooking the flatlands over which the Americans would soon advance, a gaggle of argumentative Frenchmen were also pondering what fate had in store for them. Peering over the battlements of a castle that had stood atop its mountain for centuries and that had been their prison until that very morning, the men knew their newfound freedom was no protection against the wrath of die-hard SS units still roaming the thick forest around them. They needed deliverance, and they needed it soon. If help did not come before the sunset, they would almost certainly die within the walls of their Tyrolean fortress. The warmth of the spring sun and Jack Lee's exhaustion made it difficult for him to focus on the map. He was profoundly tired and hoped more fervently than he let on to his men that Kufstein would be Company B's last battle. Like virtually every other soldier in the European theater of operations, Lee knew that the war could end at any moment. Adolf Hitler had killed himself 5 days earlier, and organized German opposition was crumbling. And while the young officer would in some ways hate to see the conflict come to a close, he didn't want any of his men to be the last American killed in Europe. As Lee pondered what the war's end would mean to him and his fellow tankers, events were unfolding literally just down the road that would shatter his men's dreams of peace. Though he didn't yet know it, Lee was about to be thrust into an unlikely battle involving the Alpine castle whose icon was obscured by a fold in his map, a group of combative French VIPs, an uneasy alliance with the enemy, a fight to the death against overwhelming odds, and the last, and arguably the strangest, ground combat action of World War II in Europe. Chapter 1. A Mountain Stronghold. The castle that was soon to figure so largely in Jack Lee's life lay 14 road miles to the southwest of where the young officer sat perched atop his tank. Schloss Itter, as it is called in German, sits on a hill that commands the entrance to Austria's Brixental Valley. The structure bestrides a ravine, with a short bridge linking the castle to the flank of the mountain. The village of Itter spreads out to the east from the castle, some 2,300 feet above sea level, and nestled beneath Hohe Solve, the 6,000-foot mountain in the middle alpine region, historically known as Tyrol. Though it would be of little concern to Lee and his men in the coming hours, Castle Itter already had a long, rich, and often violent history. The surrounding area had been inhabited at least since the Middle Bronze Age, 1800 to 1300 BCE. And the fact that the valleys of the Inn and Brixental rivers provide a fairly flat and direct route between Central Europe and the Italian peninsula ensured that Tyrol saw more than its share of conflict. Conquered by Rome in 15 BCE, the region was successfully invaded by the Ostrogoths, various German tribes, and Charlemagne's Franks. In the 9th century CE, Tyrol came under the sway of the Bavarians, who built 2 sturdy stone keeps and a surrounding wall atop the hill that would later be home to Schloss Itter. And in 902, a Count Radolt passed ownership of the fortified site to the Roman Catholic Diocese of Regensburg. Seeking to better protect his expanding Tyrolean possessions, and of course better enforce the collection of diocesan taxes, Regensburg's Bishop Totu ordered that the keeps and wall be replaced by a more substantial fortress. Construction of the full-fledged castle was a leisurely and often interrupted process, however, and took more than a century to complete. In 1239, Rapoto III of Ortenburg, Bavaria's Count Palatine, seized the fortress as a result of his vicious feud with the then-current Bishop of Regensburg, Siegfried. The latter captured Rapoto in 1240, and in order to win his freedom, the defeated nobleman was forced to cede many of his properties in Bavaria and Tyrol to the Regensburg bishopric. Among the properties passed to Siegfried were the castle at Itter and the village that had grown just outside its walls. The names of both fortress and village first appear in the historical record in 1241. Though ostensibly men of both God and peace, the bishops of Regensburg were also princes of the Holy Roman Empire. As temporal rulers, the bishops were often heavy-handed and needlessly severe, and Schloss Itter saw frequent service as a base from which the bishops launched punitive expeditions against their sorely oppressed subjects. Though Tyrol came under Habsburg rule in 1363, Schloss Itter and the nearby village remained within the ecclesiastical control of the Regensburg bishops until 1380, when Bishop Conrad VI von Heimburg sold them to the Archbishop of Salzburg, Pilgrim II of Puchheim, for 26,000 Hungarian guilders. Looted and partially destroyed during the 1515 to 1526 Tyrolean peasant uprising, Schloss Itter was rebuilt beginning in 1532. For the last few years of the 16th century, the fortress was home to an ecclesiastical court charged with suppressing witchcraft in the region, and local legend holds that in 1590 the last witch to be burned in the Tyrol met her end on a pyre in the Schloss's main courtyard. It is also at about this time, and most probably at the order of those whose job it was to root out witches, that the famous phrase from Dante's 14th century epic poem Divine Comedy was first inscribed in German on the wall above the doors leading to Schloss Itter's vaulted entranceway. "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." The castle changed hands several times over the following 2.5 centuries, and by 1782 was part of the personal lands of Joseph II, who had become Holy Roman Emperor 2 years earlier following the death of his mother, Habsburg Empress Maria Theresa. So fond was Joseph of his Tyrolean fortress that when Pope Pius VI journeyed to Austria shortly after Joseph's ascension to the throne, the monarch insisted that the Pope consecrate the altar in Schloss Itter's small but exquisite chapel. The Pope did so, mainly in an attempt to heal a rift between Joseph and the Church, and also left behind at the castle an ornate Gothic crucifix and other ecclesiastical treasures. Despite his fondness for Schloss Itter, Joseph II, like most of the castle's previous owners, chose to live elsewhere. In late December 1805, he was replaced by another, though admittedly far grander, absentee landlord, Napoleon Bonaparte. The diminutive French emperor gained title to the Schloss as a result of the Treaty of Pressburg, which followed his victories over Austria at Ulm and Austerlitz in mid-October and early December 1805, respectively. Bonaparte did not long retain title, however, for in 1809 he presented Schloss Itter to his loyal ally King Maximilian I of Bavaria. The latter did little to ensure the upkeep of his new fortress, and when in 1812 the councillors of Itter village offered Maximilian the relatively paltry sum of 15 Austro-Hungarian guldens for the entire edifice, the king accepted with alacrity. The villagers, in fact, had no intention of rehabilitating Schloss Itter. They intended it merely to be a source of construction materials. Over the following decades, stones from the castle's walls and wooden beams from its interior were used to build the village Gasthaus and various other structures. The castle remained in disrepair even after Tyrol returned to Austrian rule following the 1814 to 1815 Congress of Vienna. But in 1878, the obviously canny village government sold the Schloss, by that time little more than a scenic ruin, for an impressive 3,000 guldens to a Munich-based entrepreneur named Paul Spiess, who planned to turn it into a large and presumably very exclusive inn. The would-be hotelier launched a comprehensive renovation, ultimately giving Schloss Itter a central multi-story housing wing with 50 guest rooms, backed by a taller keep-like structure and flanked by smaller wings containing kitchens, servants' quarters, and storage areas. Spiess also repaired the encircling walls, rebuilt the crumbling gatehouse, landscaped the ravine, and repaved the narrow 150-yard-long road between the castle and the village. Despite Spiess's investment, the hotel ultimately failed, and in 1884 the disappointed businessman sold the property to one of Europe's most acclaimed and beautiful musicians, the famed German piano virtuoso and composer Sophie Metter. Born in Munich in 1846, Metter was something of a prodigy. The child of talented musicians, her father was a cellist and her mother a singer. She played her first public concert while still in her teens. At the age of 23, she became a student of Franz Liszt, who often referred to her as his piano daughter, and ultimately declared her to be the world's finest living female pianist. In 1872, she married the Bohemian cellist David Popper, with whom she toured for several years. Metter's purchase of Castle Itter was the culmination of a long-held desire for a stately home that would serve as both a private refuge from the rigors of her professional life and a salon for other musicians, and she refurbished several of the ground floor rooms for use as practice areas and small performance spaces. Over the 18 years that Metter owned Castle Itter, she hosted such notable musical guests as Richard Wagner and Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky, and her friend and mentor Liszt was a frequent and very welcome visitor. Indeed, so welcome was he that his several visits always commenced with ceremonial cannon salutes, and his passage up the approach road took him beneath flower-bedecked triumphal arches. While Liszt enjoyed these grand gestures, he used his time as Metter's guest to work. During a visit in November 1885, for example, he arose each morning at 4, worked steadily for 3 hours, took a brief pause to attend Mass in the castle's chapel, and then went back to work until mid-afternoon. In letters to Metter, he was deeply appreciative of the time he'd spent at her fairy-like castle, referring to his time there as magic memories. Sophie Metter continued to live at Castle Itter following the end of her marriage to Popper in 1886, and she often used the Schloss for public events such as her October 1891 benefit performance to support the new choral society forming in the market town of Wörgl, 4 miles to the northwest of the Schloss. She also continued to provide a creative atmosphere for famous visitors. During one 2-week visit in September 1892, Tchaikovsky most probably scored Metter's Ungarische Zigeunerweisen, a 17-minute work for piano and orchestra based on Hungarian gypsy melodies that Metter and Tchaikovsky premiered in St. Petersburg, Russia, in February 1893. Sadly, the costs of keeping up the aging structure forced Metter to sell Schloss Itter in 1902. The buyer was one Eugen Meyer of Berlin, a wealthy physician and entrepreneur, who equipped parts of the structure with electric lighting and had modern plumbing installed in the kitchens and primary living areas. Meyer used the castle as a suitably majestic venue for his August 1904 wedding to Maria Kühnert, and he then spent several years and a small fortune giving the structure a neo-Gothic facelift. The addition of crenellated battlements and extensive interior woodwork, as well as the installation of several huge paintings depicting various stirring scenes from German mythology, left the castle with the fairy tale look so popular during the first years of the 20th century, which allowed Herr Meyer and his bride to achieve some success operating Itter as a boutique hotel. The Schloss Hotel Itter, as it was known, gained both prestige and increasing numbers of well-heeled guests following the end of World War I. The growing popularity of downhill skiing ensured that formerly sleepy villages throughout the Tyrol became popular holiday destinations, and the hamlet of Itter, which enterprising locals quickly dubbed the Pearl of Tyrol, was no exception. The castle was far and away the toniest place to lodge while enjoying the area's winter sports, and gradually became almost as popular during the off-season. In 1925, the first Austrian Republic's deputy governor of Tyrol, Dr. Franz Grüner, bought Schloss Itter, primarily as a venue in which to display his impressive and vast collection of artwork and sculpture. Ironically, in 1932, Édouard Daladier, who during World War II would be one of Itter's VIP prisoners, stayed at the castle while visiting Wörgl to explore the growing city's experimental issuance of local currency as a way to stimulate economic recovery from the worldwide depression. That depression ultimately helped bring about Adolf Hitler's rise to power, of course, which in turn led in March 1938 to the Anschluss, Nazi Germany's annexation of Austria. And that sad event ultimately led directly to Schloss Itter's transformation from fairy tale castle and hotel into something decidedly more sinister. Following the Anschluss, Nazi Germany set about erasing all vestiges of independent Austria, a process that began with the former nation being renamed the German province of Ostmark. The country was divided into 7 administrative districts: the Reichsgau, with Itter and the rest of Tyrol governed by a Nazi functionary based in Vorarlberg, some 90 miles to the southwest. Life at Schloss Itter remained essentially unchanged for the first few months of the German occupation. The Nazis were too busy absorbing Austria into the Greater Reich. One aspect of that absorption, the extension into the former Austria of the Nazi secret police and concentration camp systems, was to have a direct effect on the castle and those who would later be held there, though it took place outside Itter's walls. While the majority of Austrians welcomed the 105,000 troops of Lieutenant General Fedor von Bock's 8th Army when they rolled across the border at 5:30 in the morning on March 12, 1938, other residents of the newly created Ostmark were less inclined to become citizens of the Greater Reich. Anti-Nazi resistance cells began forming throughout Austria soon after the Anschluss, and Tyrol, with its staunch Roman Catholicism, compact geography, and traditional sense of regional identity, quickly became a center of ongoing opposition to German rule and its increasingly onerous regulations. Like other nascent resistant groups throughout Austria, those in Tyrol were initially fragmented by suspicion, and rightly so. The Gestapo was vigorous in its efforts to quash any opposition to Nazi rule, and was often aided by pro-German Austrians, who were only too willing to inform on neighbors they suspected of being less than wholehearted in their support of the new order. Despite the Gestapo's best efforts, resistance cells survived, not only in larger cities such as Vienna, Salzburg, and Innsbruck, but also in towns and villages throughout the country. And while the score of resistance members in Wörgl initially had to bide their time and conserve their limited resources, as did most of their compatriots, they were able, over the months and years of German occupation, to slowly and carefully build the organization that would ultimately play a key role in the Schloss Itter story. And ironically, like the Austrian resistance as a whole, the cell in Wörgl was to be helped in its anti-Nazi efforts by no less an organization than the German army. Within days of the Anschluss, the entire Austrian army, the Bundesheer, was transferred en masse into the Wehrmacht, Nazi Germany's unified armed forces, an action that for a variety of reasons was welcomed by the majority of Bundesheer troops. Moreover, the annexation of Austria created an even larger pool of manpower for Germany. Between 1938 and 1945, some 1.3 million Austrian men were drafted into German military service. Austrian soldiers fought in every branch of the German armed forces and on every battlefront, and more than 240,000 of them died in combat or from sickness or accidents. While many Austrians served the Third Reich willingly and even fervently, others endured their military duty only because any attempt to avoid conscription or to desert once in the ranks would have resulted in the harshest of punishments. Though the Germans attempted to keep certain Austrians they considered to be unreliable, leftists, nationalists, and others, out of the military, many young men who secretly abhorred the Nazis ended up as German soldiers. And in the process of enduring their Wehrmacht time, many anti-Nazi Austrians learned, and extensively practiced in combat, the military skills that in the final months of the war would prove to be so valuable to the Austrian resistance and to the inhabitants of Schloss Itter. Some sources indicate that Castle Itter's transformation from picturesque Schloss hotel and art venue into formidable prison was ultimately carried out at the direct order of Reichsführer der SS Heinrich Himmler himself. Himmler landed at an airfield outside Vienna just hours after German troops crossed the Austrian frontier on March 12th to personally lead the pacification of Austria, a process that would, in Himmler's view, require the arrest of anyone who might pose even the slightest threat to the new order. The diminutive former chicken farmer therefore took immediate personal control of all existing police forces and of the Austrian SS, which since 1934 had worked covertly to undermine Austrian independence and lay the groundwork for the Anschluss. Even as the majority of Austrians welcomed incoming German units with cheers and flowers, widespread arrests were already underway of those whose politics, religion, or ethnicity was deemed unacceptable. Himmler needed places to put the masses of new prisoners until they could be moved to established prisons and concentration camps in Germany, and it is entirely possible that Castle Itter's robust construction and relatively remote location attracted the attention of the notoriously secretive Reichsführer. His attention must have wandered, however, for it wasn't until early 1940 that the German government leased the castle from Dr. Franz Görner for unspecified official use. The exact nature of that use remains unclear for the first 2 years following the signing of the lease agreement, though some sources indicate that the castle may have been used as an initial detention and interrogation site for high-value prisoners marked for deportation to Germany. We do know for certain that in early 1942, the castle was designated as the Ostmark headquarters for the German Alliance for Combating the Dangers of Tobacco. Despite its strangely ominous name, this Nazi-established and tax-funded organization was indeed dedicated to fighting tobacco use in Greater Germany. While it might seem exceedingly odd that Adolf Hitler and his minions would be morally opposed to anything, the Führer was widely known to abhor smoking. He believed the habit eroded public morals and undermined the health and effectiveness of military personnel. His attitude was by no means outside the mainstream. Despite, or perhaps because of, its citizens' widespread tobacco use, Germany had since the mid-19th century been a leader in researching the medical dangers of smoking. Under Nazi control, the Alliance for Combating the Dangers of Tobacco undertook its mission primarily by issuing pamphlets and press releases outlining the health risks associated with smoking, and the regional headquarters established at Schloss Itter was responsible for disseminating those products throughout the former Austria. As important as the anti-smoking crusade might have been to Hitler, however, Himmler never lost his initial interest in using Schloss Itter for more nefarious purposes. On November 23, 1942, he got Hitler to sign an order directing SS Lieutenant General Oswald Pohl, who, as director of the SS Main Economic Administration Department, SS Wirtschaftsverwaltungshauptamt, was in charge of administering the concentration camp system, to begin the process of acquiring the castle outright for special SS use. Himmler intended to convert Schloss Itter into a detention facility for Ehrenhäftlinge, honor prisoners, whom the Germans considered famous enough, powerful enough, or potentially valuable enough to be kept alive and in relatively decent conditions. On February 7, 1943, members of Pohl's staff officially requisitioned the castle and all its outbuildings on Himmler's direct orders, abruptly terminating the lease arrangement that had provided Gruner with a respectable income for the previous 3 years. Officially referred to as an evacuation camp, Evakuierungslager, the castle was put under the operational control of the Regional Concentration Camp Command at Dachau, some 90 miles to the northwest. As one of that sprawling camp's 197 satellite facilities in southern Germany and northern Austria, Schloss Itter was to draw its funding, guard force, and support services directly from its soon-to-be infamous parent facility. The castle's transformation from an anti-smoking administrative center into a high-security facility for honor prisoners began immediately following its requisitioning. Plans for the conversion were apparently overseen by no less a personage than architect Albert Speer, Hitler's Minister of Armaments and War Production, with the actual construction supervised by SS Second Lieutenant Petz. A member of Dachau's facilities branch, he arrived at Itter on February 8th with 27 prisoners, 12 from Dachau and 15 from Flossenbürg, all of whom had before their arrests been carpenters, plumbers, and the like. Petz also took along some 10 members of Dachau's SS Totenkopfverbände, SSTV, unit to act as a security detail during the conversion work. They would be replaced by permanent guards once the castle's transformation was completed. The first order of business for Petz and his slave laborers was to pack up most of Schloss Itter's remaining quality furnishings and artworks, a task that was carried out under the watchful eye of the owner. We don't know how Gruner felt about the outright expropriation of his castle and the cessation of the lucrative lease that had been in force for the previous 3 years, but we do know that for the official handover of the structure to Petz, Gruner wore a Nazi Party membership pin in his lapel. Once the furnishings and art had been crated, Petz ordered his prisoner workers to begin dismantling the altar, consecrated by Pope Pius VI, in the Schloss's small chapel. He also ordered the removal of the Gothic crucifix and all other Christian symbols. This may have been out of an excess of Nazi zeal on his part, or it may have been to deny the castle's future prisoners any chance of spiritual succor. Once the chapel had been stripped, its accoutrements were crated and joined the furnishings and artworks on trucks bound for a Salzburg warehouse owned by Gruner. With the decks cleared, Petz was ready to put his prisoners to work on the castle's conversion. As was common in the concentration camp system, the SS officer usually did not interact with the workers directly. He passed on his orders through a prisoner functionary known as a capo, a title with essentially the same meaning as the American prison term trustee. Though prisoners themselves, capos often received better treatment than those they oversaw, and many were notoriously brutal to their fellow inmates in an attempt to curry even greater favor with their SS overlords. Fortunately for the prisoners on the Schloss Itter work party, their appointed capo, a German political prisoner named Franz Fiedler, was by all accounts a decent man, who did all he could to shield his charges from the worst of Petz's frequent rages. One source of those outbursts was the fact that Petz was under intense pressure from his superiors at Dachau to finish the work at Schloss Itter as quickly as possible. The SS officer knew that any delay could well mean his immediate reassignment to some location vastly more dangerous than the Austrian Tyrol, so his anxiety level was in all probability intense from the start. He thus wasted no time in putting his prisoners to work on the castle's transformation, and he directed them to start at basement level and work their way up. Schloss Itter's cellars were extensive, and as might be expected, both cold and damp. This was not necessarily a disadvantage, however, because none of the existing 5 large rooms in the basement area were intended for use as living spaces. The 2 driest were converted into bulk food storage areas, one for fruit and the other for potatoes and other vegetables, while the other 3 became, respectively, carpentry, plumbing, and electrical workshops. The stone staircase leading up to the ground floor was repaired and fitted with a handrail, and the already stout door leading into the cellar was reinforced and fitted with intricate double locks. The 10 rooms converted on the ground floor were largely given over to living and working areas for the SSTV troops who would ultimately form the castle's permanent guard force. Using lumber trucked in from SS supply depots in Bavaria, the inmate artisans constructed a dormitory meant to house up to 35 troops. A facility boasting individual lockers for each soldier, an arms room with a stout door secured with multiple locks, latrines with toilets and showers, and a kitchen with sinks, stoves, and pantry. Sophie Menter's delightful music room was divided in half. One side was turned into a day room for the enlisted troops, and the other into an orderly room that would be the domain of the Guard Detachment's senior non-commissioned officer. The prisoner workers then set about converting the first floor's existing 9 rooms. 2 were fitted out as offices for the future commander of the permanent SSTV detachment and his executive officer. A third was made into a small private lounge for the 2 officers. A fourth was a latrine, and the remaining 5 became the first of an eventual 19 cells for the VIP prisoners soon to be incarcerated at Schloss Itter. Because the prisoner accommodations were intended to house personages of great value to the Reich, they were decidedly more comfortable than the cells most of the Nazis' captives were forced to inhabit. The Schloss's VIP cells, 1 through 5 on the first floor, 6 through 9 on the second, and 10 through 19 on the third, were based on the existing guest rooms, and each was intended to house no more than 2 prisoners. Exterior bars were fitted over the windows in any room that had them, and the door of each room was fitted with 2 stout exterior locks. In anticipation of the possible need to completely isolate certain prisoners, about half of the room cells had rudimentary sinks and toilets. Conditions were far better in the 4th floor suite to be occupied by the man picked to command the SS troops assigned to the castle. That officer and his spouse, should he be accompanied, would enjoy an exquisitely furnished living room, bedroom, private kitchen, and dining room. In addition to the usual amenities, the commander's suite also boasted a telephone system that would enable him to speak directly with the regional command authorities in Dachau and, in case he needed immediate military assistance, with the commandant of the Wehrmacht's Mountain Warfare Non-Commissioned Officer School in nearby Wörgl. Once finished with the conversion of the castle's main building, the prisoner workers moved on to the structure known as the Schlosshof, a freestanding second gatehouse some 50 feet behind the smaller first structure, and separated from it by a triangular enclosed courtyard used as a parking area. Built of the same stone used for the castle, the Schlosshof was pierced in the center by an arched entryway whose steps led up to a walled terrace and the main building. In addition to the entryway, the Schlosshof housed a garage, a stable, and a storage area for gardening and landscaping equipment and supplies. The slave laborers who slept in the building's cramped upper floor at the end of each long, hard workday added a small medical clinic consisting of a waiting room, an examination room, an office for an enlisted medic, and a rudimentary dental office. The final task Petz assigned to his prisoner workers was to install those systems that would make the castle escape-proof. Because Schloss Itter already had massive walls, steep-sided ravines on its west, north, and east sides, and what was essentially a dry moat on its south side, it required only the addition of strategically placed tangles of concertina wire and a large, intricate lock on the front gate. To further discourage any freedom-minded prisoner, Petz had some of his SSTV men install floodlights around the inside perimeter of the main wall. The troops also constructed 3 small, wooden-sided positions for MG-42 machine guns overlooking the castle's front and rear courtyards. Schloss Itter's conversion into a VIP detention facility was essentially completed on April 25, 1943. Though final modifications to the castle's electrical system had not been finished by the date Petz's original orders directed him to return to Dachau with his prisoner workers and their guards. Not wanting to delay his departure, and we can assume anxious not to thereby incur the wrath of his superiors, Petz took his prisoner workers and most of their guards back to Dachau, but ordered the inmate who'd been overseeing the electrical work to stay behind and finish the job, with 2 SS-TV men as overseers. While the names of the 2 guards are lost to history, we do know the identity of the prisoner electrician, a man destined to play an important role in later events at Schloss Itter. He was 36-year-old Zvonimir Zvonko Kukovic, a Roman Catholic and native of Sisak, Croatia, who before the April 1941 German invasion of Yugoslavia had been an electrical technician living in Belgrade with his wife Emma and son, also named Zvonimir. Following his nation's capitulation, Kukovic joined the anti-German resistance, but was arrested by the Gestapo in December 1941. After spending time in prisons in Belgrade, Graz, Vienna, and Salzburg, he was transferred to Dachau on September 26, 1942. Though initially destined for liquidation, Kukovic was saved from death when during his arrival interrogation he stressed, in accented but fluent German, that his background as an electrical technician might allow him to be of some service to his captors. They agreed, and he was allotted to Petz's camp maintenance crew. From November 1942 to February 1943, Kukovic was assigned to an external work detail at Traunstein, a Dachau subcamp some 50 miles southeast of Munich. But he was returned to Dachau specifically to join Petz's expedition to Schloss Itter. There, he and an Austrian prisoner named Karl Huyes were responsible for upgrading the castle's entire electrical system, as well as for various other tasks. Petz's decision to allow the Croat to remain behind when the rest of the slave laborers were returned to Dachau was a testament to Kukovic's skill. Ultimately, it would also save his life. With Schloss Itter ready to receive prisoners, it only remained for the administrators at Dachau to staff the new facility. 14 members of that camp's SS-TV unit, as well as 1 member of the organization's female auxiliary and 6 Alsatian guard dogs, were tapped to form the castle's guard force, officially referred to as SS Special Commando Itter. The men were for the most part older, less capable troops with no combat experience. Most had served as guards at the larger camps and were happy to be posted to the relatively comfortable Schloss. We might also assume that the more forward-looking of the guards assigned to the castle, those who had begun to realize that an Allied victory would probably mean execution for anyone connected with the operation of the death camps, welcomed the opportunity to spend whatever was left of the war guarding VIP prisoners in an Alpine redoubt far removed from the horrors of the final solution. If the guards believed they would be able to pass the rest of the war in an oasis of relative calm, however, they were sorely mistaken. For the 2 officers assigned as their superiors were definitely not of the laissez-faire school of military leadership. The junior of the 2, and the man tapped to serve as the second in command of Special Commando Itter, SS Second Lieutenant Stefan Otto, was a member of the Sicherheitsdienst, SD, the security and intelligence arm of the SS. While his primary duty would be to glean useful information from any VIP prisoner ultimately remanded to Schloss Itter, every member of the castle's guard force knew he would also be closely watching them for any sign of laxness, either military or ideological. Any soldier unlucky enough to get on Otto's bad side could well end up reassigned to a frontline combat unit, or even a penal battalion. And worse, for reasons now unknown, the SS planners at Dachau chose to give command of Schloss Itter, a facility intended to house several of the highest-ranking and potentially most valuable prisoners in the Third Reich, to a brutish, unsophisticated, and politically inept officer widely known within the SS as a man almost as cruel to his own troops as he was to those unfortunate enough to become his prisoners. To put it simply, SS Captain Sebastian Vastel-Wimmer was a nasty piece of work. A native Bavarian, he was born in 1902 in Dingolfing, a small town some 50 miles northeast of Munich. In 1923, Wimmer joined the latter city's police department as a patrolman, and eventually rose to the rank of sergeant, in spite of, or perhaps because of, a reputation for securing quick confessions by beating suspects nearly to death during interrogation. Barely literate, unkempt, and given to violent drunken rages, he was the ideal recruit for the nascent SS. He joined the organization in March 1935, having resigned from the Munich police the previous month. We don't know Wimmer's motivation for enlisting in the SS. While it might certainly have been the act of a politically committed man seeking to win martial glory in an elite organization that espoused ideals that mirrored his own, it is more likely that, given what we know of his personality, Wimmer saw the organization as his ticket out of a dead-end job and a way to gain official sanction to continue brutalizing those who in all probability had always made him feel inferior: intellectuals, the wealthy, and of course Jews, and the others whom the Nazis scornfully referred to as subhumans. Whatever his motivations, Wimmer was soon to see and become part of the dark side of Adolf Hitler's New Germany. After initial training at Dachau, the newly minted SS TV officer was assigned to the camp's permanent battalion-sized guard staff, known as SS Wachturmbahn Oberbayern. Though Dachau, in 1935, was just 2 years old and still relatively small, its enlargement and the addition of crematoria would not begin until 1937, it nonetheless housed several thousand inmates, largely Jews and political prisoners. And while systematic prisoner executions had not yet begun, Wimmer and the other guards were essentially free to humiliate, brutalize, and, if they could provide a reasonable justification, kill inmates with impunity. Wimmer was apparently good at his job, for by September 1937 he had risen to the rank of first lieutenant. That same month, the director of the concentration camp system, SS Major General Theodor Iyicke, ordered the single battalion SS Wachturmbahn Oberbayern enlarged to 5 battalions and redesignated as SS Totenkopfstandarte I Oberbayern. Like the 2 other regiment-sized units Iyicke formed from concentration camp guard forces in 1937, Oberbayern was intended from the start to be a military organization. It would not engage in direct combat with armed enemy forces, however. All 3 of the initial Totenkopfstandarten were to be used to conduct what Iyicke euphemistically referred to as police and security duties behind the battlefront. Given that Iyicke was the originator of the inflexible harshness doctrine applied to concentration camp prisoners, it comes as no surprise that the wartime duties of the Totenkopfstandarten would actually consist of rounding up, harshly interrogating, and usually executing enemy political and military leaders, Jews, and other undesirables. Both Totenkopfstandarte Oberbayern and Wimmer first got to practice their new roles during the 1938 German annexation of the Sudetenland. 2 Oberbayern battalions preceded regular Wehrmacht units into the disputed region. The northern and western border areas of Czechoslovakia inhabited largely by ethnic Germans, to identify and round up anyone deemed a threat to the annexation effort. While many of these unfortunates ended up in Dachau and other concentration camps in Germany, some didn't survive their initial seizure by Wimmer and his comrades. The reprehensible skills Wimmer demonstrated in the Sudetenland were put to extensive use during Germany's September 1939 invasion of Poland. Tasked to operate in the province of Kielce, Upper Silesia, behind the lines of Major General Vito von Reichenau's 10th Army, Wimmer and the other troops of Totenkopfstandarte Oberbayern tortured and killed large numbers of Jews, anti-Nazi Catholic clergy, mental patients, Polish nationalist activists, and Polish soldiers attempting to escape capture. Mass murders were committed at such villages as Czepielów, Nisko, and Rawa Mazowiecka. Indeed, so heinous were the atrocities committed by the Totenkopfstandarten troops under the guise of police and security operations that several senior Wehrmacht officers complained directly to Himmler. Their pleas were ignored, however, and Wimmer and his accomplices continued their murderous rampage until all 3 of the original Totenkopfstandarten were withdrawn from Poland in late 1939. The unit's withdrawal did not, of course, mean that German atrocities in Poland came to an end. New Totenkopfstandarte moved in to continue their horrific work, and were joined by SS Einsatzgruppen, special task forces, units intended solely to carry out systemized mass executions in very short periods of time. Following their withdrawal from Poland, the three original Totenkopfstandarten were used to form the 3rd SS Panzer Division, commanded by Theodor Iecke. Equipped largely with captured Czech weapons, the division took part in the German invasions of France and the Low Countries, with Wimmer apparently serving in one of the division's Panzergrenadier motorized infantry regiments. Not surprisingly, given its provenance and fanaticism, the 3rd SS Panzer Division committed a variety of war crimes, including the May 1940 murder of 97 captured members of the British Army's 2nd Battalion, the Royal Norfolk Regiment, in the French village of Le Paradis. The SS Division's propensity for committing war crimes only increased following its April 1941 transfer to the Eastern Front, where it saw action with Army Group North in the advance on Leningrad. Russia was harder on the division than France had been. Despite initial tactical successes in the spring and summer of 1941, by winter Iecke and his troops were being heavily battered by the Red Army. By the spring of 1942, the 3rd SS Panzer Division was encircled by superior Soviet forces near the town of Dminsk, south of Leningrad, and had lost almost 80% of its combat strength. Wimmer, however, was not among the casualties. In January 1942, he was transferred to the 2nd SS Panzer Division, Das Reich, which was itself engaged in fierce combat with the Red Army as part of Field Marshal Fedor von Bock's Army Group Center. The reason for the transfer is unclear, as is the exact nature of Wimmer's duties, but it seems likely that he reverted to the sort of police and security tasks he'd earlier undertaken in Poland. This assumption is bolstered by the fact that in September 1942, he was transferred yet again, but this time out of the combat zone, to the relative safety of a staff job at a then little-known concentration camp just outside the city of Lublin in central Poland. Officially referred to as a prisoner of war camp of the Waffen-SS in Lublin, it became infamous simply as Majdanek. Though established in October 1941 primarily as a slave labor camp, prisoners were put to work in nearby factories producing weapons and vehicles for the German war effort. Majdanek also quickly became a de facto extermination center where Russian POWs, Polish Jews, and political prisoners were shot, hanged, and gassed. Sebastian Wimmer was personally responsible for Majdanek's day-to-day operations. In that capacity, he undertook such mundane tasks as ordering supplies and equipment, overseeing personnel and staffing operations, and managing the warehouses that held the clothing and personal items confiscated from prisoners. However, Wimmer also played an active role in the camp's more horrific activities. In addition to deciding which prisoners would be worked to death in the nearby factories and which would be killed outright, he also ruthlessly quashed any sign of resistance from those he and his guards so cruelly oppressed. Any inmate who showed even the slightest hesitation to follow an order or perform a task was made an example of, usually in the most public and painful way. As a true disciple of Theodor Iecke's inflexible harshness doctrine, Wimmer made sure that every prisoner in Majdanek, whether Polish or Russian, POW or Jew, man, woman, or child, suffered as much as possible. Wimmer spent some 5 months at Majdanek, and his performance there so impressed his superiors that in mid-February 1943 he was transferred back to where his SS career had begun, Dachau. Though his position title was the same as the one he'd had at Majdanek, chief of the preventive detention camp, Wimmer's personal power was even greater than it had been in Poland, because Dachau was literally the center of the concentration camp universe for SS-TV men. And while he ostensibly answered to Camp Commandant SS Lieutenant Colonel Martin Weiss, Wimmer was the man in charge of most of Dachau's day-to-day operations, and arguably one of the camp service's most powerful younger officers. And this may be one possible answer to the question about how a man like Wimmer, a textbook sociopath with a penchant for violence and a reputation for brutality toward both prisoners and his own soldiers, obtained such a plumb and politically sensitive job as commandant of Schloss Itter. Crude Wimmer might have been, but he most obviously was not stupid. Despite its importance within the camp system, Dachau was a decidedly unpleasant place to work. Why put up with masses of unwashed prisoners and the pervasive stench of burning human flesh, when by pulling some strings and calling in a few personal favors, he could get himself a cushy posting at a castle hotel turned VIP prison? Why, his wife, Therese, who'd spent most of the war years living with her parents in southern Germany, could even join him, and they could both spend the remainder of the war in safety and relative luxury. And if part of the price he had to pay for such good fortune was to be civil to a bunch of VIP prisoners, why not? After all, he could still brutalize his own men whenever he chose. There is, of course, one other possibility. It might well have been that the planners at Dachau tapped Wimmer for the Schloss Itter command, not in spite of his proven record of brutality, but because of it. While the VIPs, soon to be incarcerated in the hotel-turned-prison, would have to be relatively well cared for as long as there was a chance they could be exchanged for important Germans held by the Allies, they might also need to be eliminated should the tide of war turn against Germany. The man in charge at Schloss Itter would therefore have to be ready, willing, and able to kill the VIP prisoners at a moment's notice, without compunction and without remorse. And Wastel Wimmer had certainly proven that he could be that man. However Wimmer's assignment as commandant of Schloss Itter came about, we know from Zonomir Kukovich's meticulous notes that he arrived at the castle on the morning of Wednesday, April 28, 1943. His deputy, Stefan Otto of the SD, and the members of the permanent guard force had reached the castle 2 days earlier, and were drawn up at attention in the small courtyard just inside the front gate. Wimmer and his wife had been driven down from Dachau in an open-top Opel staff car, which pulled up in front of the assembled guard troops, followed by a small truck, whose cargo bay was packed with suitcases, boxes, and small pieces of furniture. The staff car's enlisted SS driver leapt out and dashed around to open the car's right side door. Wimmer stepped down, his eyes scanning the soldiers before him. Discreetly watching the scene through a closed window on the second floor of the Schlosshof, Kukovich could not hear what Wimmer then said to the gathered SS men, but from the officers' gestures and the grim looks on the faces of the troops, the Croat assumed the brief address concerned the need for discipline, and the certainty of punishment should Wimmer in any way find that discipline to be lacking. Having finished speaking, the SS TV officer undertook a brief inspection of the men, Otto trailing at his side, and then barked an order that sent the soldiers rushing to the rear of the truck to begin unloading what were apparently the Wimmer's luggage and personal effects. After waiting a moment to ensure his goods were being handled with the proper respect, the new commandant of Schloss Itter strode purposefully toward the castle's main entrance, his wife hurrying to keep up. Wimmer's urgency stemmed from the fact that he had just days to ensure that Schloss Itter was ready to receive its first prisoners. While he had not yet been told exactly who those notables would be, he knew that their value to the Reich, as either hostages or pawns in complex diplomatic maneuverings of which he had no knowledge and in which he most probably had absolutely no interest, would require that they be kept alive and well. He also undoubtedly understood that he would be held personally responsible for any harm that came to any of his VIP captives, a situation we might assume caused a fairly high level of anxiety in a man who had thus far spent his SS career humiliating, brutalizing, and murdering the prisoners put in his charge. In the days immediately following Wimmer's arrival at Schloss Itter, Kukovich noted that the new commandant kept his troops hopping with surprise inspections and practice alerts. During the latter, the SS guards responded to mock prisoner escapes, announced by the blaring of a klaxon fixed to the roof of the castle's gatehouse, primarily by manning the MG-42 machine guns overlooking the courtyards. Kukovich noted dryly that the guards didn't seem to realize that an escaped prisoner would be on the outside of the walls, headed for the cover of the nearby forests, rather than hanging about inside the castle waiting to be shot. Kukovich watched the Germans' preparations carefully, recording his observations in a small notebook that he had managed to steal from the SS guard room and kept hidden behind a loose board in the Schlosshof. He had to be extremely careful, of course, since he was still the only prisoner in a castle full of SS troops, but he hoped that his notes would someday prove useful in some way to the Allied cause. And then, on the morning of Sunday, May 2nd, 1943, 2 Mercedes staff cars flying SS pennants from their fenders rolled through Schloss Itter's main gate and into the small triangular courtyard just behind it. From his vantage point in the Schlosshof, Kukovich watched Wimmer rush out to meet the vehicles. The Croat was trying to get a better look at the first car's uniformed occupants when he saw 3 men alight from the second vehicle. Though the men were all dressed in drab and threadbare civilian suits, they seemed somehow familiar to Kukovich. With a shock of recognition, he realized that the first VIP prisoners had arrived, and Schloss Itter was now officially open for business. Chapter 2. First Arrivals. Svalko Kukovich's shock on seeing the 3 men step from the Mercedes staff car in Schloss Itter's lower front courtyard that May Day was understandable. Though the Croat had been incarcerated in one German prison or another for 16 months, he easily recognized the newly arrived prisoners, Edouard Daladier, General Maurice Gamelin, and Léon Jouot, because their faces had regularly appeared on the front pages of newspapers across Europe, even before the 1939 outbreak of war. The fact that he was now seeing 3 of the most influential men in pre-war France in the hands of the SS was somehow even more disturbing than his own initial arrest had been. And while Kukovich did not know the details of how the men had come to be prisoners, he was certain that their journey from the various halls of power in Paris to the decidedly colder and less hospitable halls of Schloss Itter had not been an easy one. At 61, the stocky, barrel-chested, and pugnacious Edouard Daladier was the youngest of the newly arrived prisoner trio. Arguably one of France's most important and prominent politicians in the years between the end of the First World War and the outbreak of the Second, he'd been born in 1884, the son of a baker. Intelligent and ambitious, he'd first worked as a history teacher, and then made the leap into politics in 1912, when at the age of 28 he won his first elected office, mayor of his hometown of Charpentras, near Avignon, in the Vaucluse department of France's Mediterranean southeast. His political rise was interrupted by World War I, during which he saw 4 years of brutal trench warfare, first as an enlisted soldier and then as a decorated officer. Following the armistice, Daladier had returned to politics, serving in a series of increasingly important positions in the left-leaning Radical Socialist Party. He'd been named the organization's leader in 1927 and served in several interwar governments as a minister responsible for, among other things, the foreign affairs and defense portfolios. In the latter position, he pressed for the reform and modernization of the French army, an effort he continued when he was first named premier in January 1933. His government lasted just 9 months, however, and was swept from power when it proved incapable of forming a coherent policy to deal with the continuing effects of the Great Depression. Daladier's second stint as premier, which began on January 30th, 1934, lasted less than 2 weeks, because his overly firm response on February 6th to widespread anti-parliamentarist riots in Paris, organized and led by right-wing groups, resulted in 16 deaths and thousands of injuries. While Daladier's response to the riots led to the fall of his government, the fascist threat inherent in the street fighting prompted him to take his Radical Socialist Party into a leftist coalition with the French Communist Party and its longtime rivals, the Socialists. Known as the Popular Front, the alliance won power in the 1936 elections, and the leader of the Socialists, Léon Blum, became premier. He named Daladier his Minister of National Defense and War. a position the latter held until Blum resigned in June 1937. Daladier again served as Minister of National Defense and War when Blum briefly returned to the premiership in March and April 1938. The quick collapse of the second Blum ministry led French President Albert Lebrun to turn to Daladier, whose third and final term as France's premier began on April 10, 1938. It was, of course, a period fraught with political intrigue and the real possibility of war. German forces had marched into Austria less than a month earlier, and Adolf Hitler was making increasingly strident demands regarding the Czech Sudetenland. Though Daladier was personally opposed to negotiating with Hitler, believing that to do so would only whet the Nazi leader's appetite for further expansion, his vivid memories of the butchery he'd witnessed in the trenches during World War I and his belief that France was not ready for war led him to join British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain in signing the September 1938 Munich Agreement that gave the Sudetenland to Germany. Though the French people lauded Daladier as a peacemaker on his return from Munich, he, unlike the gullible Chamberlain, had no illusions that the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia had prevented war. His intent, he later said, was to use the reprieve provided by Munich to strengthen both France's defenses and its national resolve. Though Daladier set about improving his nation's military power, especially in terms of combat aircraft, the process was far from complete when Germany's September 1, 1939 invasion of Poland sparked the general European war the French premier had long believed to be inevitable. While several members of his government, including his Conservative Party Justice Minister, Paul Reynaud, urged him to take swift and decisive action following France's declaration of war, Daladier sought to minimize French losses and continue the military buildup he felt was absolutely necessary if France was to have any chance of successfully engaging the German juggernaut. Unfortunately for Daladier, his caution was widely seen as weakness, and support for his policies soon began to erode, both within his government and among his increasingly bellicose people, and on March 21, 1940, he resigned as premier and was immediately replaced by Reynaud. Despite stepping down from the premiership, Daladier remained in government as Reynaud's Minister of National Defense and War. This was an act of political pragmatism on the latter's part, for the two men were poles apart ideologically and were in the first stages of a personal enmity that would eventually grow to epic proportions. Their personal differences notwithstanding, Reynaud realized that Daladier was well versed in the intricacies of defense procurement and military reform, and kept him in the cabinet. It was a rocky relationship at best, for in addition to their clear distaste for one another, Daladier was a supporter of General Maurice Gamelin, the elderly chief of the French Army's general staff, whom Reynaud believed to be too old and inept to properly defend France against a German assault. Daladier had appointed Gamelin to his lofty position and took personally any criticism of the army chief. Even after Gamelin's bungling failed to halt the German invasion of France that began on May 10, 1940, an aptitude that led Reynaud to replace him just 8 days later with the even older and arguably more hidebound General Maxime Weygand, Daladier continued to defend Gamelin as a brilliant military leader brought low by the incompetence and cowardice of others. This attitude helped ensure that the antagonism already existing between Daladier and Reynaud flared into outright hatred. Reynaud made it increasingly difficult for Daladier to carry out the duties of his ministry, and that situation, coupled with the certainty that the appallingly swift collapse of the French army would soon lead to a German occupation, prompted Daladier to join several other prominent politicians who believed they could carry on the struggle from Morocco, a French colony. The group, which in addition to Daladier included former Interior Minister Georges Mandel, former Secretary of State for Finance Pierre Mendès France, and former Minister of Marine César Campinci, sailed for Casablanca on June 21st aboard the steamer Massilia, arriving 4 days later to a decidedly chilly reception. France had capitulated the day after the ship left Le Verdun-sur-Mer, and General Charles-Auguste Neguès, the commander-in-chief of French forces in North Africa and governor-general of Morocco, was waiting to see which way the political wind was blowing in Paris. Though he personally believed that France was capable of carrying on the fight against Germany from North Africa, he did not want to seem overly welcoming to the politicians aboard Massilia, this despite having been appointed to the Moroccan governorship by Daladier. Neguesse therefore ordered Daladier and several others detained on the ship under guard. That detention lasted until June 27th, when Daladier was able to travel to Neguesse's headquarters in Rabat. Though the two men agreed that French forces in North Africa had both the will and the wherewithal to continue the fight against Germany, Neguesse refused to act without clear instructions from the Rump government in Bordeaux. As Daladier later recalled, the general was seeking government authorization to break with official policy and fight on, even if the government had to disavow its involvement in the process. Neguesse's first few cables had gone unanswered, but on June 28th, the general received a very definite reply. He was to abstain from any military action. Further, he was to detain Daladier and the other politicians in Morocco until after the scheduled July 10th vote in the National Assembly that was expected to ratify the Franco-German armistice and grant full and extraordinary powers to Marshal Philippe Pétain to form a new government to administer that part of France not yet occupied by German forces. Having determined that cooperation with the new order was the better part of valor, Neguesse immediately ordered that Daladier and the others not be allowed to board ship for the return passage to Bordeaux until after the crucial July 10th vote. When that balloting was over, and with Pétain confirmed as the new master of unoccupied France and his capital established at Vichy, a resort town about 70 miles northwest of Lyon, Neguesse permitted Daladier to take ship for Bordeaux. He was not arrested upon his August 10th arrival, but he was immediately informed that the Vichy government intended to prosecute him, along with Blum, Gamelin, Mandel, Renaud, former Air Force Minister Guy Lechambre, and former Army Comptroller General Robert Jacomet, for their responsibility for France's defeat by Germany. It was, of course, a political witch hunt, intended to find scapegoats rather than the truth, but Daladier approached the trial as an opportunity to put Pétain and his collaborationist regime under the spotlight. The trial was to be held in the town of Riom, some 20 miles southwest of Vichy, and the prospective defendants were told to stay in the vicinity. Daladier lodged with various friends in and around Vichy until September 6th, when he was taken into custody and placed under house arrest at the Château Chazeran, a medieval castle-turned-country house a few miles outside Riom. He was eventually joined by Blum, Mandel, Renaud, Gamelin, and the others. The defendants stayed in the drafty, poorly maintained chateau until October 15, 1941, when, on the orders of Pétain, they were transferred to the Fort du Portelet, an even more austere fortress in the rugged mountains of the Pyrenees near the Spanish border. 3 months later, Daladier, Blum, Gamelin, Jacomet, and Lechambre were transferred yet again, this time to a dilapidated country house at Bourrassol, a few miles south of Riom. Renaud and Mandel did not accompany the others, for Pétain had decided to withdraw the charges against the two. This did not gain them their freedom, though, for both remained in Vichy's custody until they were turned over to the Germans. At Bourrassol, Daladier and his co-defendants continued preparing their defense. When the trial finally began at Riom's hurriedly renovated Palace of Justice on the afternoon of February 19, 1942, it must have been something of a relief for the 5 men to actually be able to answer the charges against them. They were under no illusions, of course, that their defense, however spirited, would actually prevent them from being found guilty. Indeed, 4 months earlier, Pétain had made it perfectly clear how he expected things to go when he publicly announced the defendants' guilt. The Vichy government intended the Riom trial, as it became known, to be a blistering indictment of those it loudly proclaimed to be the men who betrayed France. And the fact that some 200 French and foreign journalists would be permitted to observe the trial was a clear indication that Pétain and his supporters also meant the event to be a propaganda victory for Vichy, one in which Daladier and the others could be properly humiliated, discredited, and disgraced. The details of the Riom trial as fascinating and historically important as they are outside the scope of this volume. Suffice it to say that things did not go at all as Pétain and his collaborationist government had intended. While Gamelin refused to recognize Vichy's authority to try him and sat silent throughout the trial, Daladier and Blum mounted what can only be called a brilliant defense. Daladier's knowledge of the events that transpired between the Popular Front's electoral victory in 1936 and the French capitulation in 1940 was encyclopedic, and he was able to categorically refute virtually each point made by the poorly prepared and far less articulate prosecutors. And Blum's eloquence and legal acumen, he was after all an extremely skilled lawyer as well as a brilliant politician, allowed him to conduct withering cross-examinations of government witnesses that soon revealed Vichy's case against the 5 defendants to be nothing more than a politically motivated sham. As the trial dragged on, Vichy's German masters became increasingly frustrated with both the tribunal's slow pace and the foreign press's increasingly sympathetic portrayal of the defendants. Hitler himself expressed outrage that the court seemed incapable of shutting Blum and Daladier up, much less proving their culpability for forcing Germany to attack France in 1940. In order to avert any further excoriation of the Vichy regime, and by extension his own, in the world's newspapers, and to halt what was quickly becoming a public relations nightmare, Hitler ordered the trial to be halted. On April 14, 1942, the president of the court, Pierre Cahot, dutifully announced that the proceedings were to be temporarily suspended after 24 public sessions so that prosecutors could gather further information. The temporary suspension of the Riom trial lasted until May 21, 1943, when the proceedings were officially terminated. By that time, however, much had changed for both Daladier and France. Operation Torch, the November 8, 1942 British-American invasion of French North Africa, had prompted Hitler to order his forces into unoccupied France. Within days, the entire country was firmly under German control. The Vichy regime was reduced to a true puppet government, and the position of Daladier and his fellow Riom defendants had become far more precarious. Though Jacomet and Lachambre were sentenced to continuing house arrest at Balrasol, Heinrich Himmler had ordered Daladier, Blum, and Gamelin moved to secure locations in Germany to prevent their kidnapping by Allied agents. The 3 men began their melancholy journey on March 31, 1943, when they left Balrasol under police guard in a 5-car convoy. Their first stop was the small airport in nearby Clermont-Ferrand, where they were joined by labor leader Léon Jouot. By April 3rd, the 4 were at Paris's Le Bourget airport, where they and their Gestapo escorts boarded a Luftwaffe transport bound for Mannheim and ultimately Frankfurt. From there, the Frenchmen and their minders again traveled by road, and just after dawn on April 4th, they arrived at their destination, the sprawling Buchenwald concentration camp near Weimar. Compared with the horrific conditions endured by most of Buchenwald's inmates, Daladier and the other French VIP prisoners lived in relative comfort. They were assigned individual rooms within the SS compound, which was separated from the main camp and surrounded by pine trees. Though the windows in their rooms were barred and their doors locked at night from the outside, the Frenchmen were well fed, were allowed to walk around the compound's fenced perimeter, with guards of course, and could write and receive letters. Perhaps just as important for these gregarious and once powerful men, they were allowed to gather for a few hours each evening after dinner to share a bottle of German-provided cognac, smoke hand-rolled cigarettes of cheap Croatian tobacco, and dissect, often heatedly, the causes of their nation's defeat. Daladier's sojourn at Buchenwald did not last long. On April 29th, the camp's commandant, Hermann Pister, told Daladier that he, Gamelin, and Jouot were to be transferred the following day to a special facility in the northern Tyrol, not far from Innsbruck. Ominously, Léon Blum would not accompany them. As a Jew, he was destined for special detention, Pister said. So too was Georges Mandel, who was to arrive at Buchenwald within a few days. Daladier was deeply troubled that his friend would be staying behind at the concentration camp, but Blum himself made light of it, saying that he and Mandel would turn the place into a ghetto. Just after dawn on April 30th, Daladier, Gamelin, and Jouot said their goodbyes to Blum, and then were escorted by SS troops to the compound's main gate. The plan soon changed, however, for Buchenwald's assistant commandant arrived with news that their departure for Tyrol had been postponed, though he gave no reason. Finally, on the morning of May 2nd, Daladier and his companions stepped into a Mercedes staff car and, with their SS escort, set off for Munich and ultimately Schloss Itter. The drive south was an eye-opening experience for the three Frenchmen, for even after nearly 4 years of war, the roads of central and southern Germany were alive with military traffic. Several times, field police soldiers waved the staff car and its escorts to the side of the road so long convoys of troop trucks, interspersed with vehicles towing artillery pieces and multi-barreled rocket launchers, could move past unimpeded. Despite clear evidence of Allied air attacks, destroyed and damaged buildings, downed bridges, and vast stretches of heavily cratered landscape, it was depressingly obvious to the Frenchmen that Germany was far from beaten. Maurice Gamelin was perhaps the most deeply affected by the seemingly endless display of the Wehrmacht's combat power. The diminutive general, he stood barely 5 feet 4 inches tall, had spent more than 50 of his 71 years as an officer in his nation's army, a force whose primary raison d'etre for at least a generation had been to prevent the exact military catastrophe that had overtaken France in June 1940. And the fact that most of his countrymen seemed to believe that he was solely and personally responsible for France's defeat and capitulation would have been a bitter pill to swallow for the erstwhile supreme commander of all French armed forces. Gamelin's rise to his nation's highest military post seems, in retrospect, to have been almost preordained. He was born on September 20th, 1872, in his family's ornate home on Paris's Boulevard Saint-Germain, literally just across the street from the French Ministry of War. His father, Cyprien Gamelin, was a general and the Army's Controller General, or senior administrator. The younger Gamelin was educated at an elite Paris school, where he developed a deep and lifelong interest in art and philosophy. And in 1891, he entered the École Spéciale Militaire de Saint-Cyr, France's foremost military academy. A gifted student, he graduated at the top of his 449-member class in 1893 and was commissioned as second lieutenant. Over the following 2 decades, Gamelin proved himself to be both an excellent staff officer and a tactical commander of rare skill. After his initial field assignment in French North Africa, he ascended steadily through the ranks, along the way acquiring such powerful mentors as General Joseph Joffre, Commander-in-Chief of the French Army in the years leading up to World War I. By November 1913, he was a member of the General Staff's Operations Bureau. In that position, Gamelin helped develop the mobilization plan the Army would put into motion in the event of war, and in March 1914, he was tapped to join Joffre's personal staff. While World War I was a bloody tragedy for France, it was a personal triumph for Gamelin. Alternating between important staff positions and field commands, he built a solid reputation as an innovative, highly capable, and politically astute officer who cared about his men and maintained his composure no matter what surprises were thrown at him. The best illustration of the latter attribute was his brilliant command of the 9th Infantry Division during the Germans' massive spring offensive in 1918. Initially confronted by 6 enemy divisions, Gamelin ordered a fighting withdrawal that saved his division and ultimately allowed him to stop the German advance along the river Oise. By the time the war ended in 1918, Gamelin was a brigadier general with a chest full of medals, both French and foreign. His wartime successes ensured his continued ascent in the post-war world, and he burnished his already lofty reputation with a series of highly successful assignments. He led the French military mission to Brazil from 1919 to 1925, commanded all French forces in Syria from 1925 to 1928, and in 1930 was named deputy to General Maxime Weygand, chief of the Army General Staff. Prime Minister André Tardieu intended Gamelin to be a forward-thinking and relatively liberal counterweight and eventual successor to the vastly more conservative Weygand. While the latter favored the complete overhaul and mechanization of the French army and was especially fervent about the need to create independent armored units equipped with state-of-the-art tanks, his notoriously abrasive personality and penchant for publicly belittling politicians foolish enough to disagree with him often negated his sincere efforts to improve his nation's military readiness. The Gamelin-Weygand partnership began well. Indeed, soon after the former became his assistant in 1930, Weygand referred to him as a colleague of peerless value. Both officers were extremely wary of Germany's growing military might, and they agreed wholeheartedly on the need to modernize the French army and construct a line of fortifications along the nation's eastern frontier. But the honeymoon didn't last long. In February 1931, Weygand became the Army's Inspector General, and Gamelin replaced him as Chief of Staff. And from that point on, the two men clashed with increasing frequency over the course and cost of France's military rejuvenation. For his part, the arch-conservative Weygand found it virtually impossible to deal with a series of leftist prime ministers who came to power from 1932 onward. He believed their internationalist and optimistic views of foreign relations to be naive and possibly subversive, and he strongly felt that their failure to adequately fund the large-scale weapon purchases he considered essential was making France increasingly vulnerable. Though Gamelin agreed with many of Weygand's proposals, he also knew that alienating the politicians would be counterproductive. Gamelin was thus conciliatory where Weygand was confrontational, hoping to achieve through logic, persuasion, and compromise what would almost certainly not be gained through acrimonious intransigence. This point of view put him at odds with Weygand, who increasingly saw Gamelin as a dangerously indecisive leader whose beliefs and methods, which Weygand saw as holdovers from Gamelin's World War I service, were perpetuating the Army's weakness and vastly increasing its risks of defeat in any conflict with Germany. Gamelin's point of view ultimately prevailed for the simple reason that in January 1935, Weygand reached the mandatory retirement age of 68. Upon his departure, Gamelin replaced him not only as Army Chief of Staff, but also as both Army Inspector General and Vice President of the Supreme War Council. The latter position made Gamelin the peacetime deputy to the Minister of War, Louis Morin. In wartime, the Council's vice president automatically became the commander of all French field armies. Unfortunately for France, when the time came for Gamelin to actually take up the latter position, often referred to as Generalissimo, he proved consistently unequal to the monumental task facing him. Despite his genuine and consistent efforts during the interwar years to improve the quality of the French army and the cooperation between military men and politicians, he dithered during the first few months of war. He failed to strike aggressively into Germany and preferred a static defense along the border based on the forts of the impressive but incomplete Maginot Line. When the so-called phony war ended with the German invasion of France and the Low Countries on May 10, 1940, he was slow to grasp the importance of the German thrust through the Ardennes, a rugged and heavily forested area he firmly believed to be impassable to tanks. As French defeats mounted, Gamelin reacted by dismissing several of his field commanders, blaming the nation's reversals on their incompetence rather than on his own strategic and tactical blunders. The man who had made a name for himself during the static, grinding bloodbath of World War I and in subsequent colonial wars ultimately proved incapable of responding effectively to Germany's fast-paced and flexible combined arms assault. Completely overwhelmed by blitzkrieg warfare, Gamelin continued to flounder until May 18th, when Prime Minister Paul Reynaud sacked him and, adding insult to injury, called back Weygand as Generalissimo. Contrary to widespread rumors that he'd killed himself or fled the country, Gamelin spent the weeks between his dismissal and France's capitulation to Germany at his home in Paris, tending his roses and listening to the increasingly dire news from the battlefronts. He expected the Nazis to arrest him, of course, when they arrived in the capital. What he hadn't anticipated was that he'd be taken into custody by fellow Frenchmen. On September 6, 1940, the same day Daladier was seized, Gamelin was visiting his friend Léo Abel de Beauréaut, editor of the journal L'Air Nouvelle, when agents of the Sûreté Nationale appeared at the door. They explained that they were reluctantly working under orders from the Germans to arrest Gamelin and transport him to the Château Chazéran. Beauréaut walked with his friend to the waiting car, and as the officers were about to put him in the back seat, the editor looked at them sternly and said, "The man you have taken into custody and who is leaving with you is alive. I assume he will be alive when he gets to Chazéran." Though Beauréaut's concern for Gamelin's continued well-being was understandable, the diminutive general made it to Chazéran and, through the Riom trial, unscathed. While his subsequent incarceration with Daladier and the others in Buchenwald cannot have been salutary, his daily ritual of vigorous calisthenics, followed by a few brisk turns around the inside of the small VIP compound's perimeter, ensured that upon his arrival at Schloss Itter, he was in reasonably good health for a man his age. Unfortunately, the same could not be said of the third man Zvoko Kukovic saw stepping out of the Mercedes staff car in the castle's courtyard. Though just 64 years old, Léon Jouot looked a good deal older. The Secretary-General of the Confédération Générale du Travail, CGT, one of France's largest trade unions, had for several months been suffering from a flare-up of the arthritis that had plagued him for decades. More seriously, any sort of stress or anxiety brought on increasingly significant chest pain. Convinced his heart was beginning to fail him, but lacking a diagnosis or any sort of medication, the stout labor leader could do little but stoically accept his worsening condition. Such passive acceptance was a trait new to Jouot, for his had not been an easy life. Born in a poor section of Paris in 1879, he'd always been a fighter. First against childhood illness and schoolyard bullies, and for most of his adult life against social injustice in general and the oppression of working people in particular. He'd learned his radical activism from his father, who in 1871 had taken to the streets during the popular uprising that came to be known as the Paris Commune. When Jouot was 2 years old, his father left his job in a central city slaughterhouse and moved the family to Aubervilliers, a less crowded suburb, where work in a match factory offered marginally better pay. The conditions in the new workplace were no better than those in the slaughterhouse, however. Workers toiled long hours in dismal and dangerous conditions, unable to escape the pervasive, toxic, and highly explosive fumes produced by the white phosphorus that was the match head's main ingredient. The elder Jouot ultimately became a leader in the factory's nascent labor union, and several times led the workers out on strikes meant to force the bosses to improve safety and working conditions. When Léon was 12, his father's activism finally led to yet another long-term suspension from the match factory, an event that forced his intellectually gifted son to leave school and find a job in order to help support the family. The young Jouot first went to work at Aubervilliers' Central Melting House, a foundry where conditions were miserable. When his father regained his position at the match factory, Jouot was able to go back to school. But 9 months later, his father was again laid off, so the boy took a job at a soap works. At the age of 16, Léon himself went to work at the match factory, where he immediately joined the union his father had worked so hard to create. From that point on, except for a single year he was able to spend at a vocational school, Jouot was, as he later said, completely caught up in the hard life of the industrial worker. In 1900, Jouot exchanged that form of hard life for another when he was called up for military service. After initial training, he was dispatched to Algeria, where he served with the 1st Regiment of Zouaves. However, he was sent home and released from service in 1903 because his father, who had lost and regained his job several more times, had gone blind as a result of his long exposure to white phosphorus. Jouot went back to work in the match factory, where, in addition to laboring on the production line, he also replaced his father on the union's leadership committee. Sincerely dedicated to improving the lot of all workers, he quickly proved himself to be both a natural leader and a tough negotiator who was not afraid to go toe-to-toe with the bosses and the thugs they hired to break strikes. Indeed, so effective were Jouot's tactics at the match factory that he soon came to the attention of national labor leaders. He was invited to join the executive committee of the CGT in 1906 and was soon working full-time on issues important to workers throughout France. Though he continued to be known as a tough negotiator, he also developed a healthy pragmatism that helped him allow to compromise when it helped to ultimately advance the cause of the CGT and its members. Following several early successes, in 1909 he was named the CGT's Secretary General, a promotion that made him, at just 30 years old, arguably the most powerful labor leader in France. Among the most pressing problems Jouot faced in his first years as head of the CGT was the rising tide of militarism in Europe. Believing that wars made workers suffer solely to further enrich their capitalist bosses, Jouot joined with other European labor leaders to endorse disarmament and universal anti-militarism. Yet when Europe descended into war in 1914, despite what Jouot later called the labor leaders' best efforts to build a dike against the onrushing sea of blood, Union members in each warring nation rallied to the colors and enlisted in droves. The reality of war changed even Jouot's mind. He quickly came to see that a German victory could very well lead to the virtual enslavement of French workers, and thereafter he worked diligently to support the French war effort. Despite that support, Jouot never lost the belief that the working people of the world could ultimately help make war obsolete if they banded together in an international trade union movement, and he worked diligently to make such an alliance a reality. He was a major player in the post-World War I reconstitution of the International Federation of Trade Unions, IFTU, and in 1919 became the organization's vice president, even while maintaining his role as head of the CGT. Throughout the 1920s and 1930s, he tirelessly exerted his considerable influence to bring together Europe's disparate labor organizations. In November 1937, Jouot was one of 3 IFTU leaders who traveled to Moscow for talks regarding the affiliation of Soviet Russia's Central Council of Trade Unions with the IFTU. Despite being a staunch anti-communist, Jouot maintained that such an affiliation was logical as a reaction to the growing power of fascism in both Germany and Italy. But his recommendation that the IFTU establish close and pragmatic ties with the Soviet organization was rejected by the full board of the IFTU. Jouot's efforts to help avert another world war were ultimately in vain, of course. Following France's June 1940 capitulation, Vichy ordered the CGT dissolved, prompting many of its members to form a nascent resistance movement. Jouot's outspoken criticism of the Pétain regime ensured that his name soon ended up on an arrest list, and a warrant was issued for him in October 1940. He'd already gone underground, however, traveling within unoccupied France on false papers that identified him as a Czech named Bedřich Woves. He was referred to as Mr. Beauveau by the compatriots who helped him move from one safe house to another, but signed his own name to the many pamphlets he wrote, urging all true trade unionists to support the Allied cause and pleading for unity among France's fractious left-wing groups. To pass his writings on to those who would reproduce and distribute them, Jouot relied on his secretary and longtime companion and future wife, Auguste Bourclin, an Alsace-born Frenchwoman whose fluency in German several times helped her escape detection as she was attempting to contact members of the resistance movement that had grown out of the now banned CGT. In January 1940, the IFTU's London-based executive committee decided that all of the major labor leaders in continental Europe should be evacuated to Britain, and Jouot was the first on their list. The organization initially approached the British Secret Intelligence Service, SIS, which favored the IFTU's plan but was ultimately unable to put it into operation. Following Britain's July 1940 creation of the Special Operations Executive, SOE, a quasi-military organization specifically tasked with undertaking clandestine activities in enemy-occupied territories, the IFTU approached its political head, Minister of Economic Warfare, Hugh Dalton. A longtime socialist, Dalton wholeheartedly agreed that Jouot would be far more valuable to the Allied cause working in London than he would be rotting in a Vichy or German prison. Dalton therefore used his considerable influence to ensure that Jouot's escape from France became a top SOE priority. By early November 1941, SOE had arranged for the labor leader to be smuggled out of France into neutral Portugal, where he was to board a flight for Britain. A double agent within the CGT resistance apparently got wind of the attempted escape, however, and betrayed the plan to the Vichy secret police. Jouot was arrested at the port of Marseille on November 26, 1941, just as he was about to take ship using his false papers for Portugal. After his arrest, Jouot was driven to Val-les-Bains, a small spa town nestled in the Rhône-Alpes, where he was held incommunicado as his Vichy captors pondered what to do with him. At the end of January 1942, he was moved to Cahors, a quaint medieval town some 90 miles northwest of Val-les-Bains, where he lived under house arrest until the beginning of November. He was then moved yet again, this time to the spa town of Évaux-les-Bains in central France, in which the Vichy regime had established a centralized internment center for top-level political prisoners. The accommodations were relatively civilized. The captives were housed in the town's former Grand Hotel, and about a month after his arrival, Jouot was permitted a visit from Auguste Brooklyn. In January 1943, she herself was arrested by the Sûreté, apparently because of her work as a courier between Jouot and the CGT resistance. Eventually interned in the same Grand Hotel, she was apparently no longer considered a major threat, because her captors allowed her twice-weekly visits with Jouot, albeit in the presence of a policeman. These occasions did much to cheer the labor leader, who had for several months been suffering from a prolonged arthritis flare-up and increasingly severe angina. Jouot's idyll in Évaux-les-Bains ended abruptly on the night of March 31, 1943. A squad of German soldiers hustled him from his room with little more than the clothes on his back, handcuffed him, and shoved him into the back of a waiting military ambulance. With the German guard sitting on either side of him, he was driven to the airport in Clermont-Ferrand, where he joined Daladier and Gamelin for the journey to Buchenwald and ultimately Schloss Itter. For Sebastian Wimmer, the arrival of the castle's first 3 honor prisoners marked the beginning of what he fervently hoped would be a very rewarding phase in his career. He was, after all, commandant of what was planned to be arguably the most important and high-profile subcamp in all of Nazi Germany's sprawling concentration camp system, and would be responsible for some of the Third Reich's most valuable captives. If Wimmer played his cards right, he could win promotion, decorations, and, with luck, even personal recognition from the Führer. And perhaps most important, if his performance in this key post managed to sufficiently please his superiors in both Dachau and Berlin, he'd be able to avoid returning to a vastly less comfortable life working in one of the death camps or, far worse, actual frontline combat duty. Though a brutal thug by both nature and training, Wimmer understood that his success as commandant of Schloss Itter would result in large part from his ability to treat his important prisoners with a level of correctness that was wholly outside his realm of experience. Because the Führer might have future plans for the VIP captives, perhaps handing them over to the Allies as part of some political accommodation, or even releasing them as a gesture of magnanimity after Germany's ultimate victory, Wimmer would have to do his best to keep them healthy and secure. And though he was certainly not the most intelligent man in the SS, even Wimmer understood that a German victory was not guaranteed. The fatherland had already suffered a string of battlefield reversals, and Allied aircraft were turning the nation's industrial centers into smoking rubble with almost monotonous regularity. Wimmer realized very clearly that should Germany lose the war, having a few French VIPs testify that he treated them well might be the only thing that would save him from an Allied firing squad. Attempting to strike a balance between correctness and the proper level of stern aloofness he felt his position required, Wimmer nodded to Daladier, Gamelin, and Jouot as they walked toward him after alighting from the staff car that had brought them to Itter. But he did not attempt to shake their hands. Flanked by members of the castle's SS Guard detachment, the three Frenchmen followed Wimmer through the arched portal in the center of the Schlosshof and across the large enclosed terrace that led to the vaulted entrance to the castle's main hall. Stefan Otto of the SD was waiting. And as Wimmer looked on, the younger officer assigned each of the Frenchmen a room. Otto was careful not to use the word cell. Jouot in number 9 on the second floor, and Gamelin and Deladier in numbers 10 and 11, respectively, on the third floor. Otto then solemnly read the new arrivals the decidedly relaxed rules of their captivity. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner would be served in the ground floor dining hall, and they could take the meals back to their rooms if they chose, or in good weather, eat at tables on the adjoining terrace. Each man would receive 100 liters of wine per month, as well as a monthly allowance of 500 Reichsmarks with which to purchase tobacco, writing paper, pens, and other sundries from a small kiosk tucked beneath the stairs on the ground floor. The prisoners would be able to send mail to and receive it from members of their immediate families, though all mail would of course be censored. The men would have free access to the castle's library and would even be permitted to listen to the large radio that graced the main hall, though the device was tuned exclusively to Radio Berlin. And finally, each man could exercise in the large courtyard to the rear of the castle, which encompassed a 13th-century garden and fountain in the morning and afternoon. Lest the three Frenchmen somehow forget that they were indeed prisoners, Otto then spelled out a few harder facts. They were under the absolute control of the Third Reich, and would obey the orders of Commandant Wimmer immediately and without question or argument. The men would each be locked into their rooms from 11 at night until 7 in the morning. They would not be permitted to leave the castle without an SS escort, and if discovered outside the Schloss alone at any time, they would be considered escapees and could be shot on sight. With the reading of the regulations completed, the Frenchmen were escorted to their rooms and locked in so that Wimmer could gather all his troops in the 150-foot by 100-foot rear courtyard. He wanted to make a brief but pointed announcement, one probably largely intended to ensure that none of the SS men inadvertently violated the correctness Wimmer hoped would either be good for his career or save his neck. The three people who have just arrived to be imprisoned in the castle are French. They will be joined by others. By command of the Führer, these prisoners are to be viewed as hostages. Upon meeting one of them, you should salute them with a regular military salute, and not with a Führer salute. If one of these gentlemen should attempt to speak to you, your response should be the following. Your Excellence, would you please speak to Commandant Wimmer? Understood? The ground rules firmly established, the guards and their prisoners began settling into a daily routine. For the former, this revolved around the usual on- and off-duty periods, interspersed with the occasional recreational foray into Itter or Vögel. For the latter, the days were primarily built around meal times. Breakfast at 8, lunch at 2, and dinner at 7. The food, prepared by the Guard Detachment's supply sergeant, Ospald, and 2 junior soldiers, was plain but plentiful, and was the same as that served to the SS troops. Between meals, the three Frenchmen passed the time reading, talking, or walking around the inner courtyard. After dinner, the men would share a cognac, from a bottle presented to them by Wimmer in a transparent attempt to curry favor, and some conversation. Then each would repair to his own room to work on the notes and journals intended to form the basis for their exculpatory post-war memoirs. But Schloss Itter had not been converted into a high-security prison in order to house just Deladier, Gamelin, and Jouot. The bureaucrats at Dachau intended to fill as many of the cells as possible, and over time the Tyrolean castle welcomed an additional 15 honor prisoners, each with his or her own story. Chapter 3. Lovers, Friends, and Rivals. Paul Reynaud, May 12, 1943. We can only imagine the depth of Edouard Deladier's dismay when just 10 days after his own arrival at Schloss Itter, one of his most bitter political enemies literally turned up on his doorstep. He would soon find that Paul Reynaud's journey to the fortress in Tyrol had in some ways been even more difficult than his own. Right up until his June 16, 1940 resignation as Prime Minister, following the success of Germany's attack on France, Reynaud had been following a carefully charted path to the pinnacle of French politics. Born in southeast France in 1878, he'd studied law expressly to prepare himself for a life in politics. His plans were only temporarily interrupted by World War I, in which he saw army service. In 1919, he won election to the Chamber of Deputies, where he aligned himself with the center-right Democratic Alliance Party. Reynaud held several cabinet posts under various premiers, and in April 1938 he became Daladier's Minister of Justice. When the latter resigned, on March 19, 1940, Reynaud became premier. His elevation came less than 8 weeks before Germany launched Case Yellow, the first phase of its invasion of France and the Low Countries, on May 10th. Like most of his countrymen, Reynaud was stunned by the rapidity of the German advance and by the failure of his nation's armed forces and the British Expeditionary Force to mount an effective defense. Convinced that General Maurice Gamelin was incapable of reversing France's military fortunes, on May 18th, Reynaud replaced him with General Maxime Weygand. That same day, Reynaud brought the 84-year-old World War I hero Maréchal Philippe Pétain into the government as Minister of State. The military and political changes could not stop the Nazi juggernaut, however, especially after the Germans launched Case Red, the second phase of their assault, on June 5th. After flanking the Maginot Line, the Wehrmacht was slowed only occasionally by successive defensive lines set up by the overwhelmed Weygand. Reynaud and his government left Paris on June 10th for Tours and ultimately Bordeaux. German troops occupied the undefended capital on June 14th. Though Reynaud was convinced France could carry on the fight from its North African colonies, the pressure on him to surrender was intense, and much of it came from his mistress, the allegedly pro-German Countess Hélène de Portes. When his cabinet voted on June 15th to ask Germany for peace terms, Reynaud resigned and was replaced by Pétain, who immediately announced his intention to seek an armistice. Reynaud and de Portes stayed in Bordeaux until after the June 22nd signing of the armistice, and then left for Reynaud's summer home on the Mediterranean coast. On June 28th, their car left the road and hit a tree. De Portes died instantly, and Reynaud suffered a serious concussion. During his recovery at a hospital in Montpellier, German troops occupied northern France, and the Pétain-led government in Vichy proclaimed the elderly marshal head of state and replaced the Third Republic with an increasingly fascist regime only too willing to be Berlin's lapdog. Pétain announced his intention to try members of the former government for their betrayal of France, and on September 6, 1940, agents of the Sûreté took Reynaud into custody. Pétain ultimately decided that Reynaud and Mandel would not be part of the show trial and ordered them to remain imprisoned at the Fort du Portelet. They stayed there for just over a year, mostly in solitary confinement. Though cheered by visits from his adult daughter Colette Reynaud-Denis and his private secretary, 28-year-old Christiane Mabire, Reynaud knew that Vichy would turn him over to the Germans. That day came on November 20th, 1942, when he and Mandel were transported to Berlin. The two Frenchmen were separated, and Reynaud was driven to Sachsenhausen concentration camp in Oranienburg. Reynaud spent 5 months in isolation at Sachsenhausen. In February 1943, he discovered that Mandel was being held in a nearby cell. The two were able to steal a few moments of whispered conversation when one or the other was taken to the shower room. Those moments with Mandel came to a halt in mid-March when Reynaud was taken to a section of Sachsenhausen known as the Bunker and installed in a large hut surrounded by a high-voltage fence. After a few weeks in his new quarters, he was joined by the tennis player and former Vichy official Jean Berotrat. On May 10th, the two men were told to pack their few belongings, and within hours they were on the road, headed south toward Austria. When he stepped from the staff car in Schloss Itter's front courtyard, Reynaud was shocked to see Daladier and Gamelin, both of whom he'd assumed had been executed after the Riom show trial, and Jouot, whom he'd known before the war. Looking around his new home, Reynaud found it far more acceptable than his previous prison. As he later recalled, Daladier, Jouot, and Gamelin had been there for some days. I feel that I must have shocked them when I cried out, "This is paradise!" It was an exclamation he'd come to regret. Jean Berotrat May 12, 1943. Though Barotre's initial impression of Schloss Itter was more restrained than Renault's, he too found the castle a vast improvement over Sachsenhausen. And for the tall, lanky tennis star, a man for whom daily strenuous physical activity was as necessary as food and water, the most appealing aspect of this new prison was the pathway that encompassed the rear courtyard just inside its surrounding wall. Barotre realized that if his captors allowed him to run several circuits every day, he would soon be back in the superlative physical condition that would be necessary if he was to attempt what he thought constantly about: escape. Fitness had been a key aspect of Barotre's life virtually from the day of his birth on August 13, 1898. Born into a Basque family near Biarritz, he grew up walking the mountainous landscape of France's border with Spain. At 14, he discovered tennis while spending the summer of 1912 in England. Fast, agile, and competitive, Barotre took to the sport immediately, though the outbreak of World War brought a temporary halt to his development as a tennis player. Deeply patriotic, Barotre enlisted in September 1916. As a fit and obviously well-educated young man, he was fluent in Spanish, German, and English, as well as French. Barotre was trained as an artillery officer. Following his commissioning in April 1917, he saw extensive combat, won the Croix de Guerre, and ended the war as a battery commander. Upon his release from active duty in 1919, he returned to school, graduating with degrees in engineering and law. Barotre continued playing tennis and began winning tournaments throughout France. His highly athletic style, lightning fast volleys and crushing overhead smashes, intermingled with almost balletic leaps and spins, earned him the nickname the Bounding Basque, and he quickly became a crowd-pleasing favorite. And the crowds soon became international, as Barotre began representing both himself and his country in matches worldwide. By the late 1920s, he'd won singles and doubles titles in most of the world's top championships, including Wimbledon. His athletic success did not keep Barotre from looking for opportunities in the business world. He realized that professional tennis wouldn't provide a living wage, and in 1923 secured a position as an engineer with a Paris-based firm. Over the next 17 years, his language skills, charm, social connections, business acumen, and celebrity allowed him to build a successful career as an international salesman. And by scheduling his international business trips to coincide with the major tennis tournaments, he was able to simultaneously pursue both his chosen careers. Barotre also found time for politics. In the late 1920s, he joined the Croix de Feu, Cross of Fire, a far-right veterans group led by Colonel François de la Roque. Barotre admired the organization's espousal of a moral Roman Catholic France, and his celebrity status was a boon to the group's recruiting efforts. When, in 1936, de la Roque transformed the Croix de Feu into a somewhat more moderate political party called the Parti Social Français, PSF, Barotre remained a loyal member. In 1931, he met de la Roque's chief of information, Edmond Barrachin, and his English wife. Barotre was smitten with the immensely attractive Madame Barrachin, and the tennis star was widely assumed to be the cause for her 1934 divorce. She and Barotre were married in 1937 and had one son, Yves. As if sport, business, and family did not keep him busy enough, Barotre also remained a reserve officer. His unit, 5th Squadron, 232nd Divisional Heavy Artillery Regiment, was mobilized a few weeks before Germany's invasion of Poland. He and his men first saw combat on the Lorraine front, but by June 16th had been cut off and completely surrounded. The following day, Pétain told the nation of his intention to seek an armistice, an announcement that convinced Barotre he should escape to England to carry on the fight. When the 5th Squadron surrendered to the Germans, Barotre slipped off and made his way toward the French lines in the rugged Massif Central. He ultimately joined forces with a young French Air Force pilot who had access to a small civilian aircraft, and the two agreed to set off on their clandestine cross-channel flight on the night of July 3rd. Barotre's escape to England never took place. Hours before the flight was to begin, Radio France announced that Britain's Royal Navy had attacked French warships in Algeria, an assault that killed more than 1,200 French sailors. Barottra understood the reason for the British strike, to prevent the warships from falling under German control, but was outraged by the destruction meted out by the Royal Navy in an unprovoked surprise attack. He decided to stay in France, though his wife and son were in London, and was determined to do whatever he could for his country. Unfortunately, Barotra's patriotism and his respect for and admiration of both Maxime Weygand and Philippe Pétain soon led the tennis star to make the worst decision of his life. Upon Vichy's 1940 creation, the Minister of Youth and Family Affairs, Basque right-winger Jean Ybanaguri, asked Barotra to become Commissioner for Sports and help morally re-educate France's young people to make them better equipped for life and better prepared to answer all the calls their nation might address to them. Though Barotra's politics were not as conservative as his own, Ybanaguri felt his fellow PSF member would be the ideal choice for the new post. Though Barotra expressed his misgivings about the job, on July 20th he assumed the post of Director of the Commission of General Education and Sports. Over the following 21 months, the Bounding Basque sought to implement a national program to improve the physical and moral health of France's young people. But despite his zeal for the job and his status as a Vichy official, Barotra refused to be a lapdog for the Germans. Soon after the Nazis conducted their first roundup of Parisian Jews in August 1941, he banned all French sports organizations from competing against German teams. Barotra's lack of enthusiasm for the collaborationist policies of the Pétain regime and his disdain for the Nazis soon drew official attention. In early April 1942, he was summoned to the German embassy in Paris, where a functionary demanded that Barotra publicly announce his support for collaboration with Germany and exclude undesirables from all French sports. The tennis legend refused, adding that it was his job to bring France's young people together through sports, regardless of their race, religion, or politics. The German warned Barotra that he'd better change his tune or he'd suffer the consequences. Barotra refused to bow to German pressure, and on April 19, 1942, the Germans forced Vichy to fire him. Barotra went back to work, but over the following months he decided to leave France and join the Allied forces. On November 22, 1942, he went to Paris's Gare d'Austerlitz, intending to take a train south and cross into Spain on foot. Unfortunately, Barotra had told friends of his plan, and as he was about to board his train, he was arrested by Gestapo agents. After questioning in Paris, Barotra was taken to Berlin, and from there to Sachsenhausen. He was kept in solitary in the same cell block as Reynaud and Mandel, though he was unaware of their presence. In late April 1943, he was moved to the bunker, where Reynaud was already in residence. The two men had known each other for years, but, given their differing politics, were not friends. That changed over the weeks they spent together in the bunker, and on the eve of their departure for Schloss Itter, Reynaud recorded in his diary that Barotra had become an excellent companion. Barotra's first impression of Itter improved considerably when he realized that the rear courtyard would offer him the chance to run. Though still in good physical condition, especially for a man of 45, Barotra knew he would have to be far more fit if he were to have any hope of achieving what he'd dreamed about since the moment of his arrest: freedom. Augusta Brooklyn, June 19, 1943. While Barotra hoped to escape from Schloss Itter, Augusta Brooklyn had done all she could to get into the fortress. From the moment she'd learned that Léon Jouot had been moved to the castle, she'd lobbied the German authorities to allow her to join him. She knew he was ailing physically and emotionally, and she was convinced that without her presence he would not survive his incarceration. She was determined that Jouot, the man she'd loved for many years, would not die in a German prison. Born in 1899 in German-owned Alsace-Lorraine, it had been annexed following the 1870 to 1871 Franco-Prussian War. Brooklyn believed the region was rightfully French, but it was her fluency in German and her reasonable command of English that won her a job after she moved to Paris. In 1924, she was hired as Jouot's secretary and primary translator, a role that required her to accompany the labor leader on his extensive travels. They developed a romantic relationship, and by the early 1930s, Brooklyn was widely acknowledged as Jouot's companion, as well as his indispensable executive assistant. When Jouot went underground following the outbreak of war, Brooklyn was a vital link between him and the CGT resistance movement. In addition to editing and passing on his pamphlets, she coordinated his movements. After Jouot's arrest in November 1941, Brooklyn heard nothing for a year. In November 1942, she discovered he was in Évaux-les-Bains and began visiting him whenever possible. That became easier following her own arrest in January 1943. Brooklyn was sentenced to enforced residence in the same Grand Hotel in which Jouot was being held. Though under house arrest, Brooklyn came and went from the Grand Hotel virtually at will. The only restrictions were that she sleep in the hotel and that she not leave Évaux-les-Bains without police permission. Neither regulation proved difficult to follow until Jouot was moved at the end of March 1943. Fearing for her companion's life and not knowing where he'd be taken, Brooklyn left Évaux-les-Bains without permission and set off for Vichy. There she demanded to be allowed to join Jouot wherever he was. Told that the labor leader had been transferred to a concentration camp in Germany, this remarkable woman insisted on being allowed to join him. On May 29th, Brooklyn was summoned to Gestapo headquarters in Paris and informed that she could join Jouot on one condition. She would have to agree, in writing, to accept indefinite imprisonment without privileges and to absolve Vichy and Germany of responsibility for any harm that might befall her while incarcerated. Having signed the documents, she was told to be at Paris's Gare du Nord on June 17th. 2 days later, she was in a Gestapo car driving up the Itterstrasse, and when the castle came into view, Brooklyn felt a tremor of foreboding. The Schloss looked to her like something from a Gothic horror story. Her outlook improved considerably, however, when the car pulled into the front courtyard and she saw Jouot, a smile on his face and a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Christiane Mabille, July 2nd, 1943. While Auguste Brooklyn's arrival at Itter was an answered prayer for both her and Léon Jouot, it was a call to action for Paul Reynaud. Soon after he was transferred to Sachsenhausen, he'd learned that Christiane Mabille had been arrested. Brooklyn's appearance emboldened Reynaud to demand that Wimmer find out if Mabille was still alive, and if so, have the young woman transferred to Itter. As Wimmer discerned, Reynaud's concern for Mabille's welfare was more than simple humanity. Christiane Dolores Mabille was born in Paris on February 17, 1913, to an upper-middle-class family. She received an excellent education and grew into what one observer called a remarkably elegant young woman, a tall, slender girl with the hands and feet of a thoroughbred, a narrow face and aquiline nose, who dressed with unusual care and good taste. She was also intelligent and fluent in English. Reynaud appreciated all of the young woman's qualities when Mabille was introduced to him by his daughter Colette, soon after he became Prime Minister. Indeed, so impressed was Reynaud that he hired the then 27-year-old Mabille as his secretary, despite the opposition of the 38-year-old Countess Hélène de Portes. Mabille was among the staffers who accompanied Reynaud to Tours and then Bordeaux when the French government left Paris. But when the former Prime Minister suggested to de Portes that his secretary accompany them to the Mediterranean coast in order to help him begin work on a book about France's defeat, he said, the Countess refused to allow it. That refusal probably saved Mabille's life, since she was not in Reynaud's car when it struck the tree that injured him and killed de Portes. Though Mabille was unable to see Reynaud in Montpellier, she and Dernier visited him in Le Portelet prison. While Mabille's presence was often in a professional capacity, it is clear from his diary entries that Reynaud was delighted every time she appeared. Those appearances increased considerably after Mabille took a room at a hotel in a nearby town where she lived for most of the year that Reynaud spent in Le Portelet. Mabir's visits eased the discomfort of Reynaud's imprisonment, and the friendship between the former prime minister and his secretary evolved into something deeper, despite the 35-year age difference. Mabir was understandably alarmed when she arrived at Le Portelet on November 21, 1942, only to be told that Reynaud had been transferred the night before. The authorities would not tell her where he'd been taken, and she was herself arrested by Gestapo agents on November 22nd. 3 days later, Mabir arrived at Fresnes prison. Immediately upon her arrival, she was locked into a bare room and left alone for several hours. After a brief interrogation, Mabir was moved to a cell and remained in solitary confinement until December 10th, when she was transported to Ravensbrück, a concentration camp for women some 50 miles north of Berlin, where she was to spend nearly 6 months. The young Frenchwoman was assigned the cover name Frau Müller and confined alone in a cell block for high-value prisoners. Since she did not read or speak German and was not allowed to interact with other prisoners, her isolation was nearly complete. Until, that is, the day when she was taking her usual 15 minutes of exercise in the cell block's small courtyard. Lost in thought, she was startled by a woman's whispered voice calling "Madame" in slightly accented French. The greeting came from another prisoner, the Polish Countess Karolina Lankaronska, speaking through the bars of her cell window. Lankaronska had caught sight of Mabir and knew from her bearing that she must be French. A guard's inattentiveness allowed the women a few moments together 2 days after their first contact. They chattered away in French, said Lankaronska, and over the following weeks, the Polish Countess and the elegant Parisienne quickly became close friends. That friendship was interrupted, however, during the last weeks of June 1943, when Wehrmacht arranged to have Frau Müller transferred to his custody. It was not an act of kindness, of course, for the SS-TV officer believed that having a former Prime Minister of France indebted to him might pay some future dividend. Wehrmacht's intervention had an immediate effect on Christiane Mabir's life. On the last day of June, 2 SS-TV men drove her south into Austria, and during the trip, Mabir became convinced that Reynaud was responsible for her departure from Ravensbrück. As the miles passed, she allowed herself to hope that she might be reunited with the man who had come to mean so much to her. When that reunion occurred, just before noon on July 2nd, Reynaud warmly embraced the gaunt but laughing Mabir as she stepped from the staff car, kissed her on both cheeks, and led her by the hand toward the castle's main entrance. Though still incarcerated, the elderly politician and his young companion could now face the uncertain future together. Marcel Granger, July 2nd, 1943. Barely an hour after Mabir's arrival, a second car rolled into the castle's front courtyard bearing another special prisoner. Brooklyn, Jouot, Gamelin, and Beauretrat drifted down through the Schlosshof's arched gateway to see who their new companion might be. Though none of them recognized the man, they were all struck by his attire. Riding breeches, knee-high leather boots, a cotton shirt with a North African motif, and, much to Beauretrat's delight, a Basque beret sat at a jaunty angle. Later, at lunch, the man introduced himself as Marcel Granger, and then told his listeners how his brother's wife had saved him from death in Dachau. Born in Toulon in 1901, Granger settled in French Tunisia and established a successful agricultural estate. He was a reserve officer in the French colonial forces, and upon the 1939 outbreak of war, he'd been mobilized. He remained on duty after the French capitulation and Vichy's takeover of Tunisia, but by December 1940, he had joined a resistance cell. Granger's fluency in Arabic and his knowledge of the country and its people made him an ideal intelligence agent, and he was put in charge of establishing secret arms dumps to support Allied forces should they invade Tunisia. The Allied landings in Morocco and Algeria in November 1942 seemed to indicate that Granger's hard work was about to come to fruition. But the Germans' decision to funnel reinforcements through Tunisia's ports and airfields made a swift Allied liberation unlikely. The infusion of Wehrmacht troops and the increased vigilance of the milice Vichy's paramilitary anti-resistance force, further complicated Granger's task. In early April 1943, he was captured by Milly's troops and handed over to the Gestapo. Within days, he'd entered the living hell of Dachau. Granger was put to work in the fields surrounding the camp, where, between interrogations, he labored 18 hours a day with little food or water. Conditions were made worse for Granger by periodic beatings intended to loosen his tongue. In late June 1943, the Frenchman was summoned to the camp headquarters, where, to his amazement, an officer announced that Granger was to be transferred to a special facility where conditions would be far more to the Frenchman's liking. Granger asked the reason for his unexpected good fortune and was dumbfounded when the SS TV man replied, "Because of your sister-in-law." The Frenchman's brother, Pierre, was married to Renée, one of the daughters of French Army General Henri Giraud, who had escaped from German captivity after the fall of France and was now cooperating with the Allies. Hitler ordered Himmler to arrest any members of Giraud's family who were within reach, the intent being to hold them hostage in an attempt to sway the general's allegiance to the Allied cause. Himmler's dragnet brought in 17 members of Giraud's extended family, including Renée and her 4 children. The sweep missed Pierre Granger, however, who was serving as his father-in-law's aide. When a routine file review revealed the connection between Monsieur Granger and the Giraud clan, Granger was marked for special handling and tapped for transfer to Schloss Itter. Granger's story, told as he wolfed down as much food as he could, fascinated his small audience. Their fascination turned to horror, however, when Granger told them of the hellish scenes he'd witnessed at Dachau. Though each of his listeners had endured the rigors of German captivity, none had experienced the horrific conditions described in Granger's grim recitation. It was a sobering reminder that the conditions at Schloss Itter could change in an instant, and that none of them should forget what the hated Germans were capable of. Maxime and Marie-Renée Josephine Weygand, December 5, 1943. Deladier's distress at Renault's appearance within Schloss Itter's walls was nothing compared to the horrified disbelief that Maxime Weygand's arrival generated in both Gamelin and Renault. While the source of Gamelin's discomfort was professional embarrassment, he had been replaced by Weygand at the most critical point in France's history. Renault's reaction was more visceral. Despite having elevated Weygand, Renault blamed the general more than anyone else for France's defeat in 1940. On seeing the former army chief and his wife striding through Itter's entrance hall, Renault muttered quite audibly, "Traitor! Collaborator!" Stinging epithets were nothing new to the then 76-year-old Weygand. Indeed, from the day of his birth in January 1867, the man had had to deal with derision. Born illegitimately in Brussels, he was brought up in France as the ward of David de Léon Cohen, a wealthy Italian-born Jewish merchant. The young bastard became a staunch Roman Catholic and a fiery French nationalist, and he ultimately decided on a military career. Still officially Belgian, he entered the Saint-Cyr Military Academy as a foreign student. But following his adoption by Cohen's accountant, a paperwork-only event Cohen engineered to allow his ward to become fully French, the young man adopted the name Maxime Weygand. Over the years following his commissioning, Weygand excelled in increasingly challenging assignments and along the way married Marie-Renée Josephine de Fossans, with whom he had 2 sons. By the time World War I erupted, Weygand was a lieutenant colonel, and after a brief stint of frontline duty, he became Chief of Staff to French 20th Corps Commander General Ferdinand Foch. Excellent staff work and the ability to adapt to military necessity ensured Weygand's rapid rise through the ranks. By the end of the war, he was a major general. Weygand's career following World War I was eventful and successful, and he became the Army's Chief of Staff in 1930. This ushered in the period of his initial collaboration with and eventual antagonism toward Gamelin. Following his mandatory retirement in January 1935, Weygand took up a senior administrative position with the Suez Canal Company. But as the clouds of war again gathered over Europe, Weygand hoped to be called back into military service, and in August 1939 he was. Much to his surprise, his old nemesis Gamelin, at Daladier's prompting, asked if Weygand would take command of French forces in the eastern Mediterranean. He jumped at the opportunity and took up his new post within weeks. Gamelin's ineffectual response to the 1940 German invasion prompted Reynaud to call Weygand back to Paris from Syria, and upon his arrival, Weygand replaced Gamelin as commander-in-chief of all French military forces. Weygand realized that France had no hope of halting the German juggernaut, and decided that the way to avert widespread destruction of the nation's infrastructure and of preserving some semblance of French sovereignty was to achieve an immediate armistice. Reynaud's June 16th resignation and Pétain's appointment of Weygand as defense minister the following day cleared the way for Weygand and others who saw a cessation of hostilities as France's only hope for survival. While it can be said that the actions of Weygand and other armistice-minded French leaders saved their nation from further destruction and allowed half the country to remain unoccupied, at least initially, it is also obvious why many on both sides of the Channel considered France's capitulation to be premature. Nor is it difficult to understand how Weygand's participation in the Vichy government appeared to many as collaboration with the Germans, though the general later explained that he was simply attempting to preserve as much of the nation's military power as possible in order to fight another day. In September 1940, Weygand became commander-in-chief of French forces in Africa, but the perception in both Vichy and Berlin that the general was not a wholehearted team player ultimately led to his downfall. On November 17, 1941, he was recalled to France and removed from his position at the Germans' insistence. Weygand and his wife retired to the south of France, where the general set about writing his memoirs. But following the November 1942 Allied landings in North Africa and Germany's subsequent invasion of unoccupied France, Hitler ordered Weygand's arrest. Taken into custody on November 12th, Weygand was in Germany within days. He was ultimately moved to Schloss Görlitz, a VIP prison southwest of Hamburg. In January 1943, his wife was allowed to join him, and the couple settled into a relatively comfortable routine. That routine was disrupted on December 2, 1943, when the Weygands were told to pack their belongings. 3 days later, they walked through Schloss Itter's front gate to be greeted by Reynaud's purposely audible mutterings. Michel Clemenceau, January 9, 1944. New prisoners next arrived at Schloss Itter on a Sunday afternoon in the middle of a heavy snowfall. The swirling flakes blotted out the view of the surrounding Alps and muted the engine noise of the car that had transported Michel Clemenceau, François de la Roque, and Wimmer from Wörgls train station to the castle's front courtyard. Reynaud and Borotre, both of whom were acquainted with the new guests, braved the snow to greet the men. They were stunned, however, by de la Roque's haggard appearance. Barely 59, he looked 20 years older and was having difficulty standing. The 71-year-old Clemenceau, on the other hand, seemed to be both healthy and fascinated by his new surroundings. As he shook hands with Reynaud, Clemenceau smiled slightly and said, "So, Paul, another adventure, eh?" That Clemenceau could describe imprisonment in an Austrian castle as an adventure says much about his earlier life. Born November 24, 1873, in France's Pays de la Loire region, he was the third child of physician-turned-politician Georges Clemenceau. Something of a hellion in his youth, Michel bounced from school to school in Paris until his exasperated father, who would ultimately twice be France's prime minister, finally had enough and packed his 15-year-old wild child off to study with a tutor in Zurich. The boy soon settled down, and in 1894 graduated from the Swiss city's Agronomy Institute with an engineering degree and a remarkable fluency in German. With lucrative interests in a variety of businesses, by 1914 the 41-year-old Michel Clemenceau seemed set to enjoy his early middle age. But then he became one of the millions of Frenchmen called up as World War I loomed. On August 21, 1914, his unit encountered a formation of German lancers. Lieutenant Clemenceau was hit by a bullet from an enemy's pistol, but managed to kill the man before losing consciousness. After an extended convalescence, Clemenceau was promoted to captain, and he finished the war as a decorated battalion commander. By the late 1930s, Clemenceau was a prosperous entrepreneur with his hand in a variety of profitable businesses. Following Germany's September 1, 1939 invasion of Poland, the 65-year-old volunteered for military service. Clemenceau's distinguished World War I record and political connections won him a major's commission despite his age, and he was assigned to the Army's Foreign Intelligence Branch, the Deuxième Bureau. Briefly detained by the Germans following France's surrender, he was released and returned to Paris. Though a longtime admirer of Pétain, Clemenceau opposed the aged general's collaboration with the Germans, and his views drew the attention of the Gestapo. In November 1940, Clemenceau convinced his wife to leave France for America, but he stayed. His political connections kept him safe from official retribution until May 1943, when Gestapo agents arrested him. He spent several months in French prisons, and on August 31, 1943, he was transferred to Schloss Eisenberg, a castle-turned-VIP prison in Czechoslovakia. Clemenceau held up well despite poor food and Spartan conditions. Unlike de la Roque, he maintained a relatively optimistic attitude throughout his imprisonment. He was therefore able to accept the sudden transfer to Schloss Itter with a calm self-possession that prompted Renaud to note that Clemenceau's arrival brought the castle's other VIP prisoners the reassurance of his unshakable confidence. Sadly, Clemenceau's traveling companion, de la Roque, could boast neither health nor self-confidence nor optimism. François de la Roque, January 9, 1944. While Renaud and Borotra were stunned by de la Roque's appearance upon his arrival at Schloss Itter, they were even more shocked that he was a prisoner of the Germans. Until his arrest 10 months earlier, de la Roque had been a member of the Vichy government, a confidant of Pétain, and a man widely viewed both at home and abroad as one of France's leading fascists. While the fact that someone with de la Roque's right-wing credentials could so quickly fall from political grace certainly surprised both Renaud and Borotra, they would have been thunderstruck to learn that de la Roque was also the head of a resistance movement that funneled information to Britain's intelligence service. Born October 6, 1885, in La Réunion, Année Marie-Jean-François de la Roque de Sévérac was the scion of one of France's noble families, and according to one biographer, the hereditary Viscount of Chateaubriand. The young man attended Saint-Cyr Military Academy, and in 1907 was commissioned a lieutenant of cavalry. In North Africa, he commanded a mounted company that saw action against Moroccan guerrillas. Severely wounded during a 1916 battle with insurgents, he refused medical attention and continued to lead his unit until a relief force arrived. Cited for bravery and promoted, de la Roque returned to France for convalescence. Once again fit, he was assigned to an infantry unit and spent the remainder of World War I on the Western Front. Twice promoted and much decorated, he ended the war as a lieutenant colonel. Upon his retirement from the Army in 1928, he was lauded as a highly effective leader concerned with the welfare of his troops. Given his strict Catholicism, aristocratic lineage, and intense patriotism, it's no surprise that de la Roque's post-war politics veered toward the right. At 38, he became the vice president of the extreme right-wing Croix de Feu Veterans Group, which advocated the replacement of France's admittedly chaotic form of parliamentary government with an authoritarian regime that would emphasize the traditional French values of work, family, and country. As an articulate and decorated former soldier, de la Roque soon became the Croix de Feu's primary public spokesman, and in 1931 he became its president. Under his leadership, the group's ranks swelled, and he was courted by every important right-wing politician in France. In 1936, the nation voted into office the broad left-wing coalition known as the Popular Front, and one of the new government's first acts was to outlaw the various right-wing organizations. De la Roque shrewdly responded to the threat by transforming his group into a political party, the PSF, and announcing he would work within the very parliamentary system he had long criticized. De la Roque's decision to renounce the violent overthrow of the government put him at odds with other overtly fascist groups. He was also excoriated by those organizations for his opposition to Germany's increasing military might and expansionist policies, as well as for his support for the modernization of France's armed forces. Right-wing and authoritarian de la Roque might have been, but he also remembered the carnage France had endured at Germany's hands in World War I. When war erupted in 1939, de la Roque called for all PSF members to rally to the nation's defense. Even when it became obvious that the German blitzkrieg would result in a French defeat, de la Roque opposed any armistice or outright surrender. But following France's fall, he concluded that Pétain was the only man capable of providing France with the post-armistice leadership and stability the nation so desperately needed. De la Roque threw his support and that of his PSF behind Pétain's government. Nevertheless, de la Roque's subsequent refusal to subjugate the PSF to Vichy's planned single-party system outraged the regime, and as early as September 1940, he was telling his followers to respect Pétain but display absolute reserve toward the Vichy government. While de la Roque remained politically active in Vichy, his increasing ambivalence about the regime trumped his respect for Pétain. Moreover, de la Roque's belief that Germany was France's ancestral enemy, coupled with his distaste for the Nazis, led him to be outspoken about his opposition to collaboration. And even before the Germans' November 1942 takeover of unoccupied France, de la Roque had openly declared no collaboration under the occupation. Given de la Roque's dislike of Germany and less than wholehearted support for Vichy and his politically savvy preference for keeping his options open, it's no surprise that he established a clandestine relationship with the Allied intelligence services. While some sources indicate that he first began gathering information of potential value to the Allies in the summer of 1940, it was not until February 1942 that de la Roque established contact with the Madrid-based Réseau Alibi, or Alibi Network, which had agents throughout France and reported directly to Britain's Secret Intelligence Service, SIS. De la Roque formalized the ad hoc intelligence-gathering effort he'd been leading and transformed it into an alibi subnetwork known as the Réseau Clan Network, which used the PSF's social services operations as a cover for intelligence gathering. While the extent and value of the information provided to the SIS by the Clan Network remains difficult to judge, there is no doubt that de la Roque, a man maligned both during and after the war as a fascist collaborator, knowingly endangered himself, his family, and his followers to pass intelligence to the Allies. De la Roque's leadership of the Clan Network ended on March 9, 1943, when Gestapo agents dragged him from his home in Clermont-Ferrand. The PSF leader was held briefly in a local jail and then transferred to Fresnes prison. Kept in solitary confinement in a cramped and filthy cell, he was denied the medications he'd been taking since being wounded in 1916, and his health quickly declined. Things did not improve following his August 31, 1943 transfer, along with Michel Clemenceau and others, to Schloss Eisenberg in Czechoslovakia. Indeed, so ill was de la Roque that he was unconscious for much of the car journey that carried him and Clemenceau to Schloss Itter. Though the Tyrolean fortress was still a prison, transfer to the castle, with its vastly better food and living conditions, would ultimately help save the PSF leader's life. Marie-Agnès and Alfred Cailliau, April 13, 1945. The final prisoners to arrive at Schloss Itter were not incarcerated because of their own importance, but, as with Marcel Granger, simply because of a family relationship to someone in whom the Nazis were especially interested. In the Cailliau's case, that someone was Marie-Agnès Cailliau's younger brother, Free French General Charles de Gaulle. Born May 27, 1899 in Paris, Marie-Agnès was the second child and only daughter of Henri and Jeanne de Gaulle. Her father imbued his 5 children with an intense Roman Catholicism and a love for French history and culture, and Marie-Agnès, 18 months older than Charles, was throughout her life an ardent patriot and fervent Christian. After World War I, Marie-Agnès and her Belgian husband, engineer Alfred Cailliau, settled in a suburb of Le Havre on the Normandy coast. Over the years, the couple prospered, raising 6 sons and a daughter. Unfortunately, a resurgent Germany eventually cast a pall over the Cailliaus' life. 4 of their sons, Joseph, Michel, Henri, and Charles, fought the invading Wehrmacht in 1940. Joseph and Henri escaped to England to join the Free French effort. Michel was captured and sent to a POW camp in Germany, and 24-year-old Charles was killed. A 5th son, 18-year-old Pierre, ultimately made his way to Algeria and joined the Free French. Understandably devastated by the death of one son and the uncertain fates of 4 others, Alfred and Marie-Agnès Cailliau did what they could to ensure the safety of their 6th son, 10-year-old Denis. The Cailliaus moved in with their daughter, Marie-Thérèse, and her husband in the town of Roche-la-Molière, some 35 miles southwest of Lyon. When the area became part of Vichy, the Cailliaus stayed, renting a house in nearby Saint-Étienne, and they might have lived out the remainder of the war there in comfortable obscurity had it not been for their son Michel's March 1942 escape from German captivity and their own desire to resist the occupiers of their beloved France. During his time in the POW camp, Michel Cailliau had joined the National Movement of Prisoners of War and Deportees, a fledgling resistance movement. Though not members of Michel's growing network, Alfred and Marie-Agnès hid documents and kept Michel informed about the activities of local German units. The elderly couple continued their low-level resistance work through the winter of 1942, and in April of the following year, they moved back to northern France. The couple and their son Denis moved in with Alfred's sister, Madeleine, in a village southwest of Rouen. They had only been in their new home a few days, however, when disaster struck. While eating a family lunch one day, Marie-Agnès saw 2 German military police officers getting out of a car in front of the house. The men knocked on the door, and when Marie-Agnès opened it, one of the agents politely told her that she and Alfred were to accompany them for routine questioning, though he declined to tell them the subject. After initial processing in Rouen and Paris, Marie-Agnès and Alfred were sent to Fresnes prison, where they were separated. While both had assumed that their arrests were the result of their resistance activities, it quickly became apparent that Marie-Agnès' relationship to the leader of the Free French was the real reason they'd been picked up. Though the Cailliaus were treated marginally better than most of the prisoners at Fresnes, neither had an easy time of it. Marie-Agnès was 53, and Alfred was 66. Both suffered from the restricted diet and squalid living conditions, as well as from their forced separation. Alfred's conditions were destined to worsen. In January 1944, he was transferred to Buchenwald. Marie-Agnès, on the other hand, saw a marked improvement in her own circumstances following her July 1944 deportation to the Rheinhütte Dresden in a suburb of Bonn. The Nazis had converted the old lodge on the west bank of the Rhine into a VIP detention center, a satellite installation of Buchenwald. Though still prisoners, Marie-Agnès and the others slept in furnished rooms rather than cells, could walk in the large enclosed garden, and had access to decent food. Things changed dramatically when Allied forces neared Bonn in early 1945. On February 27th, the German garrison herded the prisoners onto a barge and took them across to the east bank of the Rhine, where they boarded trucks that carried them to Buchenwald. There, Marie-Agnès was reunited with Alfred, who was in poor health after his months in the camp. On March 8th, they and about 50 other VIP prisoners were crowded into railway cattle cars and taken to Munich, where Marie-Agnès and Alfred, both now ill, were separated from the others and put in the back of a covered truck. 3 young Wehrmacht soldiers climbed in with them, as did an older corporal. The truck drove through the night, with Marie-Agnès and Alfred sleeping on the hard metal floor of the vehicle's cargo area. Then, on the afternoon of April 13th, the truck halted before the sentry box at the foot of the short drive leading from the Itter village to the castle's main gate. The corporal walked over to speak with the two soldiers standing guard, both of whom were wearing full combat gear and seemed surprised by the truck's arrival. When the guards refused to raise the barricade, the corporal demanded that they use the telephone in the sentry box to call for an officer. Within a few minutes, Stefan Otto appeared. He, too, was obviously surprised to see the French couple. Looking at their disheveled clothes and drawn faces, he barked, "We have no room for you," turned on his heel, and was about to start back toward the castle gate when Marie-Agnès called out, "But I am the sister of General de Gaulle." Otto turned and hurried back. His entire demeanor changed. "Madame, my sincere apologies. They weren't expecting you yet." Taking Alfred gently by the arm, the officer led the French couple toward the castle gate. "Madame, you shall have my quarters this evening, and Monsieur, you shall sleep in Colonel de la Roque's room. At the moment he is away at the clinic. Tomorrow we will make other arrangements." Pleased at the change in Otto's attitude, Marie-Agnès was equally delighted by the realization that there was at least one other Frenchman resident in the castle looming before her. She knew who de la Roque was, and that he had served Vichy in some capacity. While their politics might differ, she believed that as French prisoners of the Germans, they, and any other of their countrymen held in the Schloss, would put aside such petty concerns and draw together in solidarity, finding strength in each other's company and their shared nationality. She would soon find out just how wrong she was. Despite Marie-Agnès Kelliao's hope that Schloss Itter's French prisoners would band together in the face of shared hardship and live in supportive camaraderie, just the opposite was true. For while all of the castle's prisoners were French and all considered themselves patriots, they could not possibly have been more politically diverse, more determinedly irascible, and more obstinately quarrelsome. The fault lines that developed among Schloss Itter's VIP prisoners were, in a sense, completely understandable. Reynaud and Daladier were bitter political enemies, and both detested Weygand, who, having replaced Gamelin as Supreme Commander of French forces in May 1940, surrendered to and initially collaborated with the occupying Germans. Following the December 1943 arrival of Weygand and his wife, Reynaud's snubs of the couple were so obvious and so continuous that at one point Weygand followed Reynaud down a corridor screaming "Hooligan!" at him. Gamelin, for obvious reasons, was not at all fond of Weygand and sided with Reynaud against Daladier. An authoritarian right-winger, de la Roque could not abide the leftist Jouot. As a former member of the Croix de Feu and of Pétain's Vichy government, Barottre was shunned by Daladier, Jouot, and Gamelin, but embraced by Weygand and de la Roque, and by Reynaud, despite their differing politics. And understandably, Schloss Itter's female prisoners, Marie Weygand, Christiane Mabille, and Augusta Brooklyn, reflected the opinions and prejudices of their male partners. We can only imagine the heated exchanges that occurred among these once powerful and still resentful personages, and the perverse joy their German captors took in both the French prisoners squabbling and the fact that they segregated themselves by political persuasion, avoiding each other as much as possible within the castle's confines. They even ate at separate tables in the dining room, the Weygands, Barottre, and de la Roque at one, Reynaud, Mabille, Gamelin, and Clemenceau at another, and the neutrals, Daladier, Jouot, Brooklyn, and later, the Kelliaos, at a third. And, as Marie-Agnès Kelliao later noted, several of the great men incarcerated in Schloss Itter did more than just snub each other during meals. Each spent hours every day penning the memoirs he hoped would explain his own wartime actions in the best light while vilifying those of his rivals. There were, of course, activities other than the writing of self-aggrandizing memoirs in which the French prisoners could participate, activities that would have been incomprehensible to captives not fortunate enough to be classed as honor prisoners. The Schloss's 300-volume library was available to Itter's involuntary guests, and in good weather they could stroll much of the castle's walled grounds or pass the time playing ring tennis or, in Daladier's case, practicing solo nudism. Those of a spiritual bent could attend Mass at St. Joseph's Church in Itter village under guard, and the female prisoners were driven to nearby Hofgarten for regular appointments with a hairdresser. Anyone requiring medical attention beyond what the garrison's medic could provide was transported to a suitable medical facility. Reynaud, for example, underwent eye surgery at the military hospital in Innsbruck, and Daladier had oral surgery at Dachau. And then there was the food and drink. The prisoner cook, a Czech named Andreas Krobat, known to the French as André, used flour, fruit, vegetables, and dairy products from surrounding farms to turn out wholesome and plentiful meals for the captives. And there was even wine with which to wash down the food. Each French prisoner was authorized 2 liters of local Austrian wine a week, one of red and one of white. To their credit, most of the VIPs ensured that André and Zonomir Kukovic passed on any leftover food and wine to the handful of far less fortunate female concentration camp inmates, referred to as number prisoners because each had a number tattooed on her forearm, whom the SS had brought to work at Schloss Itter as servants. The French captives also had a link to the outside provided by Kukovic, who organized, stole, a small shortwave radio from one of the castle's guards. Since the guard himself wasn't supposed to have the radio, its possession could have gotten him sent to the Russian front, or worse, he couldn't report its theft. The radio was hidden in Reynaud's room, and Kukovic and Christiane Mabir would keep watch while the former prime minister huddled under a blanket, listening to the BBC and other Allied stations. In a rare show of cooperation, Reynaud would share important news with his fellow captives via Mabir and Borotra. As cushy as life might have been for the French prisoners at Schloss Itter, Borotra remained determined to escape. From the moment of his arrival in May 1943, he exercised every morning, increasing the duration of his runs within the rear courtyard until he could do 90 circuits, roughly 9 miles, non-stop. In addition to his physical preparations, Borotra tracked the movement and schedules of the guards and noted several areas where the barbed wire atop the Schloss's walls seemed loosely secured. The bounding Basque made 3 escape attempts, each time going over the wall. While the dates of his first 2 tries are unclear, it appears that one occurred in the fall of 1943 and another in late March 1945. On both occasions, he got several miles before being recaptured. His only punishment following these first 2 excursions seems to have been a few days' confinement in his room. Thanks to Daladier, we have more precise information regarding Borotra's 3rd attempt on April 29, 1945. At about 6:30 that evening, Daladier was strolling in the castle's rear courtyard when he encountered the tennis player, who greeted him with, "Have a nice walk, Prime Minister." Borotra then ran to the nearest section of the south wall, and as Daladier recounts, he scaled it and started running madly down the hill. The SS guards began firing at him from a few yards away. He took the barbed wire rolls a few meters from the bottom of the castle's outer wall in stride, as more and more shots rang out and the SS began their pursuit. At 7:20 p.m., Borotra was brought back. He had probably twisted an ankle, given the way he was limping. Once again, Borotra's only punishment seems to have been a few days' house arrest. He was fortunate he'd been recaptured by castle guards sent out by Wimmer. By April 1945, the world outside Schloss Itter's gates had become a very dangerous place, crawling with Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS units to whom the life of a French honor prisoner meant absolutely nothing. Chapter 4. A Growing Peril. Though the Nazi war effort had already seen some significant reversals by the time Schloss Itter's first French prisoner arrived on May 2, 1943, the setbacks had largely occurred well beyond the borders of Greater Germany, primarily on the Eastern Front, in North Africa, and in the Mediterranean. Over the next 2 years, however, the war got steadily closer to Itter. Allied armies approaching from several directions at once made the future increasingly uncertain for the castle's garrison troops and, ironically, decidedly more dangerous for its prisoners. To the east, the Soviet Union's January 1943 victory at Stalingrad and destruction of the German Sixth Army set the stage for the Red Army's seemingly inexorable advance westward. Soviet forces solidified their strategic advantage by crushing Germany's final large-scale attack on the Eastern Front, the assault on Kursk, in July and August 1943. From that point on, the Germans could manage only local tactical successes, as they were forced to withdraw almost everywhere along a front stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Having recaptured those parts of Ukraine, Belorussia, and Russia proper that had been occupied by German forces, by the spring of 1945, the Red Army had also taken Bulgaria, Romania, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, the Baltic states, parts of Yugoslavia, and much of eastern Germany. Of more immediate concern to Sebastian Wimmer and those he commanded at Schloss Itter, however, was the fact that by the last day of April 1945, elements of Marshal of the Soviet Union Fyodor Torbukhin's Third Ukrainian Front were rumored to be barely 25 miles to the east. Nor was the military situation to the south of the Austrian Tyrol any less dire. After completing the ouster of German forces from North Africa, the Allies had captured Sicily in August 1943. The following month, American and British troops had landed at Salerno, on the Italian mainland, and then began the hard slog north against determined German resistance. Despite that resistance, the Allied juggernaut rolled on, and Rome fell on June 4, 1944. Bologna was captured on April 21, 1945, followed by Milan 6 days later, and all German forces in Italy surrendered on April 29th. That collapse cleared the way for Lieutenant General Jeffrey Keyes's U.S. Second Corps to advance on the Brenner Pass, the most accessible of the traditional routes from northern Italy into Austria, just 47 miles to the southwest of Schloss Itter. To the west and northwest, the most direct threat to continued German control of Tyrol came from Lieutenant General Alexander M. Patch's U.S. 7th Army. Having participated in the capture of Sicily in July and August 1943, in August 1944, 7th Army, with attached Free French First Army elements, undertook Operation Dragoon, the amphibious invasion of southern France. After fighting its way through the Vosges Mountains, 7th Army moved north along the Swiss border toward Alsace and Lorraine, where it met stiff German resistance during the winter of 1944 to 1945. After crossing the Rhine River in the spring of 1945, the 7th moved across southern Germany, in the process taking such major population centers as Worms, Saarbrücken, Mannheim, Nuremberg, and Munich. By April 30th, lead 7th Army elements had crossed into Austria, with the bulk of Patch's force arrayed along some 80 miles of the German-Austrian frontier. The closest American units were less than 15 miles from Schloss Itter's front gate. 7th Army's advance into Tyrol was in part a response to rumors Allied intelligence had been hearing since 1943 that spoke of an Alpine fortress allegedly encompassing parts of southern Germany and northwestern Austria, to which Hitler and his forces would retreat if the fortunes of war turned against them. There were stockpiles of weapons, ammunition, food, and fuel in vast underground storage complexes, so the rumors said, all protected by well-concealed and interconnected defenses that could hold off attackers for months or even years. Though by January 1945, most senior Allied intelligence officials did not believe such a formidable and well-provisioned national redoubt actually existed, they realized only too well that Austria's Alpine region, with its rugged mountains, fast-flowing rivers, and narrow, twisting roads, represented an easily defensible natural fortress even without the rumored underground complexes. Supreme Allied Commander General Dwight D. Eisenhower was concerned enough about the possibility of retreating German units making a final bloody and possibly protracted stand in the Alps that he made the blocking of all major passes into Austria, and especially those into Tyrol, a key part of his planning. Eisenhower's plans for securing Austria were built around two forces: General George S. Patton's Third Army and General Jacob L. Devers' Sixth Army Group. The former was to continue its eastward advance across southern Germany and into Austria near Salzburg, secure the city and the passes leading from it southwestward into Tyrol, and then continue northeastward to link up with the advancing Soviets near Linz. Devers' task was to capture all the other routes into Austria from the northwest and north. These included the pass at Bregenz, east of Lake Constance, which led into the Vorarlberg, Austria's westernmost region. those near the Bavarian cities of Füssen and Garmisch-Partenkirchen, leading respectively toward Landeck and Innsbruck, and at Kufstein in the Inn River Valley. Devers had at his disposal the 11 divisions of General Jean de Lettres de Tassigny's French First Army and the 12 U.S. divisions of Patch's Seventh Army. The operational boundary between Devers's two armies ran generally from northwest to southeast, roughly centered on Füssen, 3 miles from the Austrian border. This meant that the capture of the more easterly passes from Germany into Tyrol, including the one at Kufstein, became Seventh Army's responsibility generally, and of Patch's 21st Corps specifically. Commanded by Major General Frank W. Milburn, by April 30th the Corps consisted primarily of the 3rd and 36th Infantry Divisions and the 12th Armored Division. By this point in the war, 21st Corps' usual mode of advance was for the Armored Division to lead, followed by the Infantry Divisions. Milburn therefore ordered the tankers of the 12th AD to advance southward along the Munich-Salzburg Autobahn to the Bavarian city of Rosenheim, at the confluence of the Mangfell and Inn rivers. After securing the city, the 12th and its accompanying infantry divisions were to cover the roughly 22 miles directly south to Kufstein with what Milburn termed the utmost dispatch. Though the German army was in disarray throughout Bavaria, Patch and his subordinate commanders were under no illusions that the move into Austria would be a cakewalk. Intelligence reports indicated that the several German garrison units and training schools in Tyrol were well-manned, relatively well-equipped, and apparently ready to fight, despite their general lack of combat experience. More disturbing, however, were reports that the battered remnants of several battle-hardened Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS units were withdrawing into Austria. Their presence could significantly stiffen the resistance offered by the garrison and school troops. While the advancing Allied armies were in one sense a noose tightening around Tyrol, they were also inadvertently forcing a buildup of German military strength in a region ideally suited to be Nazism's last bastion. In assessing the threat 21st Corps would face during the advance into Austria, Milburn's intelligence staff first concentrated on known enemy facilities and garrison units. And unfortunately for the Americans, most of the German formations believed to be stationed in and around the Inn River Valley were specialized mountain warfare units known as Gebirgstruppen. Comprised of soldiers who were used to maneuvering in and making excellent tactical use of the region's rugged terrain. Worse still, most of these units were former Bundesheer organizations absorbed into the Wehrmacht after the 1938 Anschluss, meaning the majority of their members were native Austrians who would literally be defending their homes and families. Kufstein, the first major Austrian city 21st Corps would enter, was believed to be garrisoned by a battalion of frontline Gebirgsjäger, or mountain infantry, and was also thought to house several replacement battalions for other infantry and artillery units. Further south, Wörgl had long been home to 2 mountain infantry replacement units and, of possibly greater concern, the Wehrmacht Training Center for non-commissioned officers assigned to mountain warfare units. The school staff and instructors were all combat veterans, as were many of its several hundred students, and all could be expected to put to good use the skills they had so ably demonstrated in the mountains of Norway, Russia, and the Ukraine. Then, of course, there were the front-line units, thought to be retreating into Tyrol. The 21st Corps intelligence staffers were most worried by reports that elements of 2 Waffen-SS Panzer Grenadier divisions, the 12th Hitlerjugend and 17th Kurz von Berlichingen, were thought to be operating to the east, west, and south of Kufstein. In addition, the remnants of at least 1 infantry division, its designation unknown, were rumored to be moving northeastwards from Innsbruck along the Inn River Valley. If the units were actually present, they and the garrison and school troops could number upwards of 10,000 men, and if the divisional units retained even limited numbers of armored vehicles, anti-tank guns, and artillery, they would pose a serious threat, not only to 21st Corps' ability to seize and hold the pass at Kufstein, but also to the Americans' plans to secure all of Tyrol. Fortunately for 21st Corps, The actual number of German troops in the Inn Valley was far smaller than Allied intelligence estimates indicated. When Lieutenant General Georg Ritter von Hengel took over as commander of Alpine Front Northwest on April 20th, he was ordered to defend the mountain passes along a 70-mile sector anchored in the east at Lofa, in the center at Kufstein, and in the west at Innsbruck. To accomplish that task, he had barely 3,000 men, a number roughly corresponding to a single regiment. While this force did indeed include several hundred battle-hardened Wehrmacht infantrymen, whom von Hengel identifies as belonging to Panzergrenadier Division Großdeutschland, and about 200 highly motivated Waffen-SS troops, likely from Götz von Berlichingen, the majority of von Hengel's ad hoc force consisted of rear area support personnel, stragglers from various units, and even deserters rounded up by field police. Though relatively well provided for in terms of small arms and ammunition, von Hengel's new command had no aircraft, no armor, few wheeled vehicles, and just 9 88mm anti-aircraft guns that could be used as direct-fire artillery. When von Hengel complained about his lack of men and firepower to his higher headquarters, in this case Major General August Winter on the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, OKW, command staff at Führungsstab B in Berchtesgaden, he was told that he would also be able to dragoon elements of the German 1st and 19th Armies as they retreated into Austria. A tough, highly decorated Bavarian-born professional soldier of aristocratic lineage, von Hengel had led mountain troops in combat in Poland, Finland, and Russia. Though he privately believed his mission to defend the Alpine passes into Austria was ultimately hopeless, he was determined to do what he could to slow the Allied advance into Tyrol. Having established his headquarters in Wörgl, von Hengel quickly set about organizing 5 Kampfgruppen, or battle groups, each of which was named after its commander. 4 of the units would each be responsible for a different pass leading into the Inn Valley, with the 5th held in reserve. All of the battle group commanders, Colonels Bruchner, Schirowski, Drech, and Froste, and Lieutenant Colonel Johann Giel, were combat-proven Gebirgsjägers. Since Innsbruck itself was to be defended by Brigadier General Johannes Buhembes, Division Group North, von Hengel established his most westerly task force, Battle Group Drac, at Schwaz. Jenbach, 5 miles to the northeast, was to be the base of operations for Battle Group Schirowski. 23 miles downriver, Battle Group Buchner was centered on Kufstein, and 7 miles almost directly north from there, just over the German border in Niederrodorf, Battle Group Giel established itself on both banks of the Inn. The reserve task force, Battle Group Froste, remained in the armory at Wörgl. Because intelligence reports indicated that the main American advance into the Inn Valley would be through Kufstein, von Hengel ensured that battle groups Buchner and Giel were the most robust of his 5 task forces. The 2 groups shared 400 crack troops from Großdeutschland, 100 Waffen-SS soldiers, again most probably from Götz von Berlichingen, several dozen officers and men from the NCO school in Wörgl, 400 Gebirgsjägers, 200 field police, 60 combat engineers, and 2 of the 88mm flak guns, each with 30 rounds of ammunition. Since Giel's mission was to slow the American advance using hit-and-run tactics, his was the slightly smaller and more mobile of the 2 battle groups. By April 30th, von Hengel's 4 frontline battle groups were deployed in or near the Alpine passes. The Buchner and Giel task forces were astride both routes into Kufstein. The major highway leading almost directly south from Rosenheim, just over the border and some 18 miles downriver, and the 2-lane road leading southeast from Bavaria's Schliersee, Lake Schlier, toward Landl, Austria, and on to Kufstein. Though von Hengel was still understandably concerned about his insufficiency in men, armor, and artillery, he was confident that Alpine Front Northwest was as ready as it would ever be to resist the American advance into the Inn River Valley. Unfortunately for von Hengel, it wasn't just the Americans he had to worry about. As noted earlier in this volume, Many Austrians had no desire to become citizens of Greater Germany, and nascent anti-Nazi resistance cells began coalescing in Austria soon after the Anschluss. As in other occupied countries, these groups spanned the political and philosophical spectra. Nationalists, monarchists, socialists, communists, Jews, even organized criminal groups. Though all shared a desire to oust the Nazi invaders from Austrian soil, their reasons for wishing to do so varied widely and were often at odds. In addition, the burgeoning Austrian resistance faced challenges with which the anti-Nazi movements in other nations, save that in Germany itself, did not have to contend. Because they had the same culture, the same language, and much of the same history as their oppressors, most Austrians did not experience the resistance-inducing brutality and radical social and ethnic changes that occurred in France, Poland, or Russia. And, of course, the unfortunate fact that a huge number of Austrians were ardent Nazis who fully supported the beliefs and goals of the Third Reich and enthusiastically participated in their implementation made it extremely difficult for the resistance-inclined to establish effective cells or avoid betrayal by friends, neighbors, or even family members. Those Austrians who nonetheless chose to oppose the Nazis also faced daunting operational challenges. Since there was no Austrian government in exile, well into 1944, there was no conduit through which to gain Allied recognition and support. The various movements that did evolve, therefore, did not initially receive the weapons, money, or guidance provided to underground groups in France and the Low Countries. Poorly armed, isolated, and under constant threat of exposure and arrest, Austrian resistors thus originally avoided the type of armed guerrilla warfare practiced by their French, Dutch, and Norwegian counterparts. The various Austrian resistance groups instead adopted a pragmatic approach that emphasized nonviolent measures, including the distribution of anti-Nazi propaganda and the gathering of intelligence they hoped would be of value to the advancing Allies. At the same time, the groups sought to recruit and train new members, activities that became easier as Germany's military fortunes declined, and patiently worked to build the command structures necessary to make the disparate cells militarily effective. This latter effort received a significant boost with the December 1944 establishment of the Provisional Austrian National Committee, POEN, a loose confederation of the leaders of the various resistance groups. POEN was able to make contact with the U.S. Office of Strategic Services, OSS, station in Bern, Switzerland. This quickly led to a mutually rewarding partnership. The resistance groups, now collectively referred to as the O5 organization, provided OSS with valuable intelligence about German military operations and dispositions throughout Austria, and in return, OSS provided weapons, funding, and liaison officers. Given their proximity to Switzerland, the various resistance groups in Tyrol were among the earlier recipients of the OSS's largesse. As elsewhere in Austria, the Tyrolean groups were of varying ideological and political slants. The cells had evolved both in the Innsbruck-Hall urban region and in small rural communities scattered in the river and mountain valleys. Though initially focused on local rather than regional activities, most of the groups had been brought into the POEN 05 fold by mid-1944. While they were increasingly well-armed, in order to avoid prompting savage German reprisals aimed at the civilian population, the Tyrolean groups did not generally undertake direct attacks on German forces. Instead, they focused their energies on planning and preparing for a popular uprising intended to coincide with the arrival in Tyrol of Allied forces. Their goals included preventing retreating German units from destroying key bridges and other structures, capturing and disarming enemy troops whenever possible, and most important, protecting Austrian civilians from revenge attacks by the Gestapo and SS. The resistors in Tyrol came from all walks of life: educators, students, farmers, housewives, and not surprisingly, their ranks also included Austrian-born Wehrmacht officers and enlisted soldiers. The majority of these latter men were assigned to garrison, reserve, and replacement units, such as the Bürgersäge Ersatzbataillon, Mountain Troops Replacement Battalion 136, whose companies were based in Landeck and Wörgl, and whose senior commanders were all members of the resistance. the Reserve Gebirgsjäger Bataillon 137 in Kufstein, and the Gebirgsartillerieersatzabteilung, Mountain Artillery Replacement Detachment 118, also in Kufstein. In addition, several Austrian-born instructors and students at the Mountain Troops NCO school in Würgel were also sympathetic to the resistance. Austrian-born military personnel who supported the anti-Nazi resistance did so for the same panoply of reasons, political, moral, and cultural, that motivated civilian resistors. But those in uniform were often in far better positions than their non-military counterparts to undertake concrete, meaningful acts against the Third Reich. Among the earliest and most effective resistors, for example, was Friedrich Wörtle, a pre-war liberal journalist. He was called up for army service in 1940 and assigned to the main military registration office in Innsbruck. As a non-commissioned officer in the organization's administrative office, he was able to provide fellow anti-Nazis serving in the Wehrmacht with doctored identity cards and travel documents, allowing them to move more freely throughout Tyrol and even into Germany itself. In addition, Wörtle was able to help establish communications and forge alliances among the various nascent resistance groups, in the process becoming a key resistance leader himself. As happened elsewhere throughout Austria, the anti-Nazi Austrians serving in Wehrmacht units in Tyrol established strong, though obviously covert, ties to local civilian resistance groups. These were mutually beneficial alliances. The military resistors supplied their civilian counterparts with weapons, ammunition, and information about German troop dispositions and operations, while the civilians in turn provided shelter for Austrian deserters, safe houses for clandestine planning sessions, and intelligence on those local citizens who were most likely to betray resistance members to the Gestapo. The Kufstein-Würgel area had produced several early anti-Nazi resistance cells, some of which even predated the Anschluss. Though several of these groups were broken up by the Gestapo after 1938, Germany's declining military fortunes from 1942 onward, combined with an increasingly meaningful resurgence of Austrian nationalism, spurred the renewed growth of civilian resistance groups. That these cells not only survived but flourished is especially noteworthy, given that their members had to contend with both the threat posed by the Gestapo and the very real danger that they would be killed by Allied air attacks. From 1943 on, the H. Krughof munitions factory in Kufstein and the major railroad marshalling yard in Würgel were frequent targets for U.S. 15th Air Force B-17 and B-24 bombers flying from bases in Italy, and strafing attacks by P-38 and P-51 fighters made road and rail travel in the Inn Valley increasingly hazardous. Civilian casualties were inevitable. In a particularly tragic incident, many of the bombs intended for the Würgel yards during a raid on February 22, 1945, instead hit the town center, killing 39 civilians, injuring more than 100, and severely damaging or destroying scores of buildings. Despite the death and destruction caused by the Allied air attacks, the resistors in the eastern Inn River Valley continued to organize and plan for the arrival of advancing U.S. forces. By March 1945, the various cells in and around Würgel totaled some 80 people, including local government and business leaders, craftsmen, clergy, laborers, police officers, physicians, and homemakers. The titular leader of the combined movement was a well-to-do Würgel business leader named Alois Meyer, who steadfastly maintained his pro-Allied stance despite the fact that his 53-year-old sister and 17-year-old niece had been killed in the February 22 bombing. Meyer's deputy and the head of the civilian movement's 20 to 30 armed fighters was 31-year-old local politician Rupert Hegleitner. He and his fighters faced a daunting task. Not only were they supposed to prevent the retreating Germans from destroying key bridges, buildings, and other infrastructure, they were also charged with protecting the local civilians against reprisals by the Gestapo and SS. Though initially armed only with hunting rifles and fowling pieces, close cooperation with anti-Nazi Austrians in the various local military units eventually allowed Hagleitner and his men to begin adding the occasional Wehrmacht-issue Kar-98 rifle to their secret armory in the basement of Würgel's Neue Post Inn. While the accurate and mechanically reliable bolt-action Kar-98s were a welcome addition to the resistors' arsenal, Haegleitner and his fighters desperately needed more significant weaponry if they were to have any hope of surviving a firefight with front-line Wehrmacht or Waffen-SS units. Though Austrian deserters from the German forces provided one or two MP-40 submachine guns and the odd hand grenade, it was not until early March 1945 that Haegleitner and the Würgel resistance cell were contacted by someone in a position to provide both advanced weapons and men trained and experienced in their use. Much to the resistors' surprise, that man was a highly decorated German major named Josef Gangl, and he was destined to play a pivotal, heroic, and ultimately tragic role in the events soon to unfold at Schloss Itter. At first glance, Josef Gangl, known to friends and family by the nickname Sepp, seems an unlikely anti-Nazi resistor. Indeed, a review of his Wehrmacht service record, his Personalakten, portrays a dedicated career soldier, one who worked his way up from the enlisted ranks to company-grade officer and was highly regarded by both his superiors and the men he led. On the fourth page of his personnel file, a grainy black-and-white photo taken in May 1940 depicts him as a newly commissioned 30-year-old second lieutenant, the very model of a steely-eyed, square-jawed, ramrod-straight German officer. What the image cannot show us, of course, are the events and experiences that led a man to ultimately betray his nation and violate his solemn oath, all in the service of a far greater good. Sepp Gangl was born September 12, 1910, in Obertraubling, a small Bavarian town on the southeast outskirts of Regensburg. His origins, if not exactly humble, were certainly not exalted either. At the time of Gangl's birth, his 24-year-old father had just secured a job as a low-level bureaucrat in the Regensburg regional office of the Royal Bavarian State Railways, and his 23-year-old mother, until her pregnancy, had worked part-time in a shop near their modest home. A few years after Sepp's birth, his father was transferred to a railway facility in Peißenberg, some 35 miles southwest of Munich. The Gangls had more children after the move. All had strictly conventional upbringings, attending local secular schools despite their parents' nominal Roman Catholicism. Though the elder Gangl's work for the railways was deemed important enough by the government to keep him out of the Kaiser's army during World War I, the stagnant economy and high unemployment rate in post-war Germany ensured that military service was one of the few job choices available to Sepp when he finished his formal education. On November 1, 1928, less than 2 months after his 18th birthday, Gangl did what young men with no other viable prospects have done throughout history. He joined the army. Known at that time as the Reichsheer, the German army was one half of the Reichswehr, the unified military that also included the Navy, the Reichsmarine. Neither was the mighty force it had been during World War I. The 1919 Treaty of Versailles severely restricted the size of both services, with the Reichsheer limited to no more than 100,000 men. There were also significant restraints on the number and types of weapons the Army could possess and the sorts of operations it could undertake. While these restrictions guaranteed that soldiers would spend the vast majority of their careers trapped in the cyclic, mindless drudgery of peacetime garrison life, training, drilling, cleaning weapons, maintaining uniforms in barracks, training some more, enlistment in the Reichswehr offered young men like Sepp Gangl several advantages that were becoming increasingly important as the worldwide Great Depression began to pummel an already battered Germany. A roof over their heads, a small but steady income, and regular meals. And it could well be that Gangl, like many who grew up amid the social and political chaos that racked Germany in the decade after the war, craved the discipline, order, and camaraderie inherent in military service. Whatever his reasons for enlisting, Gangl quickly proved himself to be a motivated and highly competent soldier. Assigned to the artillery, whether by his choice or the Army's isn't clear, he underwent initial training with the Nuremberg-based Artillerie Regiment 7. He remained with that unit until September 1929, garnering the first of many glowing efficiency reports, and over the next 10 years rose steadily in the ranks while serving with, successively, Artillerie Regiment 5 in Ulm and Artillerie Regiment 25 in Ludwigsburg. By November 1938, Gangl was a master sergeant and had been tapped to attend officer candidate school. He was also a husband and father. He'd married the former Walburger Rentz, a Ludwigsburg shopgirl, in 1935, and the first of two children, daughter Sieglinde, was born the following year. While the initial years of Gangl's military career had followed the dull peacetime cycle, Germany's clandestine rearmament during the 1930s and the Nazi Party's rise to power ensured that by the time he became a senior non-commissioned officer, the Heer, as the Reichsheer had been renamed in 1935 at the same time the Reichswehr became the Wehrmacht, was a far larger and more active force. It was also a vastly more political one, in that promotions and choice assignments for enlisted men and officers alike tended to go to those who embraced, at least publicly, the Führer and the party. Like many German soldiers of his generation, Gangl was politically adaptable. While we don't know how he truly felt about Adolf Hitler or the rise of Nazism in his native land, we do know that from 1935 onward, Gangl's efficiency reports referred to him as a dedicated National Socialist with correct political views. Those views may well have contributed to his selection for officer candidate school, which he was initially scheduled to begin in October 1939. The outbreak of World War II the preceding month disrupted that timetable, however, because in the weeks before Germany's September 1st invasion of Poland, Gangl's entire regiment deployed from Ludwigsburg to the Saarpsfoss region bordering France. Attached to the 25th Infanterie Division, Gangl's artillery regiment, 25, dug in several miles behind the frontier and prepared to help repulse any Allied invasion of the Reich. That attack came on September 7th, when 11 French divisions crossed the border on a 22-mile front. The invasion was intended to help relieve the pressure on Poland by forcing the Germans to shift forces to the west, but the attack was poorly planned and timidly executed. Though the invaders managed to advance about 5 miles into Germany and occupy some small towns from which German troops had already withdrawn, the incursion was a dismal failure, and the French forces withdrew within 2 weeks, without forcing the transfer of any German units from Poland to the west. The brief conflict, which marked Sepp Gangl's first combat action, was soon followed by a period of military stalemate on the Western Front that became known as the Phony War and the Sitzkrieg. The phase, roughly from mid-September 1939 until the May 1940 German invasion of France in the Low Countries, also marks something of a mysterious time in Gangl's life. Though his personnel file makes no mention of a wound or injury received during the brief French incursion, it does clearly indicate that from September 13, 1939 through March 13, 1940, Gangl was assigned to 4 successive military hospitals in Landau, Ludwigshafen, Schwalbenhausen, and Ludwigsburg. While there are only a few possible reasons for this unexplained interlude, Gangl had been wounded in some way, had fallen ill, or was injured in a non-combat accident, or was serving in some undisclosed administrative capacity, we simply can't be sure why the Bavarian artillerymen spent some 6 months in military hospitals. We do know, however, that Gangl returned to his regiment on March 14, 1940. Less than 2 months later, he was commissioned a second lieutenant, and in the photo taken immediately after that event, he looks hale and hearty. Within days of his promotion, Sepp Gangl was putting his leadership skills to work in combat. Artillery Regiment 25 under Brigadier General Hermann Kruse took part in Case Yellow, the German invasion of Belgium and the Netherlands that opened what soon became the Battle of France. Gangl spent the entire campaign as the leader of a forward observation team attached to one of the 25th Infanterie Division's assault regiments, calling in artillery fire on enemy troop concentrations, fortifications, and any other target the advancing infantrymen deemed a threat. Constantly on the move, and always far forward of the guns he was directing, Gangl's initial combat performance as an officer won him praise from his superiors, who cited his excellent gunnery knowledge and calmness under fire. Though the German conquest of France and the Low Countries was both rapid and brilliantly executed, it was not without cost to the invaders. The Allied armies managed to inflict significant casualties on the advancing German units, and Gangel's Artillerieregiment 25 was no exception. The replacement of the regiment's dead and wounded with properly trained troops was the task of Artillerieersatzabteilung Artillery Replacement Battalion 25, and within weeks of France's capitulation, Gangel was tapped to join the unit for temporary duty as a training officer. It was a position for which he was obviously well-suited. As a combat-proven officer who'd spent most of his military career as an enlisted man, he would presumably have been able to connect with the young replacement troops in a way that other, more hidebound officers might not have. Moreover, coming up through the ranks, he had mastered virtually every aspect of the gunner's art, and his unusually comprehensive skill set would have been especially valuable to neophyte artillerymen, who would almost certainly have to put their training to combat use sooner rather than later. Gangel left France on August 7, 1940, and after a few brief days at home with his family, traveled on to Artillerieersatzabteilung 25's base in Taos, in the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, a section of occupied Czechoslovakia administered by the Nazis as part of the Greater Reich. After spending roughly 3 months with the replacement battalion, and in the process garnering still more highly complimentary efficiency reports from his commanders, Sepp Gangel went back to school himself. On November 25, 1940, he started a month-long course at the artillery school in Jüterbog, some 40 miles southwest of Berlin. The training qualified him to serve as a battery commander, and upon completion of the course, Gangel returned to his home unit. By that point, the regiment had been withdrawn from France to Ludwigsburg to reorganize with a larger number of motor vehicles, after which it had been redesignated Artillerieregiment Motorisiert 25. The unit's increased mobility would soon come in handy, for Gangel and his comrades were about to become part of Operation Barbarossa, Germany's invasion of Soviet Russia. While the larger details of that massive onslaught and its eventual catastrophic failure are beyond the scope of this volume, Gangel's nearly 4 years on the Russian front are not. And yet we know frustratingly little about the period that was undoubtedly crucial in shaping the man who would later play so important a role in the events at Schloss Itter. Though the basic outlines of his service are contained in his Wehrmacht personnel file, the exacting detail with which that document chronicled the first 15 years of his military career is missing. The reason isn't hard to fathom. As the war progressed, one of the many aspects of Wehrmacht efficiency that declined was the keeping of accurate, complete, and up-to-date personnel records. In Gangel's case, the result is akin to watching a full-color portrait fading to black and white before our eyes. So what do we know about his time in Russia? When Operation Barbarossa kicked off on June 22, 1941, Artillerieregiment Motorisiert 25 was attached to General Ewald von Kleist's Panzergruppe 1, which attacked into Ukraine as part of Army Group South. For the following 10 months, Gangel commanded a battery of 10.5 centimeter, 105 millimeter howitzers in the regiment's 3rd Battalion, during the advance to and capture of Kyiv. The fighting was fierce and constant as the Germans sought to destroy the several Russian armies they'd managed to encircle. Gangel's battery was constantly on the move, employing a tactic that is known in the U.S. Army as shoot and scoot, stopping to unlimber the guns and fire hurried barrages on targets either pre-planned or called in by forward observers, reattaching the guns to their tow vehicles, then moving on. This tactic ensures that the spearhead units, in this case tanks and motorized infantry, always have supporting artillery as they advance, and it also prevents the enemy from undertaking effective counter-battery fire. By the time the Russians had determined the location from which the German howitzers were firing, Gangel and his men had packed up and moved on. Despite the huge losses in men and materiel the Germans inflicted on the Soviet forces opposing them, the advance into Ukraine was not a walk in the park. Though many Russian units quickly disintegrated when subjected to the Germans' overwhelming combined arms attack, others held their ground and fought furiously. German artillery units were often instrumental in breaking up Soviet counterattacks, and during one such Russian push in July 1941, Gangl and his battery prevented an enemy unit from overrunning a company of German infantrymen. While details of the fight are scarce, we know that for his actions that day, Gangl was awarded, on August 20th, 1941, the Iron Cross Second Class. 5 months later, he was promoted to first lieutenant, and on February 12, 1942, Gangl was awarded the Iron Cross First Class. Though the reasons for the second medal are apparently lost to history, we can assume that the young artillery officer was decorated for having demonstrated the requisite extraordinary bravery in combat. From that point on, he wore the black, white, and red ribbon of the first award in a buttonhole of his tunic, and the iconic silver and black medal of the second centered on his breast pocket. Just over 2 months after pinning on his second Iron Cross, Sepp Gangl underwent a career change that probably seemed relatively unimportant at the time, but would prevent him from dying in Russia and ultimately result in his presence at Schloss Itter. That change was his reassignment from traditional single-barrel artillery to his regiment's independent Werfer battery. The unit consisted of 6 Nebelwerfer 41 six-barreled rocket launchers, each mounted on a two-wheeled carriage and pulled by a half-track. The weapon could ripple-fire all of its spin-stabilized unguided rockets in seconds, and a full battery barrage could saturate a target area with high-explosive or incendiary projectiles. The Nebelwerfer 41 had its drawbacks, primarily its limited range and a telltale smoke signature that made it unusually vulnerable to counter-battery fire. But when properly employed, it was a devastating weapon, more than capable of decimating Soviet troops and soft-skinned, non-armored vehicles. While it is unclear whether Gangl had had any previous experience with the weapon, on April 24, 1942, he was put in command of the Werfer battery, a job he held for the remainder of his time with Artillerieregiment Motorisiert 25. And that time was all too eventful. Though the Germans were initially able to capture vast swaths of Russia, in the process destroying entire Soviet armies and taking millions of prisoners, by the time Gangl took command of the Werfer battery, things had already begun to turn against the Wehrmacht. German forces had been unable to capture Moscow, begun an ultimately unsuccessful siege of Leningrad, and suffered through their first ferocious Russian winter. Soviet resistance stiffened as German supply lines lengthened, and units like Gangl's found themselves increasingly on the defensive. Artillerieregiment Motorisiert 25, like virtually every other German unit on the Russian front, was steadily ground down by 2 years of constant combat. The wounded and dead were not replaced, supplies were inadequate, and by February 1944, the unit was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Captain Gangl, he'd been promoted the previous April, did not have to participate in the unit's inexorable disintegration. In November 1943, he'd been assigned to a Werfer-related position on the staff of 4th Army, a post in which he helped develop policy and tactics for the wider and more effective use of the multi-barreled rocket launchers. Gangl again impressed his superiors with his knowledge and capabilities, so much so that in January 1944 he was tapped to take command of one of the new Werfer battalions then being formed in Germany. That selection proved to be his ticket out of Russia and away from the Goethe-Dämmerung the Soviets would soon inflict on the Wehrmacht's Eastern Front armies. Gangl's first stop was in Höchstädt an der Donau, some 60 miles northwest of Munich. The city was home to Werfer Ersatzausbildung Abteilung, Werfer Replacement Training Battalion, 7. And for almost 2 months, the Russian front veteran shared his expertise with soldiers who in far too many cases had been civilians just weeks earlier. On weekends, Gangl was able to travel to Ludwigsburg to spend time with his wife and children, though Allied bombing attacks on Germany's rail hubs often made the 2-hour train ride a far longer ordeal. In early February, he was on the move again, this time headed to Belgium for a month of training at the Army School for Battalion and Detachment Leaders in Antwerp. Upon his March 4th completion of the course, Gangl traveled to Celle in north-central Germany, where he joined the then-forming Werfer Regiment 83. The unit consisted of 3 battalions, two of which, 1st and 2nd, were each equipped with 18 15-centimeter Nebelwerfer 41s divided among 3 firing batteries. The 3rd Battalion had 18 of the larger 21-centimeter, 210-millimeter Nebelwerfer 42s. The regiment also included 16 armored half-tracks, known as Maltiers, mules, each of which carried a 15-centimeter launcher. The vehicles were evenly divided between the 1st and 2nd Battalions. Those in the former were designated 21 Batterie, and those in the latter as 22 Batterie. Gangl was given command of one of the 3rd Battalion's Nebelwerfer 41 batteries, apparently with the understanding that he'd take over the entire battalion in due time. Gangl's organization and a second identically equipped unit, Werfer Regiment 84, made up Werfer Brigade 7. By this point in the war, it was clear that the Allies would soon attempt the invasion of Western Europe, most probably on the Normandy coast of France. And after several weeks of training, Gangl's new brigade began moving west to become part of the force the German High Command hoped would repulse that offensive. It wasn't an easy journey, because the rail networks of Western Germany and northern France were subject to increasingly frequent strikes by Allied heavy bombers. Werfer Brigade 7's troop trucks, tow vehicles, launchers, and Maltier half-tracks had to make the trip by road. Not only did this expose them to the very real threat of attack by low-flying Allied fighter bombers, it imposed severe mechanical strains, especially on the Maltier's tracks, and breakdowns were frequent. And there were other hazards as well. As part of the build-up to the invasion, French resistance groups were stepping up their activities. These ranged from the relatively benign, such as switching road signs to lead German convoys astray, to such decidedly more violent activities as sniping attacks and full-blown ambushes. Despite the difficulties and potential hazards, Werfer Brigade 7 managed to reach its initial forward assembly point in Beauvais, some 50 miles northwest of Paris, on May 18th. Over the following weeks, the brigade's troops did what they could to prepare for the coming battle, loading ammunition and fuel, maintaining the vehicles, and trying their best to avoid the attention of Allied aircraft. While no documents survive that might give us insight into Sepp Gangl's frame of mind during this period, was he frightened, resigned, sick to death of the war? We can safely assume that he did his best to prepare the men in his battery for the storm that was about to engulf them. That storm arrived early on June 6th, of course, in the form of some 156,000 airborne and seaborne Allied troops. The next day, Werfer Brigade 7 was ordered to move toward the Normandy coast, where British and Canadian forces were threatening the city of Caen. The 116-mile trip took 3 days, and Allied aircraft inflicted losses on both men and materiel. Upon arrival in Caen, the brigade was subordinated to the 12th SS Panzer Division, Hitlerjugend, and for the next 2 months, the 2 Werfer regiments were constantly in action. Though Gangl and his fellow gunners were able to play a key role in the stubborn German defense of Caen, by the 3rd week of August, Werfer Regiment 7, along with virtually all of Field Marshal Walter Modell's Army Group B, had been squeezed into the Falaise pocket south of Caen. Some 100,000 German troops were in danger of being completely encircled by American units advancing from the south and British, Canadian, Polish forces from the north. But the surviving members of Gangl's brigade were among the 25,000 to 45,000 who were able to escape before the jaws of the trap snapped shut on August 20th. While Werfer Brigade 7 managed to escape to fight another day, it did so only by leaving all of its launchers and vehicles behind. The unit was reassembled and partially re-equipped in Prüm, in the Eifel region of western Germany, and in mid-November it was redesignated Volkswerfer Brigade 7. On December 16th, both its regiments contributed to the massive barrage that immediately preceded the last-ditch German offensive that quickly became known as the Battle of the Bulge. As the attacking forces surged forward, Volkswerfer Brigade 7 followed to provide fire support for 5th Panzer Army and eventually settled on the eastern outskirts of Saint-Fit, Belgium. But as American resistance stiffened on the ground and clearing weather allowed Allied attack aircraft to once again range freely over the snow-covered battlefield, the brigade joined the general German withdrawal eastward. In January and February 1945, Volkswaffe Brigade 7 took part in the ultimately futile defense of Saarbrücken against Alexander Patch's U.S. 7th Army, a fight during which Sepp Gangl was again cited for extreme bravery in combat. Though the details of his heroism are lost to history, we know that he was awarded the German Cross in Gold on March 8th. Days later, Gangl was promoted to major and given command of his regiment's 2nd Battalion, though by that point the battalion could muster barely enough men to constitute a single battery. Gangl wouldn't have had much time to savor the promotion, for by that point the battered brigade, at barely half strength and with few working vehicles and no remaining launchers, was engaged in almost constant retreat. Moving only at night, in order to avoid roving Allied aircraft, Volkswaffe Brigade 7 headed steadily southeastward, and by the first week of April, what was left of the unit was spread across several miles of Bavaria in the area of Peißenberg, the town where Gangl had grown up. The regiment was no longer a coherent fighting force, and its commander, Brigadier General Dr. Kurt Pape, broke it up into independent battalions, ordering the commanders of each to take their remaining men into the Austrian Tyrol and offer their services to whoever was organizing the defense of the Alpine fortress. While we're not certain of the route Sepp Gangl and the 30 or so men that by now constituted his entire battalion took on their journey into Austria, it seems likely that the rapid advance of American forces across Lower Bavaria would have dictated an initial move directly east from Peißenberg toward Bad Tölz, then a turn south down the Isar River valley. Some 12 miles on, where the Isar flows north out of the Silfensteinsee, Gangl and his men would have turned east and crossed into Austria. Once across what until 1938 had been the frontier, they would have headed south through the Eichental Valley, along the east side of the Eichensee, and into the Inn Valley at Jenbach. Immediately upon their mid-April arrival within von Hengel's northwest Alpine front, Gangl and the few surviving members of his 2nd Battalion were dragooned into service with Battle Group Giel, whose headquarters elements were by then in Wörgl. We will likely never know with any certainty whether Sepp Gangl took his remaining soldiers into Austria seriously intending to join the last-ditch fight against the Americans, or were simply looking for a quiet backwater where he and his men could safely wait out the last weeks of the war. Nor can we be sure whether the Wehrmacht artillery officer, a career soldier 3 times decorated for bravery in combat against his nation's enemies, had ever actually believed in the Führer to whom he'd sworn a solemn oath of obedience. But we can infer much about Gangl's true character from the fact that within days of his arrival in Wörgl, he made contact with Alois Meyer's resistance cell and offered to provide both weapons and his unreserved assistance. It was a blatant act of treason against both Führer and the fatherland, one punishable by death, not only for Gangl, but by that point in the war for his wife and children as well. And yet, despite the risks to himself and his loved ones, Sepp Gangl ultimately made the decision that within weeks would lead him to put his life in even more direct peril in order to help save a querulous group of French VIPs locked away in a fairy tale castle. While we don't know how Gangl made initial contact with the Wörgl resistors, we can make a few educated guesses. The first is that upon joining the staff of Battle Group Giel, Gangl gained access to intelligence reports that identified Meyer, Hagleitner, and other key members of the organization and, acting on his own, sought them out. This is the least likely scenario, given the simple fact that had the resistance members' identities been known and recorded in any official file, they would almost certainly already have been arrested. Even during the last weeks of the war, SS and Gestapo units were active throughout Tyrol, summarily executing real or suspected anti-Nazis and defeatists in the military and civilian populations. Von Hengel's Alpine Front Northwest staff included, quite possibly against the aristocratic general's will, members of both organizations, and they would have demanded and received access to any information that might identify resistors. Another possibility is that in the course of his work on Giel's staff, Gangl somehow learned the identity of one or more of the Wörgl resistance members and reached out to them. While plausible, this is also doubtful. Given the continuing predations of the SS and Gestapo, no resistor in his right mind would have considered the advances of a highly decorated, non-Austrian Wehrmacht officer to be anything but a fairly clumsy attempt at entrapment. In the best-case scenario, Gangl would have been politely brushed off with fulsome protestations of innocence. In the worst, he could well have ended up floating down the Inn River with a bullet in the back of his head. The most likely way that Gangl made contact with Meyer's cell then was through a trusted intermediary. As noted earlier in this chapter, key Austrian-born officers in several of the second-line Wehrmacht units in the Kufstein-Würgel area, including Gebirgsjäger Ersatzbataillon 136, Reserve Gebirgsjäger Bataillon 137, and Gebirgsartillerie Ersatzabteilung 118, are known to have been active in, or at the very least sympathetic to, the resistance. Since those organizations, and for that matter the Mountain Troops NCO School, were expected to provide men or materiel to von Hengel's battle groups, it's entirely possible that Gangl came into contact with one or more of their anti-Nazi members during the course of his official duties. Did Gangl make the first move, or did someone approach him? While we can't know who reached out to whom, we can be certain that the initial contact would have constituted a tremendous leap of faith. An ill-considered overture to the wrong person could very well have ended in front of a firing squad. However Gangl gained an introduction to the Meyer-Hagleitner resistance organization, we know that his position as one of Battle Group Giel's senior officers made him extremely valuable to the anti-Nazi movement. In the course of his official duties, Gangl moved freely throughout the Rosenheim-Kufstein-Würgel area, ostensibly coordinating with the other battle groups and overseeing the Organisation Todd's construction of roadblocks and placement of demolition charges on key roads and bridges. He made careful notes on the location of the obstacles and the strength and armament of Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS units deployed in the region, which he passed to Hagleitner for transmission up the Poen 05 chain. In addition to providing the resistors with weapons and ammunition, Gangl supplied details on which of his fellow battle group officers were die-hard Nazis and which could be trusted to aid the resistance when the time came. In the latter category were a dozen of the former Würfer Regiment 83 comrades, both officers and enlisted soldiers who'd accompanied Gangl into Austria and who he'd determined shared his views. In the days since his initial contact with the Würgel resistance cell, Gangl had shown himself to be both a dedicated anti-Nazi and a highly competent soldier. And at a meeting on Monday, April 30th, Alois Meyer put the Wehrmacht officer in charge of the group's military operations. Gangl's first decision was that the resistors would have to prevent the execution of two orders issued by Giel. The first command dictated that Würgel be vigorously defended against the advancing Americans, and the second, that all of the town's bridges and its major roads be obstructed or destroyed with explosives. Gangl's second decision concerned the French prisoners being held at Schloss Itter, whom he'd been told of shortly after his initial contact with the Würgel resistors. The VIPs obviously had to be secured, he said, but any attempt to rescue them would have to be carried out covertly to avoid a full-scale battle with Waffen-SS and Wehrmacht troops still loyal to the Führer. Gangl ordered that weapons and ammunition for the rescue be cached somewhere outside Würgel, and the following day Meyer and a local mechanic named Hans Scheffold removed 2 carloads of the necessary items from the basement of the Neue Poste Inn and drove them via back roads to an abandoned farmhouse in Kelschau, some 6 miles southeast of Würgel. Though Gangl had intended to secure the French prisoners sooner rather than later, the rapidly changing military situation in the Inn Valley kept him from launching an immediate rescue. On Tuesday morning, May 1st, even as Meyer and Scheffold were on their way to cache the weapons, Giel ordered Gangl to inspect those elements of the battle group deployed on either side of the main road leading south from Rosenheim to Kufstein. The next day, Gangl was tied up in meetings all day with Colonel Froste, the commander of the Würgel-based reserve task force, and any hopes Gangl might have had of securing the French VIPs on Thursday, May 3rd, disappeared when elements of Battle Group Giel came under attack by the U.S. 12th Armored Division in and around Niederaudorf, Germany, 7 miles north of Kufstein. The appearance of American forces just over the German border sparked a flurry of activity in and around Wörgl. In the early afternoon, von Hengel dispatched Froste's reserve task force to Schwaz to help block the in-river valley. But the unit was decimated by American airstrikes and artillery fire before it had gone 5 miles. By late afternoon, those elements of Battle Group Giel north of Kufstein had been effectively destroyed, and by early evening, von Hengel had decided to pull his remaining forces, now totaling fewer than 1,400 men, out of Wörgl to new positions east of Schloss Itter. His order didn't affect the various independent Waffen-SS units that had retreated into the area, however, and they filtered into Wörgl and the surrounding area as von Hengel's men moved out. It was the appearance of large numbers of these die-hard Waffen-SS troops that prompted Gangl to make his final break with the Wehrmacht. Late on Thursday evening, even as Giel and his other staff officers were jumping into their vehicles and roaring out of Wörgl, Gangl was meeting with a very concerned Alois Meyer. The resistance leader was understandably concerned that the withdrawal of von Hengel's troops would allow the newly arrived Waffen-SS units to wreak havoc on the local people, many of whom had already started putting out white flags in anticipation of the Americans' arrival. It wasn't an idle worry. Barely 10 days earlier, Heinrich Himmler had issued an order stating that all male persons inhabiting a house showing a white flag will be shot. No hesitation in executing these orders can be permitted any longer. Male persons who are to be considered responsible in this respect are those aged 14 years or over. Gangl, fully aware that he and those soldiers who had chosen to join him, as well as Hagleitner's armed resistance members, were the only force capable of providing any protection for Wörgl's civilians, decided on the spot to remain in the town as the rest of Giel's battle group withdrew. But on Friday morning, May 4th, the artillery officer and newly minted resistance leader was unexpectedly handed another task, one arguably as important as organizing the defense of Wörgl. Just after 11 a.m., as Gangl was handing out automatic weapons and hand grenades to Hagleitner and some of his men, other resistors appeared, accompanying a disheveled man on a battered bicycle. Walking directly up to Gangl, the new arrival said in heavily accented German that his name was Andreas Krobat, and he was the bearer of important news from Schloss Itter. Chapter 5. An Uncertain Future. That Andreas Krobat had managed to make it safely from Schloss Itter to Wörgl was nothing short of miraculous. Despite von Hengel's withdrawal of his battered forces to positions east of the castle, the roads along which the Czech cook had ridden west were not free of danger. Die-hard Waffen-SS troops were increasingly active in the area, setting up roadblocks, searching for deserters, and engaging any Austrian resistors they encountered. Through a combination of good luck and extreme caution, Krobat had nonetheless managed to evade the obstacles, arriving in Wörgl with a tale of French honor prisoners in need of immediate rescue. The conditions that ultimately made such a relief mission necessary had been developing for many months. Though the French prisoners had certainly fared far better than the vast majority of the Nazis' captives, the essentially benign routine at Schloss Itter began to change as Germany's military fortunes steadily deteriorated throughout the latter half of 1944. Food became increasingly scarce for both the prisoners and their guards, and a growing shortage of fuel for the castle's generators meant that candles and lanterns ultimately replaced electric lights. More ominously, the members of the castle's guard force began taking the threat of enemy action more seriously. On October 7, 1944, Édouard Daladier witnessed an example of this higher level of readiness and recorded in his diary that he'd watched the SS go rushing about the castle. Red flares went off. It was all either preparation to ward off a commando raid or a positioning exercise in anticipation of an attack from the village or from down in the valley. The maneuvers lasted 2 hours, and enlisted men and officers alike went through them in dead seriousness. Just 10 days later, Daladier noted, the decidedly second-string guards, most of whom had never fired a shot in anger, were reinforced by 27 combat-experienced Waffen-SS troops, who arrived at Schloss Itter bearing several additional machine guns and crates of ammunition. The newcomers immediately began reinforcing the castle's defenses with what the elderly Frenchman described as speed and discipline, setting up sandbagged firing positions and felling trees to be used to block the approach roads. And there were other measures as well. On October 27th, Wehrmacht announced that he was instituting a defensive alarm system. One type of siren would indicate an Allied air attack. When it sounded, the French prisoners could decide for themselves whether to take shelter in the castle's cellars, with the understanding that if they didn't, it was at their own risk. The other alarm would sound if a ground attack were imminent. In that case, the prisoners were to move immediately to the cellars. If they didn't, Wehrmacht said, they would be taken there by force. While the danger of the French prisoners being killed or injured by an errant Allied bomb was real, they were in many ways more vulnerable to the increasingly erratic behavior of Sebastian Wehrmacht. The castle's commandant had always been mercurial and subject to fits of unreasoning anger. But his personality swings had become far more pronounced following a mid-July 1944 trip to Munich to attend the funeral of his brother, who had been killed days earlier in an Allied bombing raid. The city had been subjected to another massive air attack the day before Wehrmacht's arrival, and on reaching the city, the SS TV officer couldn't find a taxi or working streetcar. As he was walking through rubble-filled streets toward the makeshift morgue that held his brother's remains, the air raid sirens wailed yet again, and falling bombs obliterated the building. Wehrmacht, Deladier recalled, returned to Itter totally demoralized. Schloss Itter's commander increasingly sought to alleviate his demoralization with alcohol, often drinking steadily from morning until late at night. Prisoners and guards alike tried to avoid Wehrmacht any time after noon. Though he was usually calm for the first few hours after opening a bottle of Asbach Uralt, later in the day his true nature would reveal itself in screaming rages and random violence. While the SS TV officer generally didn't focus his alcohol-fueled anger on his VIP charges, he had no compunctions about tormenting the number prisoners. One of his favorite targets was Vanko Kukovic. While Wehrmacht would occasionally treat the Croat handyman with something approaching kindness, his more usual attitude is illustrated by two incidents that occurred during the winter of 1944 to 1945. In the first, Kukovic was working on Wehrmacht's staff car in the small courtyard between the castle's front gate and the Schlosshof, when the SS TV officer staggered up to him and, without saying a word, punched the Croat in the face. Knowing well that any reaction would only further enrage the drunken Wehrmacht, Kukovic said nothing and quickly snapped to attention. The castle's commandant nevertheless hit him again, and was about to punch the Croat a third time when he realized that Maurice Gamelin, out for his daily constitutional, had walked up behind him. Wehrmacht saluted the French general, who returned a withering glare and said, "You cannot beat a prisoner," before turning his back and walking away. Wehrmacht staggered off, muttering to himself, and didn't leave his suite for 2 days. The second incident was potentially more dangerous for Kukovic. Just after a particularly heavy snowfall, a seriously inebriated Wehrmacht summoned the Croat to the guardroom and began screaming at him for not repairing a leaking toilet in the commandant's suite. Kukovic tried to explain that he'd ordered the necessary rubber washer from the supply depot at Dachau, but it hadn't yet arrived. Wehrmacht shrieked that he wasn't interested in excuses and ordered the Croat to spend the next 2 nights shoveling snow in the rear courtyard from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. Had it not been for the occasional help provided by the 2 SS enlisted men who'd been tasked to watch him, their assistance most probably an attempt to curry favor as Germany spiraled ever closer to defeat, Kukovic might well have died of exhaustion or exposure. Wehrmacht's outbursts increased in both frequency and virulence as the Allied armies got closer to Schloss Itter. Fortunately for Kukovic, one of the worst wasn't aimed at him. On March 20th, 1945, the Croat was again working on the commandant's staff car when Gertrude, one of the female number prisoners, ran up to him with the news that Wehrmacht was about to shoot Andreas Krobat. Rushing to the castle scullery, Kukovic found a scene of pandemonium. An obviously drunken Wehrmacht was pointing his Walter P-38 pistol out an open window at the terrified Czech cook, who was standing in the middle of the castle's small vegetable garden. All of the female prisoners who worked in the kitchen were standing to one side, sobbing loudly, as Wimmer screamed at Krobat, "You dog! Come one step forward and one to the left," apparently trying to line up a better shot. Kukovich grabbed a large knife from a nearby rack, determined to kill the commandant if he shot Krobat. But the sudden appearance of Wimmer's wife diffused the situation before any blood was spilled. By the first month of 1945, the Waffen-SS troops who temporarily bolstered Schloss Itter's defenses had moved on, leaving behind a guard force infected with what Daladier called utter consternation because of Germany's clearly terminal military condition. In a January 30th diary entry, the Frenchman wrote, "This is the twilight of the gods. All of the radios have been locked up in the commandant's office for the last few days, probably to keep the garrison's morale from caving in. But in spite of all the precautions, disastrous news reports continue to filter through. The SS men can see the clenched jaws and the faces of Wimmer and Otto. Their strained and downcast looks tell them just as much as they would ever learn from listening to the field communiques. I could see the dejection on the faces of the soldiers. Kukovich told me that we had to be on our guard. Some of the SS troops were talking about suicide. Others planned to seize all the food supplies, get drunk, and shoot us." The last possibility was of real concern to Daladier and his fellow honor prisoners, for they knew all too well that their lives might not be worth much to Nazis intent on covering up their crimes. Renaud was seen as especially vulnerable, and during the last days of April, Clemenceau, who spoke fluent German, took it on himself to summon Wimmer to a meeting with Renaud and Gamelin. In their presence, Clemenceau reminded the castle's commandant that the lives of Renaud and indeed all the French prisoners were in the SS officers' hands. "It is possible that you may shortly be told to hand over President Paul Renaud," Clemenceau said. "If President Renaud is taken away, you know for what purpose it will be. You also know the Allies will hold responsible all those who help in an action of this nature. What do you mean to do?" Recounting this conversation in his memoirs, Renaud said that Wimmer replied that he was only accountable to his conscience, an attribute, it must be said, that was completely absent during the SS TV officer's time in Poland and at Majdanek and Dachau. Wimmer also said, however, that the deaths of Renaud and the other prisoners would not be compatible with Germany's post-war interests, and that he would aid in their escape if it became necessary. Despite Wimmer's pledge, the arrival at the castle of a nearly constant stream of senior SS TV officers kept the French on edge. Often accompanied by their families and always loaded down with weapons, baggage, and booty, the SS men used Itter as a way station as they attempted to escape the advancing Allies. Most of the fleeing Nazis stayed only long enough to requisition what food and water they could, but on the night of April 30th, SS Lieutenant Colonel Wilhelm Eduard Weiter, the last commander of Dachau, settled in with a retinue of his subordinates and their wives and children. It was not Weiter's first visit to Itter. He had inspected the castle and its prisoners in October 1943, and at that time had spoken with Renaud and several of the other French captives. On this, his final visit, Weiter, whom Daladier later described as obese and apoplectic, with the face of a brute, drunkenly bragged to Wimmer that he had ordered the execution of some 2,000 prisoners before leaving Dachau for the last time. Hearing of Weiter's boast, the French captives at Itter were therefore understandably concerned that his arrival signaled their own executions. As it turned out, however, the only death Weiter had on his mind was his own. As Renaud later recounted, early on the morning of Wednesday, May 2nd, I heard in the room next to mine a couple of shots. Weiter had just shot himself near the heart, and then finished himself off with a second shot behind the ear. A group of Weiter's SS minions slapped together a pine box and hauled it up to his room, but found that it was too large to fit through the door. Improvising, they dragged his corpse into the hallway and manhandled it down several flights of stairs and into the garage in Schlosshof. There they unceremoniously dumped his body into the pine coffin, and one of them left to speak with the priest of Itter village's small parish church of St. Joseph. At that point, Renaud, Gamelin, Jouot, and Clemenceau, wanting to positively identify the dead man as the senior Dachau officer who had inspected Itter months earlier so as to allow the Allies to cross him off any list of wanted war criminals, demanded to see the corpse. As Renaud later recalled, "It was a frightful sight. Soldiers had stolen the dead man's boots. His blood-stained shirt was half opened to show his breast. His head was thrown back, his mouth was wide open, and his eyes staring. This torturer looked like one of the damned." Once the Frenchmen had agreed that the corpse was indeed that of Weiter, SS men carried the crude coffin out the castle's front gate and started toward the village, only to encounter the soldier who had gone off to speak to the priest of St. Joseph's. The clergyman, to his credit, had categorically refused to let Weiter be interred in holy ground. So the SS men hurriedly buried the Butcher of Dachau in an unmarked grave in a small clearing just outside the castle's walls. His only monument was a heap of brush meant to hide the patch of newly turned earth. Weiter's suicide seemed to galvanize Wimmer. Early on May 4th, after first asking several of the VIPs to sign a statement saying he had treated them correctly, and then assuring Renaud and Daladier that he would find a way to protect the French prisoners against reprisal by the roving bands of Waffen-SS troops active in the surrounding hills, the SS TV man abruptly fled the castle with his wife. Wimmer was only marginally true to his word, however, since all he did to ensure the promised protection for the VIPs was to enlist the aid of an acquaintance, a war-wounded officer recuperating at home in Itter village. And in what Wimmer may have intended as a final irony, the man he tapped to be the French VIP's surrogate savior was himself a decorated member of the Waffen-SS. At first glance, SS Captain Kurt Siegfried Schroeder appears to be the very archetype of all the evil Nazis who have goose-stepped across cinema screens for the past 70 years. He peers with frightening intensity from the official photo attached to his personnel file, the highly polished death's head totem on his peaked officer's hat, almost pulsating with menace, and the double lightning stroke SS runes on his collar, obviously worn with arrogant pride. But it is not simply the uniform and facial expression that speak of his dedication to the cause. The man portrayed in the Personalakten and in Schroeder's own post-war writings was, for most of his military career, the personification of the dedicated Waffen-SS officer. Born in Magdeburg in August 1916, Schroeder was the third and youngest child of a minor pre-war judicial official who at the time of his son's birth was a soldier serving in France. With the end of World War I, Schroeder Sr. returned to his former post, his position and influence increasing considerably over the years, even as his politics veered sharply to the right. In 1930, the elder Schroeder attended a Nazi rally in Leipzig, and upon his return proclaimed to his family that Adolf Hitler would be the savior of Germany. Kurt Siegfried was soon drawn into his father's politics, and at the age of 14 he joined a pro-Nazi youth group. The organization was still illegal in what at the time was the federal state of Prussia, and when young Schroeder was caught handing out Nazi propaganda stickers to his fellow students, he was expelled and thereafter prohibited from attending public schools. Undaunted by the expulsion, Schroeder enrolled in a right-wing private school and joined the Hitler Youth movement. He participated in several large Nazi rallies, and when Hitler was named Germany's chancellor in January 1933, Schroeder remembered that it was as if a bright light had suddenly illuminated what had been a dark and forbidding horizon. In 1934, Schroeder's considerable intelligence and his father's political connections led to the 18-year-old's admission to a 2-year program at an elite military political school in Berlin. Following his graduation, the young man spent a compulsory 6 months in the civilian Reich labor service, after which he had expected to do his required 2 years of military service with a Nuremberg-based Artillerie Regiment 7. When that unit turned down his application, a former teacher suggested that Schroeder apply to one of the military units then being formed within the SS. He did, and in April 1937 he joined the field telephone company of the SS Nachrichtensturmbahn, Signals Battalion. As a junior enlisted man in the communications unit, Schroeder took part in both the March 1938 Austrian Anschluss and the annexation of the Czech Sudetenland the following October. Upon the conclusion of the latter operation, Schroeder was tapped to attend 4 weeks of infantry training provided by the SS regiment Germania. And in April 1939, he entered the SS Officer Candidate School in Braunschweig. Schroeder enjoyed both the military and political aspects of his officer training, later remembering that it was at Braunschweig that he really got serious about his professional life. And it was after his graduation and commissioning as a second lieutenant that the young officer got serious about his personal life. In January 1940, Schroeder married his girlfriend, Anneliese Patalis. The war didn't initially intrude on the newlyweds. For the first year of their marriage, Schroeder was assigned to various staff positions in eastern Germany, and in January 1941, he took up a 3-month posting to Prague as the adjutant in a replacement battalion. He and Anneliese apparently enjoyed their time in the former Czech capital, for Schroeder recalled that they had everything their hearts could desire. In April, the young SS officer received a plum assignment as adjutant in Heinrich Himmler's newly formed guard unit, the Begleitbataillon Reichsführer SS. After organizing and equipping in Berlin, the battalion moved to Wolfslair, Hitler's field headquarters near Rostenburg in East Prussia, where it provided perimeter security. That relatively safe assignment didn't last long. Soon after Germany's June 1941 invasion of Soviet Russia, Schroeder's unit was sent to join the forces besieging Leningrad. In late November, Schroeder, the battalion commander, their driver, and 2 escorting motorcyclists were ambushed by Russian partisans while inspecting unit dispositions. The Waffen-SS men escaped with their lives, but Schroeder was wounded in the ankle. He was first sent to a military hospital in Tosno, a Leningrad suburb, and then evacuated west by hospital train. It was a slow trip, mainly because Russian partisans kept blowing up sections of the track. He finally arrived in East Prussia and was put on another hospital train to Prague, where he was reunited with his wife in mid-December. Within days of that reunion, the Schroeders welcomed their first child, a daughter they named Heidi. Because of his wounds, in early 1942, Schroeder was temporarily released from active duty and allowed to enroll in Berlin's Humboldt University. For 2 semesters, he studied biology and geography while living with his wife and daughter. Schroeder put his uniform back on in October 1942, when he was assigned as the battalion adjutant in the 7 SS Freiwilligen Gebirgsdivision, Volunteer Mountain Division, Prinz Eugen, which was fighting partisans near Pančevo in the southern Banat area of Serbia. In February 1943, he was tapped to be the adjutant of the 22nd SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment, part of the 10th SS Panzer Division, Frundsberg, then being formed in Angoulême in France's Charente department. While he was thus engaged, Anneliese gave birth to their second child, daughter Birgit, in Berlin. Concerned for the safety of his family, he took advantage of a proclamation by Reichsminister Joseph Goebbels that mothers with small children could leave the capital to avoid the increasingly heavy Allied bombing. Anneliese and her daughters first moved in with her parents near Bielefeld, some 200 miles southwest of Berlin. When the bombing got worse there, they moved to Augsburg, another 350 miles to the southeast. At the end of 1943, Schroeder decided to move his family yet again, this time to a place he assumed was unlikely to attract the attention of Allied bombers, the Austrian Tyrol. He had heard that an officer he'd known in Prague, none other than Vastel Wimmer, had just taken command of the special prisoner facility at Schloss Itter. Schroeder contacted Wimmer, who offered to find a place for Anneliese and the girls in Itter village. The castle's commandant obtained a small but comfortable house, probably by requisitioning it from its rightful owners, and Schroeder was apparently able to get time off to move his family from Augsburg to Itter. Soon after that move, in January 1944, the Schroeder's Berlin apartment was destroyed by an Allied bomb. In March 1944, Frundsberg was deployed to Ukraine, and in April it underwent its baptism of fire near Tarnopol. The division was rushed back to France in response to the Allied landings in Normandy in June and immediately went into action southwest of Metz. Beginning on June 29th, Frundsberg took part in the German counteroffensives near Caen, and the fighting was intense. Schroeder called it an inferno and murderous. His unit was subjected to constant attack by Allied aircraft, naval gunfire, and artillery, and within just a few weeks, 22nd SS Panzergrenadier Regiment had been effectively destroyed. In early July, Schroeder himself fell victim to Allied aircraft. A fighter-bomber strafed the Kübelwagen in which he was riding, and he suffered severe wounds to his head and right leg. Indeed, so grievous were his injuries that at the field aid station where he was initially treated, someone crossed out his name on the first page of his Sollbuch, the 24-page personal identity document carried by all German soldiers, and then rewrote it in very black ink, an indication that he was not expected to live. Schroeder did survive, however, and was transferred first to a field hospital in Dijon and then by train to a larger hospital in Munich. Within days of his arrival there, word came of the July 20th attempted assassination of Hitler. Apparently already disillusioned with Nazism, the bedridden Schroeder had lots of time to think. He ultimately came to a conclusion that was especially momentous, given his SS oath. He mentally broke with the Führer, the Nazi Party, and the Third Reich. His only goal now was to protect his family and make it through the rest of the war unscathed. While Anneliese Schroeder was able to visit her husband once a week, taking the train from Virgo to Munich, Allied air attacks on Germany's rail networks were making the trip increasingly time-consuming and significantly more dangerous. In January 1945, Schroeder was able to get himself transferred to the small military hospital in Virgo, and within days of his arrival in Austria, he had convinced his doctors to let him live with his family in Itter village. This marked the start of a time of relative peace for Schroeder. He had no military duties, wore no uniform, and was able to spend quality time with his wife and young daughters. Indeed, his only official task during this time was to make twice-weekly trips to the Virgo hospital for examinations and consultations with his doctor. Schroeder made the journeys as a passenger in a staff car provided by his old comrade Wimmer. In order to exercise his damaged leg, the injured Waffen-SS man would walk the several hundred yards from his home in the village to Schloss Itter, where the guards would usher him into the courtyard. While waiting for the staff car to be readied, Schroeder would often fall into conversation with some of the German-speaking French VIPs, to whom he apparently made known his disgust with the Nazi regime. His views earned him such a warm welcome among the Schloss's French guests that Schroeder began making regular social visits to the castle, sharing cigarettes and rough Tyrolean red wine with the likes of Clemenceau, Jouot, and Brooklyn during wide-ranging discussions of politics and philosophy. Schroeder would sometimes bring his wife and daughters along during his visits to the castle, and the children made such an impression on Andreas Krobat that he would make small cakes, torts, and other sweets for them. The Czech cook's kindness to Heidi and Birgit touched Schroeder, and the unlikely friendship that developed between the political prisoner and the Waffen-SS officer would ultimately save the latter's life. As pleasant as it was, Schroeder's Tyrolean idyll couldn't last. Germany's horrendous casualty rates in the last months of the war meant that virtually any soldier who could fog a mirror and hold a weapon would be put into the front line. In March 1945, Schroeder, despite being far from recovered and still needing a cane, was declared fit for duty and assigned as the adjutant in SS Feldersatzbrigade 502. Though officially a replacement unit, intended to provide trained infantry troops to field units, the brigade was put directly into the line to help prevent the American capture of the Lutendorf Bridge over the Rhine River at Remagen. The German defense failed, and Schroeder barely escaped capture. What remained of Feldersatzbrigade 502 was withdrawn to Nabburg, some 50 miles east of Nuremberg. There, Schroeder received orders assigning him to a unit near Budapest, Hungary, but when he reached Vienna in mid-April, the local Waffen-SS commander told him that Budapest had already fallen to the advancing Russians. He was ordered to instead present himself for duty at the SS Führungshauptamt, the operational headquarters of the SS, which had moved from Berlin to Bad Tölz, Bavaria, just 34 miles northwest of Itter. But again, enemy action forced a change in plan. The train Schroeder boarded in Vienna on April 24th was attacked by Royal Air Force fighter bombers near the city of Melk, Austria, destroying the engine and forcing all the passengers to seek shelter in the nearby woods. The British aircraft returned repeatedly to strafe the train's occupants in what Schroeder called a rabbit hunt. When the attackers eventually departed, a replacement locomotive appeared. Several undamaged rail cars were attached, and Schroeder's trip west continued. That journey ultimately took the train to the major railway junction at Wörgl, and Schroeder, in no hurry to get to Bad Tolz and hoping for a chance to see his family at Itter, took the opportunity to go in search of an officer he thought might be able to change his orders. That man was none other than Lieutenant Colonel Giel, commander of both the Mountain Troops NCO School and the newly constituted battle group that bore his name, with whom Schroeder had become acquainted during his convalescence in Wörgl. The Waffen-SS officer was in luck. Giel told him it was no longer possible to get to Bad Tolz because American forces had already taken Munich and were moving rapidly south. Instead, on April 28th, Giel added Schroeder to the battle group staff as a supply and logistics officer. While pleased to again be stationed close to his family, Schroeder had no intention of participating in Germany's obviously terminal war effort. For several days after joining Giel's staff, the 29-year-old Waffen-SS officer carefully sounded out the battle group's other staffers on their feelings about continuing the fight. It must have been a very delicate investigation indeed, for the wrong word to the wrong person could well have put Schroeder in front of a firing squad. Moreover, the officers Schroeder cautiously approached, all of whom were Wehrmacht, would certainly have had their own serious misgivings about sharing their true beliefs with a highly decorated member of the Waffen-SS, the same organization whose troops were even then hauling defeatists out of their homes and shooting them or hanging them from lampposts simply for displaying white flags. Perhaps it was a genuine desire to end the war without further bloodshed and destruction, or possibly it was a less honorable, though no less understandable, wish to simply survive the conflict. For whatever reason, Schroeder and several of his Wehrmacht colleagues on the battle group staff overcame their mutual suspicion and decided to trust one another. Then, having revealed themselves to be in favor of immediate peace instead of continued war, the officers went to Giel and convinced him that further combat was pointless. On May 2nd, the battle group commander ordered his troops to stop fighting and surrender to the advancing Americans as the opportunity arose. He also told his staff officers to make their way home as best they could. Knowing that roving bands of Waffen-SS troops and Gestapo men were summarily executing as deserters any soldiers caught on the road without orders officially releasing them from duty, Schroeder asked Giel for a signed discharge statement. Written hurriedly on a sheet of scrap paper, the document read, "Confirmation. SS Captain Schroeder from the reserves reported for duty on April 28, 1945 to serve his country. As he is of no use in battle due to his injury, he was released from my staff to return to his hometown, Itter. In lack of an official seal, signed, Giel, Lieutenant Colonel and Commander." While the document was something less than a full discharge, to protect himself should Schroeder be arrested, Giel wrote that he'd released the Waffen-SS officer from duty because of his injuries, rather than discharging him from the military altogether. It was well phrased, and it worked. Though stopped several times between Wörgl and Itter by Waffen-SS troops and Gestapo men manning hastily erected roadblocks, Schroeder was not detained. He made it safely home and put away his uniform, assuming his war was over. Though Eduard Weiter's suicide in the early hours of May 2nd was apparently the trigger for Vostel Wimmer's ultimate departure from Schloss Itter, the castle's commandant was also unnerved by an event that occurred the following day. Svanko Kukovic, whom Wimmer had assumed he'd browbeaten and bullied into cringing obedience, had disappeared without a trace. The SS TV officer was convinced, rightly as it happened, that the Croat handyman had left the castle and gone in search of Allied troops he intended to guide back in order to rescue the French prisoners. Kukovic's flight on May 3rd was the result of rare agreement between Paul Reynaud and Edouard Daladier. The news pouring from the clandestine radio hidden in Reynaud's room clearly indicated that American forces were advancing into Tyrol, with Innsbruck as their initial objective. Knowing that the breakdown of German military discipline in the area would only increase the vulnerability of themselves and their fellow honor prisoners, the two decided that someone should leave the castle and go in search of the closest Allied unit. Kukovic seemed the ideal choice, in that the Croat often left the castle to do errands for Wimmer. Indeed, for several days, Svanko had been riding back and forth the 2 miles between Schloss Itter and the farmhouse in Müttel, in which the Wimmers were apparently intending to hide out, working to install electric lights. When the elderly Frenchman approached Kukovic with their plan, he readily agreed. Christian Mabir wrote a letter in English explaining the prisoner's plight, which Kukovic was to present to the first Americans he encountered. All that remained was to find a plausible reason for the Croat handyman to leave the castle. Ironically, Wimmer himself provided the reason. Just before noon on May 3rd, Kukovic was in the Schlosshof's garage when the commandant walked in and asked him if he had enough parts to finish installing the electric bedside lamps in the farmhouse. "Sir," Kukovic replied, "I have enough material." "Good. You will accompany Sergeant Wilbur on foot this afternoon and ensure that there is electricity in those 2 lamps." Understandably concerned that the presence of one of the castle's guards would prevent his escape, Kukovic responded that he could accomplish his task more quickly if he were allowed to bike to Müttel by himself. After peering intently at the Croat for a few moments, Wimmer turned and walked off. Not knowing whether he'd somehow given himself away, Kukovic remained rooted to the spot, trying to decide what to do next. Before he reached a decision, Wimmer returned with a bicycle. "I've put your tools in the basket," the commandant said. "Let's go." Kukovic pushed the bike to the front gate, which Wimmer unlocked and pulled open. Glancing at his watch, the Croat noted that it was 1:30, just as Wimmer said, "Be quick about it." "I will be, Captain," Kukovic replied, and started pedaling up the Schlossweg, the short access road toward Itter village. As he passed the small St. Joseph's Church, the Catholic handyman muttered a quick prayer. "Dear Lord, please help me get to the Americans today." Kukovic headed northeast out of the village and covered the distance to Müttel in less than 25 minutes, and kept right on going. He intended to make first for Wörgl and then turn southwest on the road along the south bank of the Inn River. He calculated that he could travel the 35 miles to Innsbruck in less than 3 hours, passing through Kundl, Jenbach, Schwaz, and Hall. What he hadn't counted on was the presence along his route of so many armed German soldiers. The main road between Wörgl and Müttel was busy with troop trucks and Kubelwagons carrying men of Battle Group Froster east to take up blocking positions near Soll. And when Kukovic reached Wörgl, he noted scores of Waffen-SS troops going door to door, apparently searching for deserters. The Croat managed to cycle through the town without being stopped, but as he turned onto the road leading to Kundl, some 4 miles on, a commanding voice shouted, "Halt!" Kukovic stopped instantly and looked around. A squad of men of the Grossdeutschland Division had emplaced 4 MG machine guns to cover the road junction, and one of the soldiers was walking forward, his machine pistol pointed straight at the handyman. Mindful that the letter in his pocket, written in English and asking American forces to rush to Schloss Itter, could condemn him to a quick death if discovered by the Wehrmacht troops, Kukovic put on his most ingratiating smile and bowed his head slightly as the soldier approached. "Who are you, and where are you going?" the man barked. "Sir, I am on the way to Kundl," Kukovic replied carefully. "What do you want there?" "Sir, Captain Wimmer at Schloss Itter ordered me to install some electric lights," the Croat said. "He told me it was very important that I do the work and return quickly." The mention of Wimmer's name and rank seemed to ease the soldier's suspicion, and after a quick look at the tools in the bicycle's basket, he waved his hand dismissively and grunted, "On your way, then." Kukovic remounted and pedaled on. Just west of Kundl, he was forced to the side of the road as 2 Tiger tanks rumbled by, headed east toward Wörgl. The men in the commander's hatches were wearing black Waffen-SS tunics, and daubed on the turret sides in white paint were the slogans, "Loyal to the Führer" and "People to their weapons." The tankers stared at Kukovic but didn't stop, and as soon as they passed, the Croat resumed his journey west. He'd gone only a few miles when a Waffen-SS trooper guarding a small bridge near Jenbach halted him. Kukovic gave him a variation of the story he'd earlier told the Grossdeutschland soldiers, this time saying Wehrmacht had ordered him to Schwaz to do some unspecified electrical work. The tale was apparently just as convincing, for the SS man allowed him to pass. A few hundred meters along the road, the Croat stopped to rest, and he noticed a military truck coming toward him from the west. The vehicle roared past and then stopped briefly to pick up the soldier on the bridge. Seconds after the truck moved on, a huge explosion demolished the span. The unexpected detonation startled Kukovic, who jumped back on his bike and set off quickly down the road, exhorting himself, "Forward, Svanko, you're in no man's land." Svanko was indeed between the lines and passed through Schwaz and all without seeing anyone. The only movement in either town was the fluttering of white and red Austrian flags from upper-floor windows. Kukovic could hear occasional gunshots in the distance and was shocked by the sight of a dead civilian lying in the road as he reached the outskirts of Innsbruck. Pedaling toward the center of the city, he rounded a corner and was suddenly confronted by more tanks. Skidding to a halt, he fully expected to be riddled by gunfire, but then realized that the vehicles all bore large white stars. Kukovic's long, lonely ride was over. He'd found the U.S. Army. The Croat had literally run into the lead elements of Major General Anthony C. McAuliffe's 103rd Infantry Division. The famed paratrooper and his men were completing their largely unopposed capture of Innsbruck, and the roadblock Kukovic encountered marked the most easterly edge of the American line. A soldier wearing a brassard and with MP lettered in white on his helmet walked up to the Croat and spoke to him. Gesturing to indicate that he spoke no English, Kukovic handed the man the letter written by Christian Mabir. The soldier scanned it quickly and then motioned the Croat to follow him. The MP led Kukovic to Innsbruck's town hall, which had been turned into the division's makeshift headquarters. The building was crowded, and the MP called out to a civilian wearing a colored armband. The two spoke for a moment, then the civilian turned and, in German, asked Kukovic where he was from. "Yugoslavia," the Croat replied. The civilian's face lit up as he responded in Serbo-Croatian, "Brother, why didn't you say so earlier? I am a Yugoslav myself, but born in America." Thrilled at the chance to speak his native tongue, Kukovic poured out the story of his ride from Castle Itter, adding that they needed to rescue the French VIPs as soon as possible. "Brother, please listen to me," the civilian said. "We are the first group to arrive here. We just got here an hour ago. We are not allowed to leave Innsbruck until our commanders arrive. They won't get here until midnight, so it is best if you get some rest, because you look like you are very tired. Come back tomorrow at 7 a.m., and we will find a solution." Though not pleased at the delay, Kukovic saw the wisdom of getting some sleep. He'd ridden for nearly 7 hours and was bone-tired, and he didn't protest when his newfound friend led him to a nearby hotel that had been commandeered for use as a barracks. The Croat was given food, water, and cigarettes, then led to a private room. Within minutes of walking in the door, he was sprawled across the bed, dead to the world. Even as Kukovic was enjoying his well-earned sleep, events at Schloss Itter were continuing to unfold. Sebastian Wimmer's sudden, pre-dawn departure had convinced the castle's SSTV guards that it was also time for them to leave. And by daybreak on May 4th, the French notables and number prisoners had the Schloss all to themselves. At the urging of Generals Maxime Weygand and Maurice Gamelin, the now free VIPs broke into the unguarded weapons room and equipped themselves with a variety of pistols, rifles, and submachine guns. Suddenly liberated and newly armed, two of the Frenchmen decided, somewhat inexplicably given their still precarious situation, that their first free act would be to stroll the 150 yards into Itter village. Paul Renaud and Michel Clemenceau walked calmly through the castle's now unmanned front gate, past the small inn at the foot of the access road and further on the building housing the offices of St. Joseph's Church, before reaching the small square in front of the church itself. While the two men saw Austrian and white flags flying from many windows, they were surprised and alarmed to see German troops and vehicles on the roads to the northeast of the village. Though a quick glance through the binoculars he'd liberated from the arms room showed Renaud that many of the retreating soldiers were just boys in uniform who seemed to be hardly more than 10 years old. The sight of so many troops and the weapons they carried convinced the Frenchman that while he and his fellow ex-prisoners might be free, they were certainly not yet safe. Renaud and Clemenceau hurried back to Schloss Itter and called the French VIPs together to tell them what they'd seen. Putting their personal and political differences aside for the moment, they all agreed that the continuing presence of German military units in the area meant that no one in the castle would be truly safe until Allied troops arrived in strength. Given that Zvonko Kukovic had not been heard from since his departure the day before, and that his perilous ride toward Innsbruck had so far not resulted in the appearance of an Allied rescue force, the gathered VIPs debated their next move. The discussion was surprisingly brief and unusually free of acrimony, and the former prisoners unanimously agreed on 3 courses of action. First, they would fashion a huge French tricolor banner from whatever materials they could find and then suspend it from the top windows of the keep to prevent attacks on the castle by Allied aircraft and let advancing friendly forces know of the VIP's presence. Second, they would summon Kurt Siegfried Schroeder from the village and formally ask him to take responsibility for their safety. Not because Sebastian Wimmer had indicated that the decorated Waffen-SS man was his choice to be the VIP's guardian, but because the French themselves had come to know and trust Schroeder over the course of his many visits to the castle. And third, realizing that it was more than likely that Kukovic had been captured or killed trying to reach Innsbruck, they decided to send another bicycle-borne emissary out to contact the nearest American unit. As they were debating who that messenger should be, Andreas Krobat stepped forward. He and several other number prisoners had been listening to the discussion from the sidelines, and he calmly explained that it would make no sense for one of the VIPs to attempt the trip, only to be caught and executed on the spot. Far better for him, a mere cook, to undertake the potentially hazardous ride. Though Jean Borotre insisted that he should be the one to make the attempt, the logic of Krobat's argument carried the day. The first task, summoning Schroeder to the castle, was carried out by Léon Jouot and Augusta Brooklyn at their insistence. The labor leader and his German-speaking companion had spent perhaps the most time with the Waffen-SS man and his family during their visits to Schloss Itter, and Jouot apparently felt that he and Brooklyn would be able to relieve any last-minute qualms Schroeder might have about throwing in his lot with the French. Despite his still frail health, Jouot insisted the walk into the village would do him good. The couple covered the short distance at a steady pace, hand in hand, and with Jouot carrying an MP-40 submachine gun slung over his shoulder. Schroeder, dressed in civilian clothes, answered their knock immediately and agreed to accompany them back to Schloss Itter. When the trio returned to the castle at about 1 p.m., they found most of the French VIPs gathered in the front courtyard waiting for them. Clemenceau, speaking in German, formally asked Schroeder to accept responsibility for ensuring the safety of the former prisoners until American troops arrived. Though the Waffen-SS officer knew beyond doubt that his presence would do nothing to prevent German troops from taking the castle if they decided to do so, he believed that in the case of an attack, he might be able to negotiate some sort of deal that would save the VIPs' lives. Schroeder thus accepted command of Schloss Itter, with the proviso that his wife and daughters be allowed to join him within its walls. At the same time Jouot and Brooklyn set out to summon Schroeder, Krobat had embarked on his own journey. Provided with an English-language plea for help, again penned by Christian Mabir, and riding a bicycle that had formerly belonged to one of the castle's now-vanished guards, the Czech had set out for Virgil. The French VIPs felt the town must surely have already been captured by the Americans. Krobat wasn't so sure, and his reservations were quickly borne out. Cycling into Virgil along the same route Kukovic had traveled the day before, and barely 30 minutes after leaving Schloss Itter, the Czechs saw Waffen-SS troops in the streets. The soldiers were firing at any window from which a white or Austrian flag fluttered. Turning down a narrow side street, Krobat encountered a man in civilian clothes standing in a doorway, peering carefully in the opposite direction as though on lookout duty. Taking a huge chance, the Czech asked the man for help. After looking searchingly into Krobat's eyes, the man pulled the end of a small red and white Austrian flag from his pocket and smiled. Minutes later, the Czech cook was talking to Sepp Gangl. Andreas Krobat's sudden appearance in Wörgl with the letter from the French VIPs put Gangl in something of a predicament. The Wehrmacht major had intended for several days to mount a Schloss Itter rescue operation, of course, but had hesitated because he hadn't wanted to fight a pitched battle against Sebastian Wimmer and his guard force. While Krobat's news that the commandant and his minions had fled was welcome, Gangl knew that even if he and his dozen or so men were able to reach the castle without running into Waffen-SS units, they would almost certainly not be able to hold it against a determined attack by troops wielding machine guns and shoulder-launched Panzerfaust anti-tank rockets. And if those troops were backed by artillery or armor, defending Schloss Itter and its VIPs would be virtually suicidal. Moreover, as the new head of the Wörgl resistance, Gangl had to worry about protecting the town and his troops from the continuing depredations of the Waffen-SS soldiers still active in the area. The threat was demonstrated all too clearly shortly after Krobat's arrival. As Second Lieutenant Blechschmidt, one of Gangl's trusted compatriots, was meeting with Alois Meyer about the need to protect Wörgl's warehoused food supplies from marauding bands of deserters and the thousands of refugees choking the roads of North Tyrol, firing broke out inside the Neue Post Inn. A platoon of Waffen-SS troops had somehow discovered the resistance group's arsenal in the building's basement. Though the resistors guarding the structure had fled, an SS officer wildly fired his MP-40 in the building's main room and threatened to kill Frau Lenk, the proprietor, and several other women who had been drinking tea in the guest house dining room. As the Waffen-SS troops carted off the weapons they discovered, Blechschmidt could do little more than watch from a safe distance and send one of Meyer's men to let Gangl know what was happening. The news convinced the Wehrmacht major that the only way he'd be able to ensure the safety of both the townspeople and the VIPs at Schloss Itter would be to speed the arrival of American forces. And since the Americans might not pay sufficient attention to a note-bearing civilian on a bicycle, the best way to accomplish the task, Gangl decided, was to go in search of them himself. He was, in effect, the German military commander of Wörgl, and as such he could officially surrender to the Americans all remaining Wehrmacht troops in the town. Having made his decision, Gangl huddled with his deputy, Captain Dietrich, and Meyer's deputy, Rupert Hagleitner. Dietrich would be in command until he returned, Gangl said, assisted by First Lieutenant Höckel and Second Lieutenants Blechschmidt and Vic Scheider. Knowing that American units had reached the outskirts of Kufstein the previous evening, the men agreed that Gangl should head there instead of attempting the longer and potentially more dangerous drive west toward Innsbruck. He would make the roughly 7-mile trip in a Kubelwagen, accompanied only by his enlisted driver, Corporal Keblitsch. They would take a white flag with them, but given the number of Waffen-SS troops still in the area, they would not raise the banner until they were relatively close to the American lines. With plans made and assignments given, just before 3 o'clock, Gangl shoved the letter Krobat had brought from the castle into the pocket of his tunic, grabbed his MP-40, and strode to his vehicle. As Keblitsch started the Kubelwagen moving, Gangl turned in his seat to shout some last-minute instruction to Dietrich, who was standing with Höckel, Blechschmidt, and Vic Scheider. The sentence died in the Wehrmacht major's throat when he realized that all 4 men were standing at attention, saluting him. While we don't know how Gangl and Keblitsch felt about their chances of actually making it to the American front line, we can safely assume that both men well understood the extreme risk they were taking. The 7 miles separating Wörgl from the leading U.S. units were crawling with bands of Waffen-SS and Wehrmacht troops still loyal to the now-dead Führer, and they had thrown up hastily constructed roadblocks at several points on the main Wörgl-Kufstein road. Though Gangl would have tried to bluff his way through on the strength of his rank and the combat decorations adorning his tunic, or possibly by producing Battle Group Frosta documents and declaring he was on his way to rally the defense against the oncoming Americans, the discovery of the letter in his pocket or the white flag concealed somewhere in the vehicle would have been enough to get him and Keblitsch executed on the spot. Nor were die-hard German troops the only danger. There were also groups of Austrian resistance fighters in the area who might well open fire on the Kubelwagen without bothering to determine if the men it carried were friend or foe. And of course there were all the other common World War II perils: random mortar or artillery barrages, attack by enemy aircraft, and landmines laid on unpaved side roads. Whether Gangl and Keblitsch stuck to the main road and bluffed their way through roadblocks or avoided them by going cross-country on forest tracks is unclear. All we know is that despite the myriad potential dangers of their journey, the two men made it to the outskirts of Kufstein unscathed. But then they faced a hazard of a different kind. They would be driving into a city newly occupied by American troops, soldiers wary of ambush, of snipers, and of all the other hazards common to warfare in built-up areas. And Gangl was likely aware of recent events that made their approach to the American lines even more risky, despite the large white flag now flying from the Kubelwagen's antenna. For several days, the Allied radio stations to which Gangl's resistance colleagues listened had been reporting the unspeakable horrors discovered by the American units that liberated Dachau and other concentration camps near Munich. As a seasoned combat veteran who had undoubtedly seen his share of horror on the Russian front, Gangl would have realized that if the GIs moving into Kufstein had been among those who had witnessed the gruesome conditions inside the camps, they might not be in any mood to accept the surrender of two Germans, white flag or not. Some 45 minutes after leaving Wörgl, Gangl and Keblitsch rolled into the southern end of Kufstein and found no one. The streets were deserted, and white bedsheets and red-white-red Austrian flags hung from shuttered windows. Driving slowly toward the center of town with their own white flag flying high, the two men rounded a corner and found themselves barely 30 feet from 4 American M4 Sherman tanks, 2 parked on either side of the street. Keblitsch stopped the Kubelwagen immediately, and both men slowly and carefully raised their hands in the air. GIs wearing padded tanker helmets appeared from behind the armored vehicles and moved forward, their M3 submachine guns pointed at the Germans. Dropping to their knees in response to yelled commands from the advancing Americans, Gangl and Keblitsch, their hands still in the air, must have wondered if they were about to be gunned down in the street. Instead, both men were quickly frisked, told to stand, and with their hands still in the air, hustled toward the rear of the nearest Sherman. Waiting there was a squat, powerfully built man wearing a wrinkled khaki uniform and a .45 caliber automatic pistol in a shoulder holster, his teeth clenching a well-chewed but unlit cigar. Assuming the man to be in charge, Gangl introduced himself in passable English, said he wished to surrender the German garrison in Wörgl, and added that he had information about important French prisoners. After motioning toward his tunic pocket and getting a nod from the officer in return, Gangl carefully retrieved Christian Mabir's letter and proffered it to the American. The man unceremoniously ripped the envelope open and quickly scanned the letter, then hoisted himself aboard the Sherman and dropped into the turret. Minutes later, he reappeared and climbed onto the tank's rear engine deck, a wide smile on his face. Looking down at the German major, the American said his name was Lee, and that it looked like they were all going on a rescue mission. Chapter 6. Tankers on the March. That Jack Lee was smiling at the thought of roaring off behind German lines on what might well have been the last day of World War II in Europe gives a fair insight into the then 27-year-old tanker's personality. The 5'10", 190-pound former high school and college football star from New York was by all accounts a rough-talking, hard-drinking, and hard-charging bull of a man who'd found his niche in war. And as with many men in many wars to whom that description has applied, Lee's early life gave clear indications of the warrior he would eventually become. John Carey Lee, Jr. was born in Nebraska on March 12, 1918, the first of 4 children of Dr. John C. Lee, Sr. and Mary Agnes Fleming Lee. Both parents were natives of rural New York and had moved to Nebraska a year before Jack's birth, apparently so the elder Lee could accept his first position after graduating from medical school. The young couple returned to New York sometime in the mid-1920s and settled in Norwich, a small town in the south-central part of the state, where Dr. Lee established what soon became a thriving private practice. Jack and his three younger siblings, brothers William and David and sister Mary, grew up in solidly upper-middle-class comfort. The family was Roman Catholic, though it seems Jack didn't let the church's precepts unduly cramp his style. He grew up adventurous and independent, with a quick grin and a devil-may-care attitude that made him increasingly popular with girls but occasionally got him in minor trouble both at home and at school. Bright and inquisitive, Jack was a better-than-average student who also excelled in athletics. Football became his game of choice, and he was a star player during his 4 years at Norwich High School. He took those gridiron skills with him when he entered Vermont's Norwich University in 1938, earning letters in the sport each of the 4 years he spent there. Far more important, however, was the new skill the brash young man from New York mastered at Norwich. He became a cavalryman. Founded by Captain Alden Partridge in 1819 as the American Literary, Scientific, and Military Academy, by the time of Lee's arrival, Norwich had evolved into one of the nation's premier private military colleges, combining a traditional 4-year civilian education in such fields as engineering and the social sciences with training in military subjects that prepared graduates for service as reserve officers. Among the martial skills to which the student cadets were exposed were those of traditional cavalry, horsemanship, saber drill, and mounted tactics. As the soldiers-to-be wheeled and galloped and surged across the training fields, many of them discovered within themselves an innate affinity for the spirit of cavalry, a delight in the lightning advance, the rapid encirclement, and the chance to ruthlessly exploit any weakness in an enemy's defenses. It comes as no great revelation that Jack Lee, who so obviously loved the team spirit, intricate maneuvering, and broken-field running of football, took to cavalry training with almost obsessive enthusiasm. Nor is it a surprise that his enthusiasm was more than matched by his mastery of every facet of the training, a mastery rooted in the same athleticism, intelligence, competitiveness, and self-confidence that stood him in such good stead on the football field. Indeed, the cavalry so well suited Lee's temperament and capabilities, and we can safely assume ideally complemented what many who knew him called his swashbuckling personality, that during his last year at Norwich he listed cavalry as the army branch to which he wanted to be assigned following his post-graduation commissioning. Lee understood, of course, that the cavalry in which he would actually serve would be mechanized rather than hoofed, but he obviously felt that a tank was a perfectly acceptable substitution for a horse. The United States' December 1941 entry into World War II ensured that Jack Lee and his fellow Norwich graduates were called to active duty shortly after their May 11, 1942 graduation. To his immense delight, the newly commissioned Second Lieutenant Lee received orders directing him to report to the Armored Force School at Fort Knox, Kentucky, to attend the Basic Armor Officer course. He lingered in New York State only long enough to marry a woman named Virginia and then headed south by train. During the 90-day program, Lee soaked up the fundamentals of tank gunnery, armor tactics, communications, and vehicle maintenance. And during the concluding 3-day field exercise, he demonstrated what one of his instructors called a natural talent for armored warfare. Upon completion of the Fort Knox course, Lee received orders assigning him to the 12th Armored Division, which was then forming at Camp Campbell, Kentucky, a newly established installation straddling the Kentucky-Tennessee border. The 12th AD was initially constituted as a heavy armored division, consisting of 6 tank battalions, 3 armored infantry battalions, 3 armored artillery battalions, and supporting engineer, reconnaissance, medical, and supply units. However, the initial combat experience of U.S. armored units in North Africa and Sicily showed the heavy armored division structure to be unwieldy and overly complex, and in November 1943 the 12th began reorganizing on the light armored division model then being adopted Army-wide. This structure was built around 3 combat commands, A, B, and R, reserve, each of which had a tank battalion, an armored infantry battalion, and an armored artillery battalion, plus support units. The 12th AD undertook this metamorphosis even as it was moving to a new post, Camp Barkley, near Abilene, Texas. By the time the reorganization was completed, Lee, now a first lieutenant, was the executive officer, second in command, and leader of the 5-tank 1st Platoon in Captain Donald Cowan's Company B, 23rd Tank Battalion. Lee's company was equipped with early models of the M4 Sherman medium tank, a robust vehicle armed with a single turret-mounted 75mm cannon, 2 30-caliber machine guns, one in the lower hull and the other mounted coaxially with a main gun, and one 50-caliber machine gun on a swivel mount atop the turret for air defense. Each tank was crewed by 5 men: the driver, an assistant driver/machine gunner in the lower hull, and the gunner, loader, and vehicle commander in the turret. Though the Sherman was inferior in both armor and armament to the German tanks it was meant to engage, a fact Lee and his comrades wouldn't become aware of until they entered combat, it was mechanically reliable and surprisingly nimble for a vehicle with an average combat weight of some 35 tons. Given Jack Lee's temperament, it comes as no surprise that during the 12th AD's training in both Kentucky and Texas, he personally demonstrated the mental alertness and aggressiveness and ability to think, act, and quickly take advantage of tactical opportunities that the Army considered to be the essential qualities of an Armored Corps officer. Lee worked doggedly to mold his platoon into an aggressive, determined, and cohesive group. Indeed, he and his 25 men soon developed a reputation as Company B's rough-and-tumble, hell-for-leather platoon, always eager to push themselves to the limit during field maneuvers and equally ready to raise a little hell in Abilene's bars and clubs when they got the chance. Lee himself was no slouch when it came to having fun. He pushed himself and his men hard during the workday, but off-duty he was known as a man who thoroughly enjoyed a drink and a laugh. His frequent companion on his forays into Abilene was First Lieutenant Harry Bass, Company B's motor officer, the man responsible for managing the maintenance program for the company's tracked and wheeled vehicles. Though the 33-year-old from Pomona, California, was in many ways Lee's exact opposite, tall, lanky, soft-spoken, and contemplative, the two men formed a lifelong friendship that was initially based on mutual respect for each other's military skills and on a shared desire to put those skills to work killing Germans. In July 1944, Lee, Bass, and the roughly 10,750 other men of the 12th AD learned that they would soon have the chance to put all their training to good use. The division was alerted for overseas movement. Leaving their tanks and other vehicles behind in Texas, in August, the troops boarded trains for the slow trip to Camp Shanks, New York, 20 miles north of Manhattan. Arriving in groups between September 8th and 13th, the GIs underwent several days of pre-deployment processing, physical exams, inoculations, equipment issue, and the sobering act of updating wills and GI life insurance forms. And on September 18th and 19th, we're back on the rails, this time for the short ride to the port of embarkation at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. The men of the division were allocated among several vessels, with the 23rd TB embarked on Empress of Australia, a 25-year-old Canadian Pacific steamship's passenger liner converted for troopship duty. After 11 days at sea, largely spent sleeping, playing seemingly endless games of poker, and attempting to stave off seasickness, the men of the 23rd TB gratefully disembarked at the southern English port of Southampton. They and the rest of the division were then moved north by train and bus to Tidworth Barracks, a vast staging area on Salisbury Plain, where they spent the remainder of September and the first weeks of November gearing up for war. The major part of that task consisted of drawing new tanks, trucks, half-tracks, and peeps, the latter being the name by which tankers referred to the Willys-built four-wheel drive vehicle everyone else in the U.S. Army called a Jeep. Lee and his men were happy to see that the Shermans being issued to the 23rd TB were examples of the upgraded M4A3 variant powered by liquid-cooled Ford GAA V8 engines, which were more powerful and reliable than the Continental-built radials that had propelled the tanks they'd trained on in Texas. Lee and his men named their new Sherman Besottin' Jenny, and over the following weeks ensured that both they and the vehicle were as prepared as possible for the battles to come. Transported from England to France aboard U.S. Navy LSTs in November 1944, the 12th Armored Division, now commanded by Major General Roderick R. Allen and assigned to Lieutenant General Alexander M. Patch's U.S. 7th Army, underwent its baptism of fire in early December in a series of sharp fights in France's Alsace-Lorraine region. These initial battles in and around the German-occupied forts of the Maginot Line were sobering for the men of the 12th AD, and especially so for Lee and his colleagues in the 23rd TB. The battalion fared reasonably well in its first combat action on December 9th, when it supported the 17th Armored Infantry Battalion's attack on a line of enemy-held buildings called the Binning Barracks. But that night, Company B Commander Captain Donald Cowan was killed when the Peep in which he and Company C's Captain James P. Fortenberry were riding hit a mine. Cowan's death elevated Jack Lee to command of Company B, and on December 11th, Battalion Commander Lieutenant Colonel Montgomery C. Meigs tasked Lee and his men to spearhead the unit's support for an infantry assault on several pillboxes blocking the line of advance. The Shermans were engaged by well-sighted German anti-tank guns, and in the ensuing melee, 2 of Lee's platoon leaders were killed and the 3rd seriously wounded. Battalion Commander Meigs was also killed. The war didn't get any easier for Jack Lee and Company B in the months following their combat debut. Hardly had the 23rd TB made good its initial losses in men and equipment when, in mid-January 1945, it and the rest of the 12th AD were engulfed in a battle that came to be known as Bloody Hörlesheim, the attempt to rout German forces that had crossed the Rhine into Alsace in an attempt to recapture Strasbourg. Fought in winter snows over poor terrain against determined enemy forces that included the crack 10th SS Panzer Grenadier Division, the battle resulted in the virtual destruction of the 12th AD's 43rd Tank and 17th Armored Infantry battalions, and by the time the division was relieved on January 20th, 72 men of the 23rd TB had been killed, and Lee's Company B had lost half its Shermans. The only positive outcomes of the 12th AD's mauling at Hörlesheim were, first, that the 23rd TB's destroyed tanks were replaced by the M4A376W variant, referred to as the Easy-8, fitted with 76mm guns that were said to be more effective against German tanks than the 75mm. And though Lee didn't think much about it at the time, the vehicles had another feature that would later prove extremely important: a wet ammunition stowage system that was intended to prevent the Sherman's 76mm rounds from detonating if the tank's hull was breached by enemy fire. And second, the men who survived Hörlesheim came out of the battle as seasoned veterans. As the war rolled on, they, and the replacements with whom they shared their expertise, demonstrated their prowess as the 7th Army swept across southern Germany and eventually into Austria. Along the way, Jack Lee sharpened his skills as a combat leader and was awarded the Bronze Star for his superior leadership ability, cool and aggressive handling of the platoon, and his courage and his ability to meet any situation that confronted him. By the time the 23rd TB, which along with the 17th Armored Infantry and 495th Armored Field Artillery Battalions constituted the 12th AD's Combat Command R, CCR, crossed the Austrian frontier late on the evening of May 3, 1945, the unit was arguably among the most experienced and successful tank battalions in the U.S. Army, and Lee one of its ablest officers. And it was because 23rd TB Commander Lieutenant Colonel Kelso G. Clow considered Lee to be one of the best tank officers in the 12th AD that Lee spearheaded the division's move into Austria. Weeks earlier, Clow had tapped the aggressive young tanker to lead Task Force TF Lee, a mixed group of Company B Shermans and half-tracks bearing black GIs of the 17th AIB's Company D. TF Lee was on point for both the battalion and CCR, punching ahead of the main force to clear enemy roadblocks, secure key bridges and road junctions, and reconnoiter the towns and villages on the line of advance. While the task force mission ideally suited Lee's aggressive and piratical nature, we can safely assume that at least some of the men serving under him were not quite so enthusiastic about being out front. Hitler's suicide on April 30th and the obvious disintegration of the German armed forces clearly indicated to most GIs that the end of the war in Europe was imminent, and no one wanted to be the last man killed in Krautland. The men of TF Lee were thus heartened by news their brash young captain, he'd been officially promoted on May 1st, passed around soon after he halted the unit in Kufstein at 3:25 p.m. on May 4th. Upon radioing Battalion Commander Clow that the task force was in the town and had encountered no opposition, Lee was told to hold in place because CCR was in the process of turning over responsibility for Kufstein and the surrounding region to the 36th Infantry Division. A theater-wide ceasefire was possible at any time within the next 24 hours, and Lee was ordered to establish defensive positions, engage German forces only if fired on, and await relief by elements of the 36th ID's 142nd Infantry Regiment. When Lee passed the news on to the men of his task force, they were jubilant. The war was apparently over for all intents and purposes, and they were still alive. Though Lee cautioned them not to let their guard down, more than a few of his men pulled liberated bottles of schnapps or wine from their packs or from hiding places within their vehicles and began toasting each other. There was much laughing and backslapping throughout the column as the Joes began setting up defensive positions, but up forward around Lee's tank, the sudden arrival of a Wehrmacht officer waving a white flag quickly stifled the levity. News of the Germans' appearance rippled up and down the American column, and when Jack Lee ducked into the turret of his tank to use the radio, those GIs in the immediate area who best knew the young American captain collectively held their breath. When Lee reappeared with a wolfish smile on his face, they knew with sinking hearts that their war wasn't over quite yet. Even as Gangl and Lee were meeting in Kufstein, a Schloss Itter rescue operation of which neither was aware was already in motion, thanks to Svanko Kukovic. After spending the night in the hotel-turned-barracks, promptly at 7 o'clock on the morning of May 4th, even as Renaud and Clemenceau were setting out on their stroll through Itter village, the well-rested Croat handyman had returned to the Innsbruck town hall. The Yugoslav-American civilian he'd met the day before introduced him to Major John T. Kramers, a German-speaking former artilleryman now assigned to the 103rd's Military Government Section. Having read Christian Mabier's letter, Kramers realized that a rescue mission to Schloss Itter was urgent. He called in one of the division's French Army liaison officers, who also happened to be a good friend, Lieutenant Erich Lutten, and together the two men pored over maps of the northern Tyrol and plotted out a route that would take them to the castle via the same roads Kukovic had ridden. Kramers took the plan to his boss, who authorized the mission and arranged for 3 M4 Shermans of the 103rd's attached 783rd Tank Battalion to provide the necessary firepower. The would-be rescuers set out just after noon, with Kramers, Lutten, Kukovic, and a sergeant named Griss leading in a jeep. They rolled through Hall, Schwarz, and Jenbach without difficulty, but just east of Rothenburg, they were stopped by GIs of Lieutenant Colonel Hubert E. Strange's 409th Infantry Regiment. The Joes told them that what appeared to be at least 100 Waffen-SS troops were deployed in the town. The Germans were using Panzerfausts, several MG-42s, and at least one anti-tank gun to cover the road, and they had already knocked out 1 U.S. Sherman and 2 M3 half-tracks. When the infantrymen estimated that it would be dark before they could root out the SS men and clear the road, Kramers reluctantly had to order his small force back to Innsbruck. Given the uncertainty of the tactical situation in Tyrol, division policy forbade small-unit non-tactical road movements at night. As Jack Lee was informing his battalion commander of Gangl's arrival in Kufstein, Kramers was busy in Innsbruck, putting together a larger rescue column he felt confident would be able to deal effectively with almost anything the Germans might throw at them while still being small enough to move rapidly. His new task force would consist of 4 M10 tank destroyers from the 824th TD Battalion, 3 jeeps equipped with 50-caliber machine guns, a truck bearing a platoon of infantrymen from the 3rd Battalion of the 409th, and an empty truck intended to carry the French VIPs and their baggage. As Kramers was putting the finishing touches on his plan, 2 civilians, U.S. war correspondent Meyer Levin and French photographer Eric Schwab, asked his permission to accompany the rescue force. Kramers agreed and told them the column would set out for Schloss Itter at dawn. It would prove to be an eventful journey. In his response to Jack Lee's radio message regarding Sepp Gangl's appearance in Kufstein, 23rd TB Commander Kelso Clow had directed Lee to deal with the situations in Virgil and at Schloss Itter as he saw fit. Apparently not wanting to put the bulk of his task force in danger until it became absolutely necessary, Lee made what can only be described as a characteristically gutsy decision. He told Gangl that he wouldn't move the column into Virgil or mount a full-blown rescue mission to Schloss Itter until he'd undertaken a personal reconnaissance to both places. And Lee, in an obvious test of Gangl's good faith and veracity, said they'd make the trip together in the Major's Kubelwagen. We don't know how Gangl felt about Lee's ultimatum, but we can be fairly certain that the GI whom Lee tapped to join him on the jaunt behind enemy lines, his 29-year-old gunner, Corporal Edward J. Stinky Simchik, probably wasn't too pleased to be volunteered for the mission. After passing temporary command of the task force to his executive officer, Lee wedged himself into the Kubelwagen's cramped rear seat with Simchik beside him and Gangl in the front passenger seat. As Corporal Keblich put the vehicle in motion, the two Americans settled back, their helmets most probably on the floor so as not to attract undue attention, and their M3 submachine guns almost certainly laying cocked and ready on their laps. The party didn't encounter any hostile troops on the road to Virgil, and the Wehrmacht soldiers they did meet were all loyal to Gangl. Lee checked several small bridges for demolition charges, and those he found, Gangl ordered his men to remove. The Kubelwagen rolled into Virgil at approximately 4:30 in the afternoon, and within minutes, Lee had formally accepted Gangl's surrender of the town and its remaining garrison. In what can only have been both an obvious gesture of trust and a pragmatic acknowledgement that Gangl and his men were the only force capable of fighting off Waffen-SS units that might assault the town, the American tanker allowed the Germans to keep their weapons. Formalities over, Gangl introduced Lee to Rupert Hagleitner and other key Virgil resistors. The American officer told the Austrians that they were responsible for the town's administration until U.S. troops arrived, and that Gangl's now surrendered Wehrmacht soldiers would provide security. Then, turning to the matter of Schloss Itter, Lee asked Hagleitner to map out what he thought would be the safest route to the castle. Hagleitner instead offered to show him the way. At just before 5:30, Lee, Gangl, Hagleitner, and Simchik set out in the Kubelwagen, followed by Blechschmidt and several men in a small truck. Though the distance to the castle was little more than 5 road miles, the need to take narrow dirt tracks and make several detours to avoid Waffen-SS roadblocks meant it took the party nearly 45 minutes to reach Itter village. When they entered the small square in front of St. Joseph's Church, they encountered Kurt Siegfried Schroeder, who was on his way home after his drawn-out meeting with the French VIPs. Schroeder told Lee he'd taken responsibility for the former prisoner's safety, and Gangl, seeing Lee's obvious skepticism, vouched for Schroeder, whom he knew from Battle Group Giel. Lee then told the Waffen-SS officer to return to the castle with his family and explained that a U.S. rescue force would arrive soon. This latter statement was a bit misleading, of course, in that Lee would have to return to Kufstein to assemble the relief column, and before he could do that, he had to ensure that the situation at the castle was in fact as Gangl had represented it to be. He thus directed Hagleitner, who was driving, to continue the 150 yards on to the castle. As the Kubelwagen slowly approached the gatehouse, presumably with one of its occupants waving a white flag, 2 armed Frenchmen stepped forward and leveled their weapons. Their understandable chagrin at the arrival of a German military vehicle would quickly have dissipated when Lee slowly stood up in the rear seat and announced himself to be an American officer. Quickly ushered before the gathered French VIPs, Lee introduced himself and declared that he would return very soon with a sizable rescue force. While the tanker's exact words were not recorded, we can be certain that they were greeted with relief and enthusiasm. But we can also be fairly sure that Lee expressed himself in his typically brash, straightforward way, and while he impressed Reynaud as having the fine figure of a football player, he didn't make a particularly good impression on at least one of the other former prisoners. Though Edouard Daladier found Sepp Gangl to be polite and dignified, the American captain struck him as crude in both looks and manners, and the former French premier sniffed that if Lee is a reflection of America's policies, Europe is in for a hard time. Daladier's disdain was the least of Lee's concerns, of course. He had a rescue to organize. Less than 20 minutes after arriving at Schloss Itter, and after having directed Blechschmidt and his men to remain, Lee, Simchik, Gangl, and Hagleitner started back toward Wörgl in the Kubelwagen, retracing their earlier route and again encountering no resistance. After dropping Hagleitner off, the other three continued on to Kufstein, where Lee sought out his battalion commander. Clow told him to proceed with the rescue effort, but said that because CCR was already turning the area over to elements of the 36th Infantry Division, the only 23rd TB assets available to Lee were his own tank and one other. Any additional men and vehicles would have to come from the 36th ID. With Gangl in tow, Lee rushed back to where he'd left his task force earlier in the day. He first informed his own crew, Simchik, driver, technician 4th grade William T. Rushford, loader, technician 5th grade Edward J. Siner, and assistant driver/bow machine gunner, private first class Herbert G. McKaylee, of their new mission. He then asked his friend Harry Bass to take command of the second tank, Second Lieutenant Wallace S. Holbrook's Boschbuster, whose crew included Sergeants William E. Elliott and Glenn E. Sherman. Still needing additional firepower, Lee was able to dragoon 5 Shermans from the incoming 3rd Platoon, Company B, 753rd Tank Battalion. Lee then went in search of Colonel George E. Lynch, commander of the 142nd Infantry Regiment, which was moving in to assume control of the area. Fascinated by Lee's tale of French VIPs in need of rescue, Lynch tasked 3 squads of infantrymen from 2nd Platoon, Company E of Lieutenant Colonel Marvin J. Coyle's 2nd Battalion to accompany the column. Lynch also pointed out that his regiment's planned axis of advance would take it toward Itter, and pledged that the bulk of his battalions would be right behind Lee and his column. That column rolled out of Kufstein just before 7 p.m., Lee and Basat and Jenny took the lead, followed by Boschbuster and the 5 753rd TB Shermans. The infantrymen from the 142nd were spread among the tanks and riding atop the rear engine decks, and taking up the rear of the column was Gangl in his Kubelwagen, the white flag on his radio antenna now supplemented by large white stars crudely painted on either side. Despite the apparent ease with which Lee and the others had managed to drive to and from Schloss Itter earlier in the day, the young officer was under no illusions that his considerably larger column would go unnoticed or unchallenged. Die-hard Waffen-SS and Wehrmacht units remained throughout northern Austria, and they could be expected to be well equipped with the lethal Panzerfaust anti-tank rockets that Allied tankers had learned to fear. It quickly became obvious that Panzerfausts were not the only thing the American tankers had to worry about. Almost immediately after leaving Kufstein, the relief column had to cross a small and obviously old bridge over an in-river tributary known as the Brixenthaler Eiche. Lee's 2 tanks and 2 of the 753rd TB Shermans made it over the span without difficulty, but the structure began to collapse when the 5th tank attempted to cross. Lee had no choice but to order the last 3 753rd vehicles to return to Kufstein with their embarked infantrymen. Further complications awaited the rescue force when it reached Wörgl at about 8 p.m. The same roving bands of die-hard troops that worried Lee were also of great concern to Rupert Hagleitner and his fellow resistance leaders, and they pleaded with the young officer to bolster their defenses. For reasons that aren't entirely clear, Lee agreed to leave the 2 remaining 753rd TB tanks and their accompanying infantrymen in Wörgl. However, Gangl offered to make up the deficit with more of his men, and when Lee agreed, the Wehrmacht officer called together 2 of his officers, Captain Dietrich and Lieutenant Herkel, and several additional enlisted men. When the relief column left Wörgl to continue the journey to Schloss Itter, Lee commanded 2 Sherman tanks, 14 American soldiers, and a Kubelwagen and small Mercedes truck carrying a total of 10 Germans. It was certainly a first for an American officer in World War II. The rescue force initially headed due east out of Wörgl, but turned southeast when they hit the village of Sörl-Lückenthal and then followed the 2-lane Brixenthaler Strasse south along the west bank of the Brixenthaler Eiche. At the small hamlet of Bruckberg, They found a bridge that Lee determined would bear the weight of the tanks as they crossed to the other side of the small river, but it had already been wired with demolition charges. Realizing the span might be the only route back to U.S. lines with the evacuated French VIPs, Lee decided to leave Boschbuster and its crew, minus Bass, to disarm the explosives and protect the structure. Continuing on with Besotten Jenny and its crew, with Bass and the 4 remaining 142nd Infantrymen, Corporal William Sutton and Privates Alex Petrukovich, Arthur Pollock, and Alfred Warsham riding on the back deck, and Gangel and his men following in their vehicles, Lee continued along the east bank of the river. The road was hemmed in on the east side by a steep mountainside, forcing the column to continue almost due southward toward the market town of Hopfgarten until they came to a sharp left-hand curve onto the Itterstrasse, the road leading uphill toward Itter village and the Schloss. Lee could now see his objective, perched atop the hill barely a mile directly to his front, and he ordered his driver to move out carefully. His caution was justified, for within minutes of turning onto the Itterstrasse, the column rounded an S-curve in the road and almost drove over a squad of Waffen-SS troops trying to set up a roadblock. The infantrymen, riding on the tank's rear deck, quickly opened fire, as did Baugunner McHaley and Gangel's troops in the truck, and the Waffen-SS men scurried into the surrounding woods without firing. Lee ordered Rushford to open her up, and the tank slewed around another corner and up the twisting Itterstrasse with the Wehrmacht vehicles close behind. The mini-convoy roared through the narrow streets of Itter village and then turned west onto the Schlossweg, the narrow lane leading toward the castle. The Schlossweg ended at the bridge leading to the castle's main gate, where Lee ordered Rushford to pull Besotten Jenny as far over to the side as possible, and then motioned Gangel and the driver of the truck to move ahead and cross the bridge. As the Wehrmacht vehicles eased past the Sherman and on toward the gatehouse, Lee told the 4 infantrymen atop the tank's rear deck to jump down and take up defensive positions. Turning to Rushford, who'd driven the several hundred yards from Itter village with his head and shoulders out of his hatch, Lee said to back the tank up slightly until it was in the center of the road and then turn it 180 degrees so the front of the vehicle would face toward the village. The turn was a delicate operation on the narrow roadway, but by moving the steering levers in opposite directions and applying power, Rushford was able to rotate the tank in place. Lee's rationale for the maneuver became clear moments later when he told Rushford that they would be backing Besotten Jenny up the curving 60-foot-long access road toward the gatehouse. In response to quizzical looks from both Rushford and Bass, Lee quickly explained that during his brief earlier visit to the castle with Gangel, he'd realized that the access road was narrower than where the vehicle now sat, and that the gatehouse's arched entryway was too low to allow the tank to move all the way into the Schloss's lower courtyard. He wanted to get the tank as close as possible to the gatehouse, both to block the entry and to ensure that enemy troops couldn't get between the vehicle and the gate. While backing Besotten Jenny up the access road to the gatehouse would be challenging, Lee said, it would also ensure that enemy gunners couldn't get a shot at the tank's most vulnerable spot, the less heavily armored lower rear hull. With the plan agreed on, Lee ordered everyone but Rushford out of the tank and then climbed atop the turret and dropped into the commander's hatch. Because the Sherman's rear-view mirrors had been damaged several days earlier, Rushford had to rely on Lee's voice commands for guidance. As Besotten Jenny began creeping backward so slowly that its movement was at first barely discernible to the anxious soldiers looking on, Lee relayed small course corrections via intercom. The initial half of the access road was relatively straight, but it also included the potentially most dangerous hurdle the tank had to surmount: the 20-foot-long bridge spanning the ravine separating Schloss Itter from the rest of the ridgeline. The metal-reinforced concrete span was supported at either end by what appeared to be fairly robust, arched, dressed stone piers, but the Sherman would undoubtedly be pushing the bridge well beyond its design limits. Should the span give way under the tank's immense weight, Besotten Jenny would drop some 25 feet to the bottom of the ravine, a distance that would disable the vehicle, rob the rescue force of its biggest gun, and almost certainly kill or severely injure Lee and Rushford. When the Sherman backed onto the bridge, the span literally started to groan as the interior metal girders supporting the length of the structure began to bend. Chunks of the stone facade popped out and dropped into the ravine, and hairline cracks opened in the macadam road surface. Art Pollock, crouched nearby with his BAR pointing back toward the village, turned at the sound and was stunned to see that the bridge was actually swaying slightly from side to side. Despite the obvious signs of distress, the span held, and after nearly a minute of high anxiety for Rushford, Lee, and the watching soldiers, Basat and Jenny rolled safely across, only to face another challenge. At the castle end of the span, the roadway turned left toward the gatehouse at about a 15-degree angle, narrowing from 12 feet to just under 11. The turn would be a tight one, with the 9-foot-wide tank having less than a foot of clearance on either side. If Rushford misjudged the angle of his turn or inadvertently applied too much power, the Sherman would smash through the low cinder block and wooden plank guardrails lining the roadway and might well go tumbling down the slope on the other side. But again, Lee's precise instructions and Rushford's steady hand averted a possible disaster. Basat and Jenny made the turn with inches to spare and covered the remaining distance to the gatehouse without incident. When Rushford had backed the Sherman to within a few feet of the arched gateway through which the German vehicles had already passed, Lee told him to shut the engine down. Both men then climbed out of their respective hatches, jumped to the ground, and lit up celebratory smokes as Bass, Simchick, Siner, McHaley, and the 4 infantrymen left their defensive positions on the village side of the bridge and trotted to join them. The Americans then moved through the open gates and into the snow-dusted lower courtyard, where Schroeder and Gangl were waiting. With daylight fading, Lee was eager to organize the castle's defenses. But before he could begin issuing orders, the Schlosshof's small arched gate swung open, and he and his men were engulfed by a wave of Gallic congratulations. Lee's return with the eagerly anticipated American rescue column drew all of Schloss Itter's French VIPs out of the safety of the Great Hall, across the walled terrace, and down the steps to the courtyard with smiles on their faces, cheers in their throats, and bottles of wine in their hands. That initial enthusiasm quickly dimmed, however, when they realized the limited extent of the relief force. Lee's assurances hours earlier that he would return with the cavalry had conjured in their minds images of a column of armor supported by masses of heavily armed soldiers. What they got instead was a single, somewhat shop-worn tank, 7 Americans, and, to the former prisoner's chagrin, more armed Germans. The French, to put it mildly, were decidedly unimpressed. The former captive's mood darkened even more when they heard Lee telling Schroeder, who'd returned to the castle in full uniform, about the Waffen-SS roadblock the relief force had encountered on the Itterstrasse, just north of Hopfgarten. The French knew there were hostile units in the area, of course. Blechschmidt had told them just that when he and his men had arrived earlier. But the fact that there were German troops still willing to confront American armor was a chilling reminder that the war was most certainly not yet over. Their peace of mind would have been further undermined had the French heard what Schroeder reported to Lee. Pulling the tanker to one side, the Waffen-SS man told him quietly that as Blechschmidt was deploying his handful of men along the castle's upper floors earlier in the afternoon, he'd seen hostile troops moving toward the Schloss from the north, west, and south. Even more ominous, Schroeder added, both he and the young Wehrmacht lieutenant had seen 2 Pak-40 anti-tank guns being moved into positions into which they could fire toward the castle. One just inside the tree line on a parallel ridge directly east of the Schloss, and the other in a small clearing on the west bank of the Brixenthaler Esche, southwest of the Schloss. Aware that the tactical situation had worsened significantly in just the past few hours, and that an attack could come at any minute, Lee quickly began issuing orders. His first was directed at the expectant French, whom he told to take Schroeder's wife and children and the female number prisoners and seek shelter in the basement storerooms. His order was greeted by an immediate outburst of Gallic outrage, Renaud, Deladier, and the other men loudly protesting that they would rather die on the parapets than cower in the cellars. Lee cut off the descent with a curt wave of his hand, reminding the Frenchmen that he was in sole command and adding that they wouldn't be any good to post-war France if they got themselves killed. As the French former prisoners moved off, the men still grumbling, Lee motioned Bass, Gangl, Schrader, Dietrich, Herkel, and Blechschmidt together and quickly outlined his strategy. Since there weren't enough vehicles to move everyone in the castle back to Kufstein, and given that the immediate area seemed to be crawling with enemy troops anyway, they would stay put, defend Schloss Itter, and wait to be relieved by the advancing 142nd Infantry. Lee would remain in overall command of the castle's ad hoc garrison, which now included 10 Americans, 1 Waffen-SS man, and 14 Wehrmacht soldiers, with Bass, Schrader, and Gangl acting as his lieutenants. Though the defenders were likely to be hugely outnumbered, Lee said, they had several factors working in their favor. First, they were relatively well armed. In addition to Kar 98 and M1 Garand rifles, they had MP-40 and M3 submachine guns, Pollux BAR, German and American pistols and hand grenades, and, most important, the 30 caliber and 50 caliber machine guns and 76 millimeter cannon on besatten Jenny. Second, Lee pointed out, attackers coming from the north, west, or south would have to surmount the encircling concertina wire barriers and advance uphill while under intense fire from men atop the high walls on those sides. Third, enemy troops moving in from the east would be completely exposed as they negotiated the short Schlossweg leading from the closest part of Itter village to the Schloss. And in the final 60 feet of that distance, the attackers would have to cross the narrow bridge over the ravine before even reaching the gatehouse. Fourth, Lee said, Schloss Itter's thick stone walls would offer protection from small arms fire and to a lesser extent reduce the effectiveness of enemy artillery. Fifth, and possibly most important, Lee pointed out that should attackers actually breach the outer ramparts, the defenders could resort to a positively medieval tactic. They'd shepherd the VIPs into the Schloss's tall central building, which Lee immediately dubbed the Keep, and use the remaining ammunition, the grenades, and if necessary their fists, to make the enemy fight for every stairwell, every hall, and every room. Having laid out the battle plan, Lee set about deploying his troops. Gangl and Schrader would each be responsible for defending 180 degrees of the castle's perimeter, Lee said, the former on the south and the latter on the north. Each man would have junior officers as squad leaders, Dietrich and Blechschmidt with Gangl and Herkel with Schrader, and 3 of the Wehrmacht enlisted soldiers. The 3 remaining German troops would be posted as lookouts on the top floor of the keep. All of the friendly Germans would wear a strip of dark cloth tied around their left arms as a recognition symbol, Lee said. Until something happened, the troops could sleep and eat in shifts. But when and if the shooting started, it would literally be every man to the battlements. As the German officers moved off to take up their positions, Lee told Rushford, Simchik, Seiner, and McKaylee to wait for him next to the tank, still parked a few feet in front of the gatehouse. Turning to Bass and the 4 GIs from the 142nd Infantry, Lee said they would be responsible for the area around the main gate, as well as for covering the approach road. Motioning them to follow, Lee trotted over to the gatehouse, where he and Bass did a quick recon as Pollock, Warsham, Petrukovich, and Sutton took up defensive positions just to the rear and on either side of besatten Jenny. Exploring the 30-foot-tall, 40-foot-wide gatehouse confirmed the 2 officers' initial impression. While it certainly wasn't impregnable, it would make a decent first line of defense against any direct enemy assault from the direction of the village or uphill from south or east. Strongly built of stone, the structure had 2 sets of gates, one set at each end of the covered and arched central entryway. The outer gates had been installed as part of the Schloss's conversion into a prison. Built of thick, rough timber and pierced on one side by a small inset door, they opened outward and could be secured from the inside by several large padlocks. Set about 15 feet further back, the inner gates were made of massive, metal-banded timbers, opened inward, and could be both locked and barred. Moreover, the central entryway was flanked by two tall stone towers pierced at the top by firing loops that commanded the short access road. Two additional towers, some 40 feet to the rear of the gatehouse, on the west front corner of the Schlosshof, overlooked the steep slopes leading up to the base of the castle's massive southern and western foundation walls. The front guard towers and the gatehouse's cramped upper floor were accessible via two small wooden doors, one to either side of the inner gates, while the Schlosshof's tower had its own gate and internal circular staircase. There were two possible weak spots in the defenses in and around the gatehouse, Lee and Bass agreed. The first was the area directly beneath the arched supports of the small bridge on the access road. Enemy troops who were able to work their way through the ravine and reach the base of the stone pier closest to the main gate would be able to cut through the concertina wire barriers where they butted up against the pier while remaining almost impossible to engage. None of the firing loops in the gatehouse offered a clear line of sight, and the sloping shoulders of the small promontory on which the castle stood would block fire from the main walls. The second weak spot was the small arched doorway, the sally port, at the base of the south foundation wall, right below the Schlosshof's guard tower on the castle's south side. The door opened directly onto the sloping hillside leading down into the ravine. Built of thick metal-reinforced timber, it was heavily barred from within and was overlooked by firing loops in the guard towers, but the placement of the openings and the curving walls of the towers would make it difficult to actually bring a weapon to bear on the slightly recessed door. Worse, small trees and underbrush on the hillside leading to the sally port meant that enemy troops who cut through the concertina wire might be able to make it from the ravine to the door unseen and blow it open before they could be stopped. Standing before the front gate, Lee realized that the position of Besatten Jenny also presented a tactical problem. While his foresight in backing the vehicle up the access road spanning the ravine and parking it immediately in front of the gatehouse both protected its more vulnerable rear end and made any enemy assault up the approach road virtually suicidal, it also severely restricted the field of fire of the turret-mounted 76mm cannon and coaxial and hull-mounted 30-caliber machine guns. In order to ensure that the tank could cover the sally port and engage targets to the west and south of the Schloss, in addition to those immediately to the east, Lee ordered Rushford to move Besatten Jenny further from the gatehouse and park it just on the castle side of the bridge. Its engine roaring, and with greasy smoke belching from its exhausts, the Sherman moved slowly forward. When it came to a stop, Rushford and the other crewmen jumped down and trotted back to the gatehouse, each man carrying his personal gear, a .45 caliber M3 submachine gun, and as much ammunition as he could carry. Lee knew that repositioning the tank was a calculated risk. While the move would significantly increase the field of fire for the Sherman's main and secondary weapons, it would also make the vehicle more visible to anti-tank gunners and increase the likelihood of attack by infantrymen wielding the fearsome Panzerfaust. To help prevent the latter, Lee told Bass to emplace one of the tank's machine guns in the gatehouse's small upper level. By kicking out some of the ceramic roof tiles, the defenders could create a firing position that would cover Besatten Jenny and also provide an elevated, if somewhat exposed, position from which to engage enemy troops attempting to move up the hillsides on either side of the bridge over the ravine. Though Lee would have preferred to use the tank's Browning .50 caliber for the Overwatch task, its size and weight would make it too unwieldy to use in the gatehouse's cramped attic space. And of the tank's two lighter and smaller .30 caliber machine guns, Lee and Bass agreed that it made more sense to remove and re-sight the assistant driver's hull-mounted M1919A4 weapon. It had a more restricted arc of fire than the coaxial next to the main gun in the rotating turret, and was easier to remove from its mount. Whistling to get McHaley's attention, Bass told him to go back to the tank, dismount the bow .30 caliber, retrieve its stowed tripod, and take the weapon and several cans of ammunition to the top of the gatehouse. Turning toward Worsham, Bass told him to help McHaley emplace the weapon and then act as the young tanker's assistant gunner. Leaving Bass to deploy Pollock, Petrukovich, and Sutton as he saw fit, Lee moved over to where Rushford, Simchick, and Siner were crouched just inside the first set of gates. Lee told them that while he realized that Basat and Jenny was in an exposed position, he wanted at least one of them in the buttoned-up vehicle at all times. Turning to Signer, Lee said that since there was virtually no chance they'd have to tangle with German armor, he wanted the Sherman's 76mm gun loaded with a high-explosive shell, which would be far more effective against troops than an armor-piercing round. Finally, Lee said, at the first sign of a full-scale attack, he wanted all three of them to get to Basat and Jenny as soon as possible. Bass would try to join them, but if the motor officer couldn't make it out to the Sherman, the three enlisted men should keep it in action as long as they could. With the defense of the gatehouse organized, Lee headed across the small courtyard toward the Schlosshof, noting as he did that the wire-topped parapet walls on either side were not tall enough to offer complete protection from incoming fire. Making a mental note to remind everyone that in the event of a firefight they'd have to crouch when traversing the lower courtyard and the equally exposed terrace between the Schlosshof and the main building, Lee hurried toward the Great Hall. It was just after 9:30. The sun was starting to set, and he wanted to ensure that all the tame krauts were in position and alert before nightfall. As he crossed the terrace, Lee was pleased to see that Gangl had placed two of his men behind a low wall that allowed them to cover both the castle's main entryway and the stairway leading up from the front courtyard. The soldiers saluted the American officer as he walked past them into the Great Hall, where Lee found Gangl and Schroeder waiting for him. Together, the three men set off to inspect the defenses. Then it was down to the cellars to look in on the VIPs and Schroeder's family, followed by a drawn-out strategy session among Lee, Gangl, and Schroeder that evolved into a remarkably open discussion of the war and the uncertainties of the coming peace. It must have been a truly odd sight. The brash tanker from upstate New York and two highly decorated German officers sitting around a table in the candlelit great hall of a medieval castle, speaking quietly of their experiences in a conflict that each man fervently hoped would end within hours. Finally, talked out, the enemies turned allies went in search of places to catch a few hours' sleep. Lee ended up in what had until recently been the SS Guards' dormitory on the first floor of the keep. Setting his helmet and M3 submachine gun on a bedside table, he picked one of the narrow beds at random and lay down on the bare mattress, still wearing his boots and pistol belt. His foresight would soon be validated, for it would be a very short night. Chapter 7. A Castle Besieged. Just after 4 a.m., Jack Lee was jolted awake by the sudden banging of M1 Garens, the sharper crack of Car 98s, and the mechanical chatter of a .30 caliber spitting out rounds in short, controlled bursts. Knowing instinctively that the rising crescendo of outgoing fire was coming from the gatehouse, Lee rolled off the bed, grabbed his helmet and M3, and ran from the room. The young tanker raced down the hallway, across the great hall, and out the front door. As he reached the arched Schlosshof gate leading from the terrace to the front courtyard, an MG-42 machine gun opened up from somewhere along the parallel ridgeline east of the castle, the weapon's characteristic ripping sound clearly audible above the outgoing fire and its tracers looking like an unbroken red stream as they arced across the ravine and ricocheted off the castle's lower walls. Almost immediately, the German weapon was answered by the slower, deeper thumping of Basat and Jenny's .50 caliber Browning, and as Lee ran the last few feet to the gatehouse, he could see the M2's own tracers stabbing into the trees near where the MG-42 must be. The German weapon quickly fell silent, its two-man crew no doubt seeking shelter from the .50 cal's deadly stream of thumb-sized rounds. The big Browning continued to bang away as Lee reached the inner set of gates and yanked open the small wooden door leading to the guard tower on the west side of the gatehouse. Using his red-lensed flashlight for illumination, he pounded up a flight of circular stone stairs until he reached the first firing loop, through which Sutton was methodically loosing rounds from his M1. To Lee's surprise, the infantryman was firing not across the ravine but down into it, aiming into the darkness to the west of the tower. In response to Lee's shouted query, Sutton said that he'd spotted 4 troops who had apparently cut through the concertina wire. Waffen-SS, he thought, though with only moonlight for illumination it was hard to be sure, dashing the 30 or 40 feet upslope to the base of the foundation wall. They looked to be carrying grappling hooks and ropes, but were spotted before they could put them to use. When he opened up on the enemy troops, Sutton said they had scurried back downslope under covering fire from the woods and gone to ground. Telling Sutton to save his ammo until he had a definite target, Lee continued up the circular stairway to the small door leading into the gatehouse's cramped upper level. Inside, he found Warsham and McKaylee lying prone behind the now quiet .30 caliber, surrounded by spent brass and wreathed by floating dust kicked up by the machine guns firing. As McKaylee fed another belt of ammo into the weapon, he told Lee that when Sutton had started shooting at the interlopers, the west side of the gatehouse had almost immediately come under rifle and machine pistol fire from troops hidden on the upper floor of the small inn on the Schlossweg. He and Warsham had laid down suppressing fire, aiming at muzzle flashes and the occasional shadowy figure they could see silhouetted in the building's windows. Despite their somewhat exposed position, they themselves hadn't been directly targeted, and when the MG-42 had opened up, it seemed to be aimed at Sutton's position, not at them. When Basat and Jenny's .50 caliber had gotten into the act, McKaylee said, the enemy fire had briefly shifted toward the tank, but then died out completely. Cautioning the 2 young soldiers to stay alert, Lee descended via the circular stairway in the guard tower on the eastern front corner of the gatehouse. Emerging back in the courtyard, Lee knocked gently on one of the inner gates and then eased it open enough to squeeze through into the covered entryway. As he moved inside, he found himself looking down the barrels of Petrukovich's M1 and Pollack's BAR. Recognizing Lee, the infantrymen lowered their weapons and turned back toward Bass and Simchik, who were crouched on either side of the small door that pierced the right half of the outer gate. The door was open just enough to give a clear view of Basat and Jenny, and as Lee moved up beside him, Bass whispered that Simchik and Rushford had just traded places when the shooting started. When the MG-42 opened up, Rushford had popped up in the commander's hatch, swiveled the big Browning around on its rotating ring mount, and started banging out .50 caliber rounds. Spent brass littered the top of the tank's turret, its rear deck, and the ground around it. Conferring in whispers, Lee and Bass agreed that the enemy was obviously looking for a way into the Schloss that didn't require a direct assault down the narrow, sloping approach road toward the sturdy and well-defended gatehouse. Since the Germans on the castle's upper levels hadn't fired when the GIs in the gatehouse did, the attackers might not yet have a clear idea of the defenders' numbers. Given that a full-scale attack wasn't likely until the besiegers had determined how many men and what type of weapons they were facing, Lee told Bass to rotate the GIs up to the main building in pairs so they could eat and clean up. In the meantime, Lee said he was going to check on the Castle Krauts. When he reached the Schloss's Great Hall, he was surprised to find most of the French VIPs gathered in front of the room's huge, ornate fireplace. Several large logs were burning fiercely, and in reply to Lee's pointed query about why they all weren't in the cellars as he'd directed, Augusta Brooklyn responded simply that they'd been driven upstairs by the cold. They'd emerged, shivering, though all were wearing coats, just after Lee had raced down to the gatehouse, and despite the sounds of battle, they'd decided that warmth was a more immediate concern than safety. On behalf of the others, Brooklyn asked Lee if they could remain in the Great Hall. He agreed, but only on the conditions that they stay away from the heavily curtained windows, that no one leave the building, and that they all immediately return to the cellars if the firing resumed. As he moved toward the stairway, Lee also cautioned them not to give in to the temptation to go back upstairs to the relative comfort of their rooms, pointing out that Sepp Gangel and his men were stationed on the keep's upper floors, and that their defensive firing in the event of an attack would almost certainly attract a hail of enemy gunfire. Heading up to the first floor, Lee found Blechschmidt sitting on a chair to one side of the French doors leading out onto the broad veranda that stretched the width of the building's south side. With crenellated 5-foot-high parapet walls, the structure offered a relatively safe perch from which to observe the ravine below. Using hand gestures and a few halting words of English, the young German officer explained that he'd stationed a man in the small circular turret that projected a few feet over the wall at the veranda's eastern corner, from where the soldier could overlook both the front courtyard and the base of the south foundation wall. Blechschmidt then pointed to a man crouched in the shadows in the opposite corner, from where he could keep an eye on the large rear courtyard and the foundation wall to the west. Lee clapped the German lieutenant on the shoulder and then moved down the hallway toward the heavy wooden door that led from the main building into the keep. Ascending the narrow stone stairs from floor to floor, he found 2 Germans on each, one peering out a window on the north side and the other on the south. Gangl and Schrader were on the 4th floor, standing just outside the door to Wimmer's former suite and looking out one of the 2 windows on the keep's east side. Joining them, Lee realized they were keeping an eye on 2 soldiers who had obviously climbed out the window and down onto the roof of the Great Hall. Gangl explained that he directed the men to take up observation positions behind the crenellations on the roof's far corners. Schrader added that 2 more men were similarly concealed on the roof of the keep. Lee smiled his satisfaction with the officer's preparations. Noticing that sunlight was beginning to peek through the windows of Wimmer's former room, Lee checked his watch. Even as his mind registered the time, 6 a.m., he heard the unmistakable rattle of an MP-40 coming from the floor directly below. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, with the German officers close behind, Lee emerged on the 3rd floor and immediately saw one of Gangl's troops, obviously the one who'd fired the MP-40, curled on the floor in one of the south-facing rooms. The man lay directly beneath a shattered window, and incoming bullets were making the curtains dance before thudding into the chamber's ornate wooden ceiling. Dropping to their knees, Lee and Gangl scrambled across the floor, grabbed the soldier by his ankles, and jerked him out into the relative safety of the hallway. Propping the man against the wall, Gangl grilled him in rapid German, turning every few seconds to give Lee a rough translation. The soldier, a young Austrian-born private, had spotted a small group of Waffen-SS troopers approaching the castle from the direction of Hopfgarten. The intruders had already gotten past the concertina wire and were running upslope toward the base of the foundation wall when the young soldier, who'd been drafted into the Wehrmacht just weeks before and had no combat experience, slammed the window open and in seconds emptied an entire 32-round magazine at them. His rash action had had immediate consequences. In addition to rifle and machine pistol fire aimed at the keep, an MG-42 had come briefly to life, raking the entire south side of the Schloss before being suppressed by 50 caliber fire from Rushford in Besatten-Jenny. And though Lee didn't know it at the time, the enemy machine gun fire had come very close to eliminating one of the French VIPs. Several rounds had slammed into a wall just inches from the head of Edouard Daladier, who was taking his customary early morning walk in the rear courtyard in defiance of Lee's order that all the French former prisoners remain inside the castle. Despite the heated response the young Wehrmacht troopers' act had elicited, his fire had also apparently succeeded in prompting the Waffen-SS men to pull back into the woods at the bottom of the ravine. Reports from Blechschmidt's 2 lookouts on the veranda and from the men on the keep's roof confirmed that no attackers had made it to the base of the foundation wall. Gangl and Schrader both concurred with Lee's assessment that the aborted assault was another attempt to probe the castle's defenses rather than to breach them. But all 3 officers also agreed that the coming of a new day, and with it the increasing potential for the arrival of a significant Allied relief force, might well prompt the enemy to launch an all-out attack without waiting to find an exploitable chink in the castle's defenses. Though the Schloss's defenders had thus far managed to deal with the enemy's initial probes, Lee and the 2 German officers knew that a determined assault by what might well be several hundred battle-hardened Waffen-SS troops could have but one possible outcome. Only the timely arrival of a major relief force could guarantee the survival of Schloss Itter's French VIPs and their American and German guardians. And though Lee and his newfound allies didn't yet know it, the 2 forces dispatched to rescue them would both be significantly delayed, one by enemy action and the other by military bureaucracy. Before Lee and his mixed armor infantry American-German rescue party left Kufstein the previous evening, The young tanker had been assured by Colonel George E. Lynch that the 2nd Battalion of his 142nd Infantry Regiment would be right behind them. As part of the 36th Infantry Division's advance from the In-River Valley eastward toward Kitzbühel, 2nd Battalion Commander Lieutenant Colonel Marvin J. Coyle's 4 rifle companies, E, F, G, and H, and their supporting artillery and tank units, were to strike southwest from Kufstein to Wörgl on the morning of May 5th, and after securing the latter turn southeast and move down the Brixental Valley toward Hopfgarten. The advance would take the 2nd Battalion right past the base of the ridge atop which Itter village sat, and Lynch was certain that Coyle and his men would be able to quickly relieve Lee and his troops. But as so often happens in wartime, Lynch's plans were derailed, and the 2nd Battalion's advance delayed by unforeseen circumstances. The trouble started almost immediately after 2nd Battalion's jeeps, trucks, and half-tracks rolled out of Kufstein at 7 a.m., led by the attached M4 Shermans of Company B, 753rd Tank Battalion. Coyle's orders from Regimental Commander Lynch directed him to follow Lieutenant Colonel Everett Simpson's 3rd Battalion as far as the junction leading to the Sol Sankt Johann Road, about 3 miles south of Kufstein, at which point Simpson's unit would turn directly east while 2nd Battalion moved on toward Wörgl. The only route toward the junction was a 2-lane road that for about 2 miles of its length was sandwiched between the In-River and a line of steep-sided hills, and near the hamlet of Kirchbischel, the 3rd Battalion ran into a hastily emplaced timber and stone roadblock defended by Waffen-SS troops wielding small arms and Panzerfausts. It took about 30 minutes to eliminate the resistance, and another 20 for the GIs to clear the obstructions and reboard their vehicles, and 3rd Battalion had only moved about another half-mile when it encountered a blown bridge. Though troops of the 111th Engineer Combat Battalion were immediately brought forward to deal with the situation, the 2 infantry units were halted for another 90 minutes. Nor did the 2nd Battalion's luck improve. Almost as soon as Simpson's 3rd Battalion turned off at the road junction, Coyle's column encountered a massive crater, the result of demolition charges planted by withdrawing German units, spanning both of the road lanes in a built-up area with no available bypass. Fearing an ambush, Coyle deployed dismounted infantrymen to protect the leading tanks and the engineers who came forward to fill the crater. That effort took another hour, and it wasn't until 11 o'clock that the 2nd Battalion renewed its advance toward Wörgl. Though Austrian resistance fighters who greeted the arriving Americans insisted that all German troops had left the town, Coyle's soldiers undertook a thorough block-by-block clearance sweep, a process that occupied them for far longer than Coyle would have liked. Even as he prepared the battalion for the move east out of Wörgl, Coyle, having not heard from Lee since the previous night, was already wondering if his men would find anyone left to relieve at Schloss Itter. Though Coyle didn't know it, the leader of the other American column trying to relieve Schloss Itter was also wondering whether he'd make it in time. Having gotten on the road just after sunup, Major John Kramers and his rescue force had initially made good time. As Meyer Levin later recalled, "We romped along a fine road lined with cheering Polish, Czech, French, and Russian ex-slaves and ex-prisoners, who here, as everywhere, seemed to have sprung up out of the ground the instant the liberation blew their way. It was a fine, warm day, and the mountain scenery was first class, and we had a fine tourist ride for some 20 miles on the road to Wörgl." Their seemingly idyllic road trip through the In-River Valley soon turned sour, however. Just past Jenbach, about halfway between Innsbruck and Wörgl, Kramers's column was hailed by a group of Austrian anti-Nazi partisans who'd been fighting running battles with Waffen-SS units farther along the road. According to Levin, "Our little party paused for reflection. There we were, alone in what was still Krautland. Liberating a castle full of big names was important, but it was also important not to get killed in so doing, especially on the day when fighting was supposed to have stopped." To add point to the argument, there came a familiar whine, which we thought we had heard for the last time. Then the blast, and 100 yards away there was a black burst. The boys in the tanks promptly backed among some trees for cover. The soldiers hopped off their truck, took positions in a ditch, and watched the shells come down. "They've seen us! If they're shooting for us, that's lousy poor shooting. "Yeah, but it's 8/8, and they got observation on this road." Major Kramers made a swift recce up the road, did some radio talk with headquarters, and decided we couldn't clear the road to Itter without help. As Kramers was discussing the situation with Luton, the French liaison officer, the radio in their jeep crackled. It was division command post, and the news wasn't good. Not only would they not be getting reinforcements, the 103rd's Chief of Staff, Colonel Guy S. Malloy, was ordering the rescue force to turn around and head back toward Innsbruck. Thunderstruck, Kramers reminded the senior officer that the French VIPs were in mortal danger, and as respectfully as he could, asked why on earth he was being ordered to abort the mission when the rescuers were well over half the way to Itter. The answer left Kramers stunned. His column had crossed the map coordinates that marked the boundary between the 103rd and 36th Divisions' respective areas of operation. He and his men were in effect trespassing in the 36th's territory. While Kramers well understood that moving unannounced through another division's area of operations could be dangerous, friendly forces unaware of his column's presence might well mistake it for an enemy unit and attack, he also believed at that point that his ad hoc detachment was the only force capable of saving Schloss Itter's French prisoners. Being careful not to sound insubordinate, Kramers pointed out to Malloy that the question of unit boundaries and areas of operational responsibility had not kept the initial rescue plan from being approved by the division commander, Major General McAuliffe, less than 12 hours earlier. Going further, he reminded the Chief of Staff that the murder of a gaggle of French VIPs by the Nazis would not reflect well on either American division. Struggling to keep his anger in check, Kramers all but pleaded to be allowed to keep going, but to no avail. Directed in no uncertain terms to return to Innsbruck, the military government officer made what under the circumstances was a very gutsy and admittedly foolhardy decision. He would send back the 4 tank destroyers and the infantrymen from the 409th as ordered, but he, Luton, Sergeant Griss, and Kukovic would continue to Schloss Itter in the jeep. How he planned to either liberate or defend the French VIPs is unclear, given that the only weaponry he now had at his command were the M3 submachine guns and .45 caliber pistols he, Luton, and Griss were carrying. As Kramers was about to pull away, Levin and Schwab made their own bold decision. Despite the obvious folly of driving deeper into what was still enemy-held territory on roads quite possibly mined and almost certainly crawling with die-hard German troops, the 2 journalists immediately volunteered to follow along in their own jeep. As dangerous as the trip to Schloss Itter might turn out to be, neither man intended to miss what was shaping up to be one hell of a story. Even as Schloss Itter's 2 would-be relief forces were struggling to stay on the move, the castle's defenders were suffering a crisis of trust. Just after 8 a.m., as Lee and Gangl were inspecting the defenses on the Schloss's north side, firing erupted from the gatehouse. When the 2 officers got there, Bass explained that one of Gangl's men had apparently used a rope to lower himself from the veranda outside the VIP's dining area to the base of the sloping foundation wall directly west of the gatehouse. One of the wall's supporting stone buttresses had hidden him from view until he took off running down into the ravine, heading in the direction of Hopfgarten. With a pointed glance at Gangl, Bass said that none of the tame krauts had opened fire on their erstwhile comrade. By the time the Americans in the gatehouse realized what was happening, the escaping Wehrmacht trooper had run through the breach in the concertina made earlier by the Waffen-SS men and was well into the trees. Though the GIs had opened up with M1s and Pollux BAR, they hadn't hit the fleeing soldier. A quick head count by Gangl and Lieutenant Herkel showed the escapee to be a German-born soldier of no great political conviction, who'd probably decided to go over to the Waffen-SS simply to avoid immediate execution should the castle be overrun. Whatever his motives, the man's escape was a dire development. He knew exactly how many troops were defending Schloss Itter, where they were positioned, the type and number of their weapons, and even how much ammunition they had. Information he would almost certainly reveal to the SS men in order to demonstrate his loyalty. What must have been worse still from Lee's point of view was the fact that none of the other Germans had fired at the defector as he loped toward the trees. Did that mean that the man's comrades harbored the same idea? To find a way to give themselves up to the Waffen-SS and claim they'd been coerced into helping the Americans in hopes of avoiding a bullet in the back of the head? While we don't know the exact course of the discussion Lee and Gangl must have had following the deserters' departure, were there recriminations, accusations, apologies? We do know that Gangl was able to convince Lee of the remaining Wehrmacht troops' loyalty by the simple fact that the tanker allowed the Germans to keep their weapons. If Lee had harbored any doubts about the trustworthiness of the remaining German soldiers, he would have immediately disarmed them and locked them away in one of Schloss Itter's many cells. And though we can't say with certainty, it's also probable that, having convinced Lee, Gangl then took the time to go about reminding his troops that the best chance they had of surviving the next few hours and going home to their families was to continue to throw in their lot with the Allies. Having dealt with one setback, Lee was almost immediately faced with another. After their discussion about the German soldiers' escape, the tanker and Gangl had gone up to the top floor of the keep to fill Schroeder in on what had happened, and to get a better view of any increased enemy activity that might have resulted from the German corporal's defection. They didn't have to wait long for an answer. Just after 8:30, Lee, peering through binoculars, spotted two ominous weapons: a 20mm anti-aircraft cannon and an 88mm gun, being emplaced in a tree line barely 800 yards to the northwest of the castle. The sight likely made Lee cringe. The rapid-fire 20mm was lethal against soft-skinned vehicles and personnel, and the 88 had a fearsome and well-earned reputation as a killer of Allied tanks. But worse was yet to come. Gangl nudged Lee and pointed south down the Itterstrasse toward Hopfgarten. A string of military trucks was emerging from the town and driving in the direction of the castle. After passing the junction with the Itterstrasse, the vehicles stopped and began disgorging troops, who immediately ran into the woods at the base of the hill. Focusing the binoculars, Lee could easily see that the troops leaping from the tailgates of the trucks were wearing characteristic Waffen-SS camouflage. The tanker estimated that the new arrivals numbered between 100 and 150, and Schroeder pointed out that at least two of the vehicles bore the mailed fist insignia of the 17th SS Panzer Grenadier Division. While the appearance of the 88 and the truckloads of troops was certainly not a positive development, Lee and the two German officers agreed that it could explain why the Schloss had not yet been attacked in force. The enemy soldiers in the woods along the Schlossweg and on the parallel ridgeline to the east were probably just a reconnaissance element, tasked with probing the castle's defenses as they awaited the arrival of the main assault group. Though there was a slim chance that the 88 and the newly arrived Waffen-SS men were being deployed in order to engage the U.S. 36th Infantry Division rather than to assault Schloss Itter, the officers assumed, correctly, though they wouldn't know that for some time, that the Waffen-SS troops had been specifically ordered to eliminate the French VIPs and their American and German protectors. And, that being the case, Lee, Gangl, and Schroeder all understood that the enemy would waste little time before mounting an all-out attack on the castle. Realizing that the 88 and the large contingent of Waffen-SS troops would pose as great a threat to the U.S. forces advancing from Kufstein as they did to those holed up in Schloss Itter, Lee knew he had to get the word out. But with Besatten-Jenny's radio inoperable, it had failed at some point between Wörgl and the castle, the question was how. To Lee's surprise, Schroeder had a simple answer: try the telephone. The officer pointed out that the handset in the ground floor orderly room was connected directly to the telephone exchange in Wörgl, and as long as the lines hadn't been cut, they should be able to reach someone who could pass the word on to the Americans. Gangl suggested they call Alois Meyer and Rupert Hagleitner at the Neue Post Inn. Who better to contact the U.S. forces than the local Austrian resistance leaders? Lee immediately agreed and told Gangl to make the call. Within minutes, the Wehrmacht officer was on the line with Meyer, who promised to pass the intelligence on to the first Americans he saw. Then, knowing that Schloss Itter would need all the defenders it could get, Gangl ordered 2nd Lieutenant Wegscheider and Corporal Linsen to get to the castle as quickly as they could. The two men immediately jumped in a Kubelwagen and sped off toward Itter. accompanied by 17-year-old Hans Wottel, the only resistance member Meyer and Hagleitner felt they could spare. What would have been a 20-minute drive in peacetime took the trio nearly 45, given that they were forced to take several sudden detours onto unpaved side roads to bypass Waffen-SS roadblocks on the main routes out of Wörgl. By looping to the north of the Schloss and then approaching from the northeast end of the Itterstrasse, the three men were able to avoid most of the troops moving into position between Hopfgarten and the castle, and Wegscheide, deciding that bravado was the only ploy that would get them past the gathering Waffen-SS troops, told Lintzen to sound the Kubelwagen's horn as they raced through Itter village and down the last few hundred yards of the Schlossweg toward the gatehouse. The soldiers lining the road were apparently taken in by the ruse, because Wegscheide and his companions made it unscathed to the entrance to the Schloss access road. Abandoning the Kubelwagen, the three men ran the last yards to the gatehouse, where Gangl, who'd come down to warn Bass and the GIs of the men's arrival, welcomed them with a relieved smile. The hurried greetings over, Gangl told the new arrivals to follow him to the keep, where he wanted them to take up positions alongside their comrades. As the group traversed the Great Hall, Gangl realized that virtually all the French VIPs were in the rear courtyard, in direct defiance of Lee's orders that they stay inside. Daladier and Jouot were strolling upright along the perimeter, looking like they hadn't a care in the world. Mabille, Reynaud, and the Cailliaus were taking souvenir photos of each other near the central fountain. Clemenceau, Gamelin, and Beaurotra were deep in discussion near the door leading down into the main building, and Augusta Brooklyn was just walking out of the Great Hall. Even Schrader's wife and children were out enjoying the morning sunshine and bracing mountain air. While we don't know how Gangl felt about the French VIP's defiance of Lee's orders or their cavalier disregard for their own safety, we do know that any rebuke he might have been about to voice was rendered completely unnecessary by the 88mm round that at that moment slammed into the west side of the keep's third floor, destroying Gamelin's room and blasting loose a cascade of stone, shattered glass, and splintered furniture. Almost immediately, the woods surrounding the castle erupted with automatic weapons and rifle fire. Bullets hammered into the castle's walls and blew windows out of their frames. Then the 20mm cannon to the northwest added its voice to the chorus, coughing out fist-sized rounds that exploded on impact with the side of the keep, gouging holes in the stonework the size of dinner plates. It was a few minutes after 10, and the battle for Schloss Itter had begun in earnest. When the firing erupted, Art Pollock and Al Warsham were crouched behind Besotten Jenny, smoking cigarettes and peering around opposite sides of the vehicle in the direction of the Schlossweg and Itter village. The two infantrymen had gone out to provide security for Bill Rushford, who was inside, focusing his attention on trying to repair the Sherman's balky SCR 528 radio. They'd barely registered the sound of the 88 round detonating against the side of the keep when the tank was rocked violently backward on its suspension, the lurch accompanied by a harsh metallic clang so loud it almost deafened them. The two men knew instinctively that the Sherman had been hit by an anti-tank round, a perception immediately reinforced by flames that shot upward from the engine access grills atop Besotten Jenny's rear deck. With the same thought in their heads, get away from it before it cooks off, the two GIs took what seemed at the time to be the fastest escape route. They vaulted over the low guardrails lining the access road and slid down into the ravine, Pollock on the east side of the roadway and Warsham on the west. Struggling to stay upright on the treacherous slope and fearing that at any moment enemy troops would emerge from the nearby tree line, the 6'4" Pollock was frantically looking for some kind of cover when he heard Warsham yelling, "Pollock! Pollock, are you dead?" "How the hell am I going to answer you if I'm dead?" the BAR man responded. "Hell no, I'm not dead." "Come underneath the bridge and up the other side. I'm over there," Warsham shouted. Pollock hurried through the opening and found the rifleman waiting on the other side. Together, the two GIs scrambled awkwardly uphill to the sally port, pounding on it and yelling until it was yanked inward far enough for them to squeeze through. To their amazement, the man opening the door for them was Rushford. They'd assumed he was dead. That the Besotten Jenny's driver was still among the living was nothing short of a miracle. Rushford had been standing inside the vehicle, facing the radio set in its rack at the rear of the turret, when the anti-tank round, most probably fired by the 75mm PaK-40 that Lee and the others had seen earlier on the parallel ridgeline east of the castle, slammed into the left side of the Sherman's upper hull, halfway between the turret ring and the center set of road wheels. The armor-piercing projectile hit at an angle, punching a fist-sized hole in the tank's 38mm side armor and slicing through the left rear corner of the crew compartment just feet from Rushford's right leg. Barely missing the left side fuel tank, the round tore into Besatin Jenny's V8 engine, completely destroying it and sparking an immediate fire. Momentarily stunned but miraculously unhurt, Rushford briefly hesitated before heaving open the loader's hatch and hauling himself onto the top of the turret. By the time he did so, both Pollock and Worsham had already gone over the walls and down into the ravine. Rushford chose a different escape route. Dropping from the turret top onto the narrow ledge atop the side hull, he jumped from the tank onto one of the narrow columns supporting the guardrail on one side of the access road and ran several feet along the wooden beam toward the gatehouse. Once clear of the fire, Rushford jumped onto the road surface, sprinted to the front gate, which Bass had opened for him, and lunged through just as the Sherman's fuel tanks blew, turning the vehicle into an inferno of flames and exploding machine gun ammunition. Besatin Jenny's fiery demise galvanized the VIPs, still sheltering in the rear courtyard. Renault shouted at Christian Mabir and Augusta Brooklyn to collect the Keliaus and Schrader's family and take them to the cellar. As she moved to comply, Mabir noticed that Schrader's wife was bleeding from several small cuts on her forehead and neck. As the group ran toward the main building, trailed by Deladier and Jouot, the young German woman explained that when the shooting started, she'd thrown herself over her children and almost immediately been struck by a shower of stones blown out of the nearby parapet wall by the enemy fire. Running into the great hall, Mabir and Brooklyn, who had herself been lightly struck by flying stones, gathered up the other VIPs crouching behind the furniture in front of the fireplace and hustled them all through the door leading to the cellars. Back in the rear courtyard, 4 of the 6 Frenchmen who moments before had been calmly enjoying the morning sun were huddled closely together beneath the surrounding parapet wall, having an unusually civil and remarkably calm discussion about what they should do next. That the men were not unduly perturbed by the enemy rounds smacking into the walls around them is not surprising. All had served in their nation's armed forces, and each had experienced combat to greater or lesser degrees. Nor is it surprising, given that each of the men was strong-willed, to say the least, that they unanimously agreed to completely disregard Lee's orders to stay out of the fight. A second anti-tank round, slamming into the already mortally wounded Besatin Jenny, spurred the men to action. Each hurried off to retrieve the weapons they'd liberated from the castle arms room the day before. Renault, decisive as ever, knew immediately what he would do. I soon saw that, as the tank was burning, the attackers could penetrate from the other side into the courtyard by the bridge which linked up with the flank of the mountain. I dodged into the castle. I got my Tommy gun out of my trunk and went down to the front courtyard where I found some soldiers. Clemenceau had already calmly posted himself at a loophole in case the attackers wished to take possession of the tank. I took up a position near to him. Gamelin and Barottra soon reappeared, along with de la Roque. The trio joined Renault and Clemenceau behind the parapet wall in the front courtyard and all began firing enthusiastically, if somewhat randomly, toward the small inn on the Schloss Weg and into the trees on the south side of the ravine. When the Frenchmen had returned to the courtyard after retrieving their weapons, Gongel had ordered Wegscheide and Linsen to join their comrades on the upper floors of the keep and direct their fire down onto any Waffen-SS troopers attempting to reach the base of the foundation wall. As the 2 Germans moved off, Lee came running past them and slid into a crouch next to Gongel. After a quick pause to catch his breath, Lee motioned the German officer to follow him and then headed for the Schlosshof gate and the steps leading to the front courtyard. Dashing down the stone steps, the 2 men emerged at the rear of the courtyard and took cover behind the parapet wall. Catching sight of the elderly Frenchman a few yards farther along the wall, Lee caught Gongel's eye and, pointing at Renault and the others, smiled ruefully. As the two men were pondering the sight of 5 of France's most famous sons blasting away with obvious delight, the rear door of the gatehouse swung open, and Bass, Siner, and Pollock emerged in a low crouch. Motioning Siner to stay by the door, Bass briefly conferred with Pollock, who nodded and moved to the eastern corner of the gatehouse. At a wave from Lee, Bass hurried over, being careful to stay crouched below the level of the parapet wall. Leaning in close to be heard above the din of the incoming rounds and the Frenchman's MP40s, the young motor officer explained that though the GIs in the gatehouse had begun laying down defensive fires almost as soon as Besatten Jenny was hit the first time, smoke from the furiously blazing tank was wafting back toward them, obscuring the Schlossweg and the oncoming enemy. Bass's intent was to post Pollock on the upper floor of the Schlosshof, from where he'd have a better and hopefully smoke-free line of sight up the access road. While Lee and Bass were conferring, Reynaud moved closer to the gatehouse. Believing the elderly politician would be more exposed to enemy fire in his new position, Lee was about to motion to Siner to pull him back when Gangl, who obviously also recognized the danger, stood and dashed toward Reynaud. In his haste to stop the Frenchman, the German officer ran almost fully erect, and he'd gone barely 10 feet when he suddenly dropped to the courtyard's cobblestones in an awkward heap, his visored hat rolling a few feet past him. Siner, watching from his position by the rear door of the gatehouse, at first thought the officer had tripped. But when blood quickly began pooling around his head, it was obvious that Sepp Gangl, a man of valor who'd survived the hell of Stalingrad and the maelstrom of Normandy, had been cut down by a sniper's bullet. Though stunned by the sudden death of his unexpected ally, Lee had no time to mourn him. The volume of enemy small arms fire from across the ravine was increasing, and several .88 rounds had crashed into the north wall. Shouting to be heard, Lee told Bass to hold the gatehouse as long as he could and then pull his men back up to the main building. Motioning that he was headed for the top of the keep to get a better idea of what was happening, Lee then headed for the stone steps. Across the courtyard from Bass, Pollock was about to have his own problems. The young GI had moved into what he believed to be a relatively safe position behind the parapet wall on the east side of the gatehouse prior to making a dash across the courtyard for the Schlosshof. He'd momentarily rested his BAR on the top of the wall and begun scanning for targets, looking away briefly when he saw Lee head up the steps. Just as he turned back, a hail of enemy fire from the ridgeline east of the castle, off to his left, forced him to drop to his belly. As the rounds slapped into the side of the stone wall next to him, Pollock low-crawled to the rear corner of the gatehouse and shouted to Bass that Waffen-SS troops were moving up the steep slope on the north side. Certain that the main enemy effort would be directed at the gatehouse, and loath to spare any of the GIs protecting it, Bass turned to Reynaud. Shouting to be heard above the raucous cacophony of hammering weapons, the young officer brusquely ordered the Frenchman to take Clemenceau and hurry over to the other side of the castle to bolster its defenses. The two Frenchmen scurried to the base of the same stone steps Lee had just descended and bolted upward. As Reynaud later recalled, "We ran to the other side of the castle in order to defend the surrounding wall, although the ground fell away on a steep slope. A young Austrian patriot, Hans Wrottel, with a white and red brassard, showed himself very active. The Wehrmacht lieutenant, Wegscheider, glasses to his eyes, pointed out targets against which to direct our fire. I regret that I cannot confirm that I killed one enemy." Fortunately, the defense of Schloss Itter did not solely depend on Reynaud's skill with an MP40. Wegscheider, Wrottel, and Clemenceau were also blasting away, and the Wehrmacht troops in the keep, commanded by Lee with the help of Schroeder, Dietrich, Herkel, and Blechschmidt, were pouring a far more accurate fire down on SS troops attacking from the north, west, and east. Bass and the GIs in and around the gatehouse, aided by Barotra, de la Roque, and Gamelin, were holding their own as well, though by this time Bass was becoming acutely aware that ammunition was beginning to run low. McHaley, in the gatehouse's upper level, had already gone through all but a few belts of the 1,330 caliber rounds they'd earlier removed from Besatten Jenny, and bullets were getting equally short for the infantrymen's M1s, Pollock's BAR, and the three tankers' M3 submachine guns. De la Roque and Gamelin were each down to only 1 or 2 32-round magazines for their MP40s, and Barot's weapon was empty. After cautioning all the gatehouse defenders to conserve their ammo as much as possible, Bass motioned the French tennis star over and told him to inform Lee about the ammo situation. Barot, bent as low as his lanky frame would allow, nodded and bolted up the stone steps. Dodging and weaving as he ran across the terrace, he made it into the great hall unscathed and, not surprisingly, unwinded. He was about to start up the interior stairway in search of Lee when the tanker, followed by Schroeder and several of the tame Wehrmacht soldiers, hurried in through the doors leading from the small patio on the castle's northwest corner, while rounds from the enemy 20mm anti-aircraft gun to the northwest gouged the exterior wall above the door. As Lee pointed out new ground-floor positions to the men, whom Barot assumed had become too exposed on the patio, the tennis player quickly relayed Bass's message. Lee grimly acknowledged that everybody was running short on ammo and was about to say something else when the shrill ringing of the orderly room telephone echoed through the cavernous room. After deciding to continue on to Schloss Itter without infantry and armor support, Major John Kramers had pushed his underarmed two-jeep relief force hard. The two vehicles had roared along the south bank of the Inn River, occasionally spotting groups of armed German troops in the trees bordering the road, but, much to the American surprise, encountering no roadblocks or resistance. As Meyer-Levin recalled, "We whistled through the last 20 miles to Virgil, which had still been unexplored on our side, and when we got to the place and saw a United States tank sitting there, we let out a joint gasp of relief." The tank, of course, was Boschbuster. Bill Elliott and his crew had been anxiously awaiting some kind of reinforcement since Lee had left them in Virgil the evening before to guard the bridge. Whether the tankers felt that two jeeps, one of which bore only reporters, constituted that reinforcement is unclear. Nonetheless, Kramers was an officer, and when he asked for a situation report, Elliott told him it had been a tense but essentially uneventful night. The tank crew had parked their Sherman between two buildings about 50 feet from the span, thus screening themselves from view while still being able to maintain overwatch. They had heard a lot of enemy vehicle traffic moving through the town in the dark, and, once dawn arrived, had seen trucks and dismounted troops heading south out of Virgil on a road that snaked through the mountains toward the crossroads of Niederau. No enemy units had attempted to cross the small bridge, Elliott said, and his men had not fired their weapons, nor had the 10 or so Austrian partisans who stood vigil with them. When Kramers asked about the situation at Schloss Itter, Elliott, pointing at the castle just visible atop the ridgeline to the southeast, said he and his men had been hearing heavy small arms fire and occasional artillery all morning, and assumed from the heavy black smoke that Lee's tank had been destroyed. As Kramers, Levin, and the others trained their binoculars on the castle, noting the smoke pillar, several additional shells slammed into the Schloss's northern foundation wall. When the military government officer asked if they'd been able to speak with Lee, Elliott said they'd been out of radio contact even before Besat and Jenny's apparent demise. Kramers then asked if there was any other way to communicate with the castle, and one of Rupert Hagleitner's partisans responded that the telephone connection from the town hall might still work. Leaving Elliott and his men with Boschbuster, Kramers, Luton, Griss, Kukovic, Levin, and Schwab jumped in their vehicles and, with one of the partisans sitting on the hood of the lead jeep giving directions, headed for the center of Virgil. Roaring through deserted streets lined by buildings from which white flags fluttered, the jeeps made it to the town hall in minutes. Rushing inside, the men crowded around a small telephone booth tucked under a stairway and waited a few anxious moments while the young partisan dialed. To their surprise and relief, Lee picked up after only a few rings. Kramers took the phone, introduced himself, and then asked about the situation at the castle. After telling Kramers that the castle's defenders were perilously short on ammo, Lee added, "They're shelling the bejabers out of us. Listen, better get some doughs, GIs. Up here, right away." Before Kramers could ask any more questions, he heard an explosion, and the line went dead. Though he knew Lee and his men needed immediate help, Kramers also knew that without significant backup, he and his little group would likely not even survive the trip to the castle. As he was wondering aloud where he'd find the necessary help, Erich Schwab ran in from the street, yelling that there was an American column rolling toward them. Kramers and the others rushed outside just as 6 M4 Shermans from the 753rd Tank Battalion clattered into the plaza in front of the town hall, followed by half-tracks, filled with men of the 142nd Infantry's Company E. Quickly locating the unit commander, Captain John W. Gill, Kramers told him of the urgent need to get to Schloss Itter. Gill obviously had not gotten the word regarding his regimental commander's earlier sanctioning of Lee's rescue mission to the castle or of Lynch's promise to provide a relief force. As Meyerlevin recalled, "We're just supposed to travel down this road and make a link-up with the 103rd. That's our mission. We haven't got any order to move out and attack a castle," Gill said. "Who's got to give you the order?" Kramers asked. "Colonel Lynch." "Where's he?" "He's just left us. He's gone back up the road someplace." Because Gill had more important things on his mind than chasing down his wayward regimental commander to ask about what most probably seemed to the young company commander a rather harebrained rescue effort, he tapped one of his platoon leaders, First Lieutenant Clifford J. Reinhardt, to escort Kramers and his retinue. Then, Levin said, the group chased off in search of Colonel Lynch. "We burned up 6 miles of road in a style that would have gladdened the heart of Darrell Zanuck, and we caught up with a cloud of dust." While we don't know how Lynch reacted to the sudden appearance of one of his young lieutenants with Kramers's party in tow, or to Reinhardt's news that Gill was unaware of the need to relieve Lee and his troops, we do know that the 142nd's regimental commander immediately sent Reinhardt back to Virgil with instructions for Gill. The Company E commander was to leave enough men to secure the town's eastern side and then assemble a relief force and move out for Schloss Itter following the Brixenthaler Strasse through Zoll-Lückenthal to Hopfgarten, and then up the Itterer Strasse. Captain Carl P. Matney's Company G, Lynch said, would advance on the castle from the north via the village of Multal. Minutes later, Lynch added Company F to the mission, tasking Captain Glenn A. Goff to slot his men in behind Matney's unit. Racing back to Virgil, Reinhardt relayed Lynch's instructions to Gill, who tapped 3 Shermans of the 1st Section of the 753rd's Company D, the same tanks that had been unable to cross the bridge with Lee's party the day before, and Rushford's Boschbuster to spearhead the move to Schloss Itter. 1 platoon of GIs would remain in Virgil. 3 others, including Reinhardt's, would follow the Shermans in half-tracks, and Kramers's 2 jeeps would play tail-end Charlie. The need to chase down Lynch and then put together the relief force meant that Gill and his column didn't leave Virgil until almost 1 p.m. Finally, on the road, the convoy moved through streets now lined with white flags and growing numbers of welcoming Austrian civilians, many of them wonderfully attractive young women, as Levin later noted, who offered the GIs bottles of wine and bouquets of early spring flowers. Once out of Virgil, however, the Americans began encountering a rather different sort of people. As Levin recalled, German soldiers began to leak out of the woods. Some were just boys of 16, who claimed they hadn't even fired their guns. Then there came older men, in twos, singly, in groups, all, of course, claiming they'd been forced into the fight against their will. Consisting mainly of Volkssturm, elderly civilian militiamen, Hitler Youth, and 2nd or 3rd Line Wehrmacht reserve troops. Most of those attempting to surrender to Gill's infantrymen were simply disarmed and told to make their way toward the POW cage being set up just south of Kufstein. But not all German troops in Tyrol were ready to call it quits. As Gill's men moved out into the farmland between Virgil and Zoll-Lückenthal, barely a mile from where they'd started, they began encountering Waffen-SS men who were vastly more motivated and obviously willing to fight. Sporadic sniper fire erupted, and Levin wrote, the old tense expression settled in. The U.S. troops moved cautiously behind the tanks, taking cover in the field. Nobody wanted to get hurt on this day after the last day of fighting. The GI's caution was more than justified, for as they dispersed on either side of the Brixenthaler Strasse, they came under fire from 2 MG-42s hidden in log and sandbag bunkers on a hillside to their south. Though the American tanks quickly silenced the machine guns with HE rounds, Waffen-SS troops engaged the infantrymen with increasingly heavy small arms fire. On the far left flank of the advancing column, Reinhardt's platoon had crossed to the opposite side of the Brixenthaler Eiche, via a small footbridge they'd found intact. This put the men a few hundred yards ahead of the lead elements of Company G, which was advancing southeast along the two-lane road that paralleled the river. Matney's unit had encountered only sporadic resistance since leaving the outskirts of Virgil. Indeed, it seemed that most of the Waffen-SS men in the area immediately east of the town were concentrating their efforts against the American troops and vehicles that were obviously intent on moving toward Hopfgarten. That force, which now consisted of the bulk of Gill's Company E, bolstered by Gough's Company F, was deployed across the southwest side of the valley between the bordering hills and the river. As Reinhard and his men moved forward in single file beside the trees lining the riverbank, the young lieutenant was probably beginning to think that crossing the Brixenthaler Esche had not been the smartest idea he'd had that day. While doing so had allowed the platoon to largely avoid enemy contact and thus advance fairly quickly, the bank's meandering curve to the southeast meant that the GIs were being steadily separated even more from the bulk of Company E, which was beginning to turn almost directly south along the road leading to Hopfgarten. Moreover, the character of the Esche, which flows northwest toward its rendezvous with the inn, would also have given the infantry officer pause. Though only about 4 feet deep, the river is fast-flowing and constantly roiled by a rocky bed and dozens of small cataracts. Loaded down with weapons, ammunition, and personal gear, Reinhard and his men likely wouldn't have been able to safely wade across. As the young platoon leader was pondering his next move, several jeeps bearing soldiers of Company G's small reconnaissance detachment rumbled across the field behind him and slewed to a stop. As Reinhard walked over to speak to the new arrivals, he noted that one of the men wasn't carrying a weapon, nor was he wearing a regulation uniform. Glancing at a small insignia sewn to the man's British-style field jacket, Reinhard realized that he was a civilian reporter. Though the young infantry officer didn't know it at the time, the man was French-Canadian war correspondent and future premier of Quebec, René Lévesque. The then 23-year-old journalist had spent the previous months attached to various U.S. Army units and had witnessed the liberation of Dachau. He'd been accompanying the 142nd Infantry for several days and had chosen to ride along with Company G on the rescue mission to Itter. As Lévesque later recalled in his memoirs, he was about to introduce himself to the men from Company E when a shout from the GI acting as point man for Reinhard's platoon focused everyone's immediate attention on a strange apparition. A tall, thin, and athletic-looking man, apparently an Austrian peasant from the look of his clothes, was approaching, running at an unhurried pace, jogging before the invention of the word. Being a tennis buff, I recognized him almost immediately, Lévesque later recalled. It was Borotre, an all-time champion. He was hardly winded and told us that he'd just walked out of the Chateau prison of Itter a few kilometers up the road. Borotre, the famed bounding Basque, had escaped from Schloss Itter yet again. But this time, his goal was more than just his own freedom, he said. This time, he'd made it over the walls bearing both a message and a plan. While Kramer's call to Schloss Itter from the Virgil town hall had let the castle's defenders know that help was actually on the way, it hadn't improved their immediate situation. Their ammunition was perilously low, Gangl was dead, and 2 of his Wehrmacht troops were seriously wounded, and though the Waffen-SS attackers hadn't yet managed to breach the fortress's walls, they were pressing their attack with what Jack Lee would later call extreme vigor. At about the same time that Cliff Reinhard was relaying Lynch's instructions for a rescue force to Company E Commander Gill, Lee realized that he was running out of options. The telephone line had been Schloss Itter's last communications link with the outside world, and it had been severed before Lee was able to give Kramers any intel about the location, strength, or weaponry of the attacking Waffen-SS troops. Without that information, the relief force could well end up wasting precious time fighting enemies it might otherwise be able to avoid, and anything that delayed the advancing Americans only made it more likely that Schloss Itter's VIPs and their defenders wouldn't survive the afternoon. At this critical juncture, Jean Borotre stepped forward with an audacious and quite possibly suicidal proposal. He would go over the wall and make his way to the nearest Americans to both hurry them up and show them the quickest way to get to the castle. When Lee rightly pointed out that the Tennis Star's chances of making it through the enemy cordon were slim at best, Borotra replied that his previous escape attempts had given him a unique knowledge of the surrounding terrain and of several ways to leave the castle unobserved. He confidently predicted that he'd reach the advancing Americans in no time, and Lee, with no other options, reluctantly agreed to let the tall Frenchman try. After disguising himself as an Austrian refugee, complete with ragged bedroll and gnarled walking stick, Borotra waited for a brief lull in the firing, and then clambered over one of the low parapet walls on the castle's north side. He dropped some 15 feet to the ground, rolled easily, and in seconds was back on his feet. His daily training runs stood him in good stead, for he dashed quickly across 40 yards of open ground, made it into the woods that bordered the castle's northwest side, and started down the steep slope toward the river. After carefully eluding several groups of SS men, some of whom were firing upslope at the castle, Borotra burst from the trees at the bottom of the hill and came face to face with two soldiers manning an MG-42 machine gun sighted so it could fire at both the castle and at any Americans approaching from the direction of Soll-Luckenthal. No doubt equally as startled by Borotra's sudden appearance as the Frenchman was by theirs, the Waffen-SS men nonetheless held their fire, apparently taken in by the Tennis Star's harmless refugee disguise. He reinforced their first impression by calmly bending down to gather some herbs and then relieving himself against a nearby tree. When it was clear that the soldiers had dismissed him as a possible threat, he sauntered to the bank of a large stream and, holding his bedroll and walking stick over his head, waded into the swift-flowing, waist-deep water. Though he slipped once or twice, he kept his footing and made it to the other side. Climbing to the top of the bank, he looked back at the soldiers, tossed them a friendly wave, and started towards Soll-Luckenthal. As soon as he thought it safe, he began the slow and steady jog that ultimately led him to Reinhard and Levesque. Within minutes of that meeting, Borotra was talking to Lynch, who had set up his regimental command post in a farmhouse only a half-mile away, from where he could see the castle silhouetted atop the towering ridgeline to his south. After delivering his message that the situation at Schloss Itter was dire and help was needed immediately, the Frenchman presented his plan. He would lead the American infantrymen back to the castle via the quick route up the north slope and along the way point out to them all the German positions he'd observed. His only request was that he be given an American uniform and a weapon. Suitably attired and armed, Borotra led Reinhardt's platoon and most of Matney's Company G back across the open farmland toward Schloss Itter. After eliminating the MG-42 and its two-man crew, the Americans crossed the stream, aided by ropes, and started up the steep hillside, killing 2 more Waffen-SS men and capturing 12. Borotra led the way, determined to be the first to reach his beleaguered comrades in the castle. Unfortunately, that honor would not be his. When the bulk of Company E and all of Company G had turned south onto the road to Hopfgarten, the resistance that had bedeviled them on the way out of Virgil slackened considerably. Though occasionally fired on by snipers and the odd machine gun, the column had been able to quicken its pace down the Brixenthaler Strasse. Upon reaching the northern outskirts of Hopfgarten, Company G had dropped out to secure the town, allowing Gill and his company to start north up the steep and narrow Itterer Strasse toward the castle. It wasn't a cakewalk. The GIs encountered several well-defended roadblocks, and at one point an anti-tank gun mounted on a half-track fired at the lead Sherman. It missed, and one of the other M4s quickly knocked out the German vehicle with an AP round and then killed its fleeing crew with .30-caliber machine gun fire. But Gill, now with his battalion commander, Marvin Coyle, riding along with him, was a man on a mission, and he pushed his men up the road as fast as he could. As Meyer Levin recalled, there were short bursts of fire, machine guns, burp guns, ours, theirs, but the tanks reached Itter village. They let out a long roll of machine gun fire, and presently a few dozen Jerrys came piling out of the houses, hands up. In a few minutes, the Joes were through the town. As soon as Borotra had gone over the wall, Lee, always the pragmatist, had begun planning what he and his shrinking command would do if the relief force didn't show up in time. Securing the agreement of Weygand and Gamelin, both of whom had deferred to the young American throughout the battle despite their own exalted ranks, Lee began pulling defenders off the walls and shepherding them and the French VIPs toward the keep. The American tanker, aided by Schrader and the other German officers, deployed the troops and the armed Frenchmen at windows and the top of each staircase. Daladier, for his part, sequestered himself in one of the second-floor bedrooms, where two of the German soldiers who had come with Gangl had taken up positions with their rifles resting on the window-sills. They pointed out SS troops firing at the castle from a few hundred yards away near the little electric plant on the edge of the forest. The two soldiers returned the fire. I took advantage of a moment of calm to exchange a few words with our defenders. They told me in German that they were Polish. When I told them I was French, one of them started shaking my hand, while the other pulled a bottle out of his coat and offered it to me. It was a bottle of Fernet Branca. Where the devil did he get that? I drank a bit. It was really bad. Then he laughed and told me Hitler was kaput. Down on the Schlossweg, a squad of Waffen-SS troops was at that moment pressing the attack. Just as one of them settled into position to fire a Panzerfaust at the front gate, the sound of automatic weapons and tank guns behind them in the village signaled a radical change in the tactical situation. Seconds later, the SS men evaporated into the woods, just as Bosch Buster rolled to a stop at the village end of the Schlossweg, its appearance prompting Daladier's newfound friend to stop laughing, point out the window, and yell, "Panzer!" It was just after 4 p.m. Within minutes, the castle's jubilant defenders, American, French, and German, poured down into the front courtyard, out the gate, and past besotten Jenny's still smoldering hulk toward the men and vehicles of the rescue force. As a small truck bearing Rupert Hagleitner, several of his resistance fighters, and Andreas Krobat rolled down the Schlossweg, Lee thanked Gil for arriving in true Wild West fashion, just in the nick of time. Lee and Bass then walked over to where Elliot was nonchalantly leaning against Boschbuster. Feigning irritation, Lee looked the young tanker in the eye and said simply, "What kept you?" Chapter 8. Aftermath. As Captain John Gill's infantrymen quickly set about establishing a security perimeter around Schloss Itter, 142nd Infantry Regiment Commander George Lynch ordered John Kramers to maneuver the chattering, gesticulating French VIPs and liberated number prisoners back into the castle's front courtyard. The jubilant crowd squeezed through the gatehouse portals, Meyer Levin and René Lévesque dashing from person to person gathering quotes, and Eric Schwab photographing civilians and soldiers alike. A very tired Jack Lee walked up to Lynch, saluted, and gesturing at the French VIPs loudly thanking Svanko Kukovic and Andreas Krobat for their courageous rides, said, "Take them, Colonel. They're all yours." Lynch smiled and was about to respond when Kukovic, spotting Kurt Siegfried Schroeder in his Waffen-SS uniform, let out a yell and rushed toward the startled officer as if to attack him. Krobat jumped between the two men, restraining the Croat handyman and explaining that the German had helped protect the French VIPs with his life. As an only slightly less angry Kukovic moved away, Schroeder approached Lynch. Saluting far more smartly than had the exhausted Lee, the German said he had the pleasure to formally hand over the French former prisoners who had been under his protection. Protecting the liberated VIPs was also high on Lynch's task list, of course. There were still armed enemy units in the area after all, and no ceasefire had yet been officially declared. And he had received orders from Major General McAuliffe to move the former prisoners as soon as possible to the 103rd Infantry Division's command post in Innsbruck. Through Kramers, Lynch directed the French to return to their rooms, pack only what they could carry in hand luggage, and then assemble in the castle's great hall, while he set about organizing the first leg of their journey back to France. While thrilled to have been rescued, the VIPs were obviously not willing to let go of the enmity, rivalries, and petty backbiting that had characterized their time at Schloss Itter. As they drifted into the great hall with their bags, several of them took the opportunity to voice their complaints to Kramers. As Meyer Levin later wrote, Some of them whispered about others who had been quite friendly with the German commandant of Itter, and Major Kramers shrewdly observed that perhaps some of these people were as happy to be liberated from each other's company as they were to be liberated from imprisonment. René Lévesque was equally struck by the fact that liberation had obviously done nothing to ease the personal animosities of the French VIPs. When he entered the Great Hall to continue his interviews, the young Canadian war correspondent found them sitting around in little groups seeming very disinclined to talk to one another. Lévesque noted that Daladier and Reynaud were seated in opposite corners of the room and studiously avoiding each other. Despite the obvious tension, the young reporter could not pass up the chance to interview two such august personages. Initially unsure which gentleman to approach first, Lévesque took a decidedly pragmatic approach. Respecting the chronology of their public service, he began with Daladier. The old bull of the Vaucluse had thinned down a little, but he was still a rugged customer, though he had a hesitant look, as if he might be worried about awkward questions. As far as that went, he'd had plenty of time to prepare himself. "Monsieur le Premier Ministre," I asked him after we'd been formally introduced, "would you mind sharing with us some of the reflections that time and distance have certainly given you a chance to elaborate?" "Cher monsieur," he replied, "I have indeed many things to reveal, and above all a great many things to set straight. I intend to publish a full account as soon as I return to France. But here, you understand," he said, lowering his voice, "there are indiscreet ears belonging to certain individuals who will be unmasked in my memoir, as they deserve to be. I can hardly say more." The old bull obviously intended Lévesque to realize that the indiscreet ears belonged to his arch-political enemy, for as he finished speaking, he shot what the young reporter called a murderous look at Reynaud, who was sitting across the room, affecting the most complete indifference. When Lévesque approached Reynaud, whom he described as a dry, pointed little fellow, he was treated to a virtual repeat of his conversation with Daladier. He too, Reynaud said, had plenty to expose, and certain people, same murderous look, had better watch themselves. Not only were Daladier and Reynaud not on speaking terms, they could hardly wait to carve each other up. None the wiser, I had to settle for a simple statement of our discovery without further adornment. Once all the VIPs were ready, Kramers shepherded them down to the courtyard, out the front gate, and onto the Schlossweg, where Krobot and the female former number prisoners were waiting with bags in hand. Soldiers loaded their luggage into the back of a 2.5-ton truck waiting in front of the church. Schloss Itter's former prisoners boarded a line of waiting jeeps, the French being careful, of course, to segregate themselves into the same little groups they'd formed during their imprisonment. Just before 7 p.m., the convoy of vehicles set off for Innsbruck, with Kramers's jeep leading the way and a truckload of 142nd Infantrymen following to provide security. The French VIPs stayed in Innsbruck overnight and were suitably feted by and photographed with the 103rd's McAuliffe. On May 6th, they were driven across the German border to Augsburg, and that evening they dined with 7th Army Commander Alexander Patch. The American general had originally intended to fly the French notables home from Augsburg aboard a U.S. Army Air Force's C-47, but French First Army Commander Jean de Lattre de Tassigny asked permission to undertake the VIP's return to France. Patch agreed, and on May 7th, the former prisoners were driven to de Latre's headquarters in Lindau, on the German shore of Lake Constance. Upon the group's arrival, Weygand, Barotre, and de la Roque were led away. The First Army Commander announced that the trio would be put on trial in France for their collaborationist activities. The other former prisoners were treated to yet another sumptuous banquet, and the following morning all but Daladier were driven to Strasbourg, where they boarded General de Gaulle's personal aircraft for the flight to Paris. The bull of the Vaucluse, for his part, drove to Paris with his son Jean, an officer on de Latre's staff. For Krobot and the female former number prisoners, the way home led east, not west. After ensuring that they'd all received a thorough medical examination and enjoyed several days of good food and clean beds, courtesy of the U.S. Army, Kramers deposited them at a displaced persons camp operated by the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration. That Zvonko Kukovic did not accompany his fellow former prisoners was the result of some quick thinking on his part. Within hours of the liberation of Schloss Itter, the Croat convinced French liaison officer Erich Lutten that someone should gather up all the personal items the VIPs had not been able to take with them and then ensure that the articles were safely reunited with their owners in France. Zvonko volunteered for the mission, of course, and was given a travel document authorizing him to accompany the items to Paris and stipulating that he report back to French authorities in Austria by May 23rd. He made the trip, returned on schedule, and within weeks was repatriated to Yugoslavia. The aftermath of the Schloss Itter battle was rather anticlimactic for Jack Lee and his men. The 4 infantrymen who'd taken part in the fight, Pollock, Warsham, Petrukovic, and Sutton, rejoined their unit, then assembling in Itter village. After turning Gangel's body over to the priest at St. Joseph's Church, Lee sent Bass and Boschbuster back to rejoin the 23rd TB. Once the burnt-out Besotten Jenny had been unceremoniously towed away by a tank recovery vehicle, Lee and his 4 crewmen, accompanied by the surviving tame Germans, boarded a truck for the ride back to Kufstein. There, the Wehrmacht men who'd risked their lives to help the GIs defend the French notables were marched off to a POW cage for processing. The end of the battle for Schloss Itter did not mark the end of the castle's role in World War II history, however. Even before the French VIPs had departed for Innsbruck, the 142nd Infantry's George Lynch made the fortress his regimental command post, and over the following 24 hours, he helped broker, through meetings with Georg von Hengel, a local ceasefire and the ultimate surrender of all German forces in Tyrol. Following Germany's unconditional capitulation in the early morning hours of May 7th, Schloss Itter became, though for less than 24 hours, the provisional headquarters of Allied occupation forces in Austria. Several weeks after Germany's surrender, Bass and Lee were recognized for their leadership during the battle for Schloss Itter, the former with the Silver Star and the latter with the Distinguished Service Cross. Lee's citation noted his extraordinary heroism in action as commanding officer of Company B, 23rd Tank Battalion, in the vicinity of Wörgl, Austria, and the Itter Castle on 4–5 May 1945. Captain Lee, with a small group of soldiers, infiltrated into hostile territory, demoralized enemy forces, prevented the destruction of 2 key bridges, and caused 200 German soldiers to surrender. He found many prominent French prisoners at Itter Castle and immediately organized a defense with both American and German troops. Despite a fanatical SS attack and heavy artillery barrage, Captain Lee's men held until friendly troops arrived. Captain Lee's initiative, boldness, courage, resourcefulness, and outstanding qualities of leadership exemplified the highest traditions of the Army and the United States. While the Battle of Schloss Itter may have been a defining moment in the lives of many of its participants, it was not, except for Sepp Gangel and those unnamed attackers who may have died in the assault, the final moment. The various key players in the last full-fledged ground combat action of World War II in Europe, the French, Germans, Americans, and others, went back to their normal lives, and it is only right that we briefly examine how some of those lives played out. The French. Édouard Daladier. The Bull of the Vaucluse returned to politics after the war, serving as a deputy in France's Constituent Assembly, and from 1953 to 1958 as mayor of Avignon. His son Jean later compiled and edited Daladier's wartime diaries. Published as Journal de Captivité, 1940 to 1945, Prison Journal, 1940 to 1945, several years after Daladier's death in October 1970 at age 86, the book did exactly what the former Schloss Itter captive had told René Lévesque it would do: excoriate his political rivals, especially Paul Reynaud. Maurice Gamelin. Following his post-war return to France, Gamelin devoted himself to completing his memoirs, titled Servir. The 3-volume work, much of which was written during the general's time in Schloss Itter, was published in 1946 and 1947 to relatively lukewarm reviews. In 1954, Gamelin published a further volume covering his World War I service. He died in April 1958 at the age of 86. Léon Jouot and Auguste Brooklyn. His years of imprisonment may have further damaged Léon Jouot's health, but they didn't dim his dedication to the workers of France or to the international labor movement. After his liberation, he resumed his leadership of the CGT, but in 1947, the organization's communist members forced his resignation. In reaction to what he saw as increasing communist domination of the French labor movement, he helped found the left-centrist Workers' Force, which he led for the remainder of his life. In 1947, Jouot was also elected president of the French National Economic Council and in 1951 helped establish the International Labor Organization as an agency of the United Nations. Jouot was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1951 and died on April 28, 1954. Auguste Brooklyn aided Jouot in all his post-war efforts on behalf of workers, and she adopted the name Auguste Léon Jouot following their marriage in 1948. She was an important labor leader in her own right, serving as director of the International Labor Organization's Paris office from 1950 to 1971. Prison pour hommes d'État. Her account of the Schloss Itter years was published in 1973. This remarkable woman was named a commander of the Légion d'honneur in May 1992 and a grand officier of the same in July 2001. She died at the age of 104 on April 28, 2003, 49 years to the day after Léon Jouot. Paul Reynaud and Christiane Mabir. Like his arch-rival Daladier, Paul Reynaud returned to politics soon after his liberation from Schloss Itter. He won election to the Chamber of Deputies in 1946, and over the following decade held several cabinet posts, including Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. Published in 1951, Au cœur de la mêlée, titled In the Thick of the Fight in English, the larger of Reynaud's 2 wartime memoirs, devoted only 4 of more than 680 pages to events at Schloss Itter. The majority of the book was dedicated to explaining his own actions and generally belittling those of his many political rivals, including Daladier, of course. Reynaud was initially a strong supporter of Charles de Gaulle, though in 1962 he broke with the former general over what he saw as de Gaulle's drive to consolidate his power through manipulation of the Constitution. After losing his seat in the Chamber of Deputies, Reynaud dedicated himself to writing on various topics. He died at age 87 on September 21, 1966. Christiane Mabir married Reynaud in December 1949 and ultimately bore 3 children, sons Serge and Alexandre, and daughter Evelyne. After her husband's death, Madame Reynaud led a very private life. She wrote a short, unpublished memoir dealing with her experiences in Ravensbrück and Schloss Itter before passing away in 2002 at the age of 89. Marcel Granger. After his liberation from Schloss Itter, Granger personally carried 2 suitcases full of documents back to Paris. One contained Maxime Weygand's voluminous notes for his intended post-war memoirs, and the other Paul Reynaud's notes for his book. While some sources indicate that Granger then returned to North Africa, it is proven impossible to discover any solid details about the final years of the man whom Édouard Daladier described in his memoir of the Schloss Itter years as a true gentleman and a fine man, highly patriotic and brave, and a wonderful example of the average Frenchman. Jean Borotre. Though in the immediate post-war years the French government considered trying the bounding Basque as a collaborator for his service in the Vichy government, nothing came of the charges, and Borotre's popularity was undiminished. He resumed his commercial career, working until 1975. Nor did he give up tennis. He served as vice president of the French Lawn Tennis Association and continued to play in international senior competitions well into his 90s. Brotre died in June 1994 at age 95. Maxime and Marie-Renée Josephine Weygand. The general and his wife were apprehensive about how they would be received upon their return to France, and rightly so. Maxime Weygand was arrested by the French government on May 10, 1945, and charged with attempts against the internal security of the state. The following July, the High Court of Justice ordered the seizure of all his property and put the aged and ill former general under guard at a Paris hospital. Called as a witness in the trial of Marshal Philippe Pétain, Weygand did verbal battle with Paul Reynaud, who was acting for the prosecution. Weygand's own trial sputtered on for 3 years, and he was finally acquitted in 1948. He returned to writing, turning out books and articles on a host of subjects. Marie-Renée Josephine died in 1961, and Weygand himself passed away on January 28, 1965, at age 98. Michel Clemenceau. The son of the tiger entered the rough and tumble of post-World War II French politics, serving in the First and Second National Constituent Assemblies from 1946 to 1951. After withdrawing from politics, he returned to private industry and died on March 4, 1964, at 91. François de la Roque. During his time at Schloss Itter, the former leader of the Croix de Feu wrote what would ultimately prove to be his final political tract. Titled Au service de l'avenir, Serving the Future, the book was published in 1946, repeated his fundamental political and moral beliefs, and was obviously meant as a first attempt at rehabilitating his reputation. De la Roque did not live to see that effort succeed, however. Placed under police supervision and then house arrest following his return to France, he died in April 1946 during surgery meant to alleviate lingering pain from one of his World War I injuries. Marie-Agnès and Alfred Cailliau. Though the Cailliaus' imprisonment at Schloss Itter lasted barely a month, the harsh conditions they'd experienced before arriving at the Austrian fortress left lasting scars, both physical and mental. Alfred returned to work as an engineer, but was plagued by poor health until his death in December 1956 at the age of 79. Marie-Agnès was awarded the Légion d'honneur in June 1975 in recognition of her wartime activities on behalf of the French resistance. Her personal reminiscence of her eventful life, Souvenirs personnels, was published following her death in March 1982 at the age of 93. The number prisoners. Sadly, it has proven impossible to track Andreas Krobad or any of the female number prisoners following their handover to the UNRRA. Zvonimir Kukovic. Following his return to Yugoslavia at the conclusion of his brief post-liberation trip to Paris, Zvonko Kukovic set up a small electrical contracting business in Belgrade. He consolidated the incredibly detailed notes he'd kept during his time at Schloss Itter into the manuscript Zwei Jahren auf Schloss Itter, and provided copies to both the West German and the French governments. Kukovic corresponded with several of the French notables after the war, and he provided Auguste Léon Jouot with many of the details she used in her book Prison pour hommes d'État. Kukovic died in Belgrade in 1984. The Germans. Josef Gangl. Following the liberation of Schloss Itter, the Wehrmacht officer's body was first taken to St. Joseph's Church in Itter village, but was eventually interred in Wörgl's main municipal cemetery. Gangl is considered an Austrian national hero because of his alliance with the anti-Nazi resistance movement, his efforts to protect the civilian population of Wörgl, and his participation in the defense of the French VIPs at Schloss Itter. A major street in Wörgl is named after him. Sebastian Wimmer. Despite his efforts to disappear, Schloss Itter's former commandant was arrested within weeks after Allied forces occupied Tyrol. He was held at the fortress of Kufstein, the medieval castle overlooking the city, which was run as a POW camp by the French, who were the primary occupation force in that part of Austria. Teresa Wimmer contacted the Jouots and other former Itter prisoners, asking them to intervene on her husband's behalf. Several of the former VIP prisoners did so via the French government's occupation headquarters, the Mission de Contrôle en Autriche. As an SS-TV officer, Wimmer was automatically considered a war criminal and logically should have been tried for his role in the 1939 Polish massacres and his administrative duties at Dachau and Majdanek. Inexplicably, he was released by the French in 1949, after which he went to work as a common laborer on a farm near Wörgl. His continued heavy drinking apparently drove his wife away, for in May 1951 he returned alone to his hometown of Dingolfing, Bavaria, and lived with his father at Bruckstrasse 101. He killed himself there on December 10, 1952, at the age of 50. Stefan Otto. Though his name appears on several post-war lists of suspected war criminals, the former SD officer was apparently never apprehended, tried, or imprisoned. As of this writing, no information has come to light about his whereabouts or status. Kurt Siegfried Schröder. Following their liberation, the French VIPs at Schloss Itter gave Schröder a note in French which read, "On May 4th, 1945, Captain S. Schröder ensured the safety of the French detainees at Itter Castle and stayed with them during the German attacks." While not exactly a ringing endorsement, the letter, which was signed by all of the VIPs, helped ensure that the decorated Waffen-SS officer spent only a relatively short period of time as a POW. After his release in 1947, he rejoined his family and worked for several years as a bricklayer. In the early 1950s, the family moved to Münster in northwestern Germany. And in 1953, Schröder was appointed to a position in the Interior Ministry of the state of Nordrhein-Westphalia. He retired from that post in 1980 and reportedly died in the mid-1990s. The Americans. John T. Kramers. As interesting an experience as the Schloss Itter rescue operation might have been for the 103rd Infantry Division military government officer, it was only one of many in John Kramers's long career. He remained in the Army after World War II, serving as a military attaché in the U.S. embassies in Finland, Egypt, Algeria, and Ethiopia, among others. His last assignment was as the garrison commander at Fort Indiantown Gap, Pennsylvania, and he retired from the Army in 1967 as a colonel. After obtaining a degree in business from the University of Pennsylvania, he worked as a financial advisor, retiring in 2004. I am pleased to say that he was alive and well at age 95 at the time of this writing. The 142nd Infantry Regiment soldiers. After rejoining their unit following the relief of Schloss Itter, the 4 GIs were told that they would be put in for decorations stemming from their actions in the battle, but none ever received an award. The 4 men eventually returned to the United States and, like millions of other former service members, got on with life. Unfortunately, for 3 of the 4, all I have been able to discover about their post-war lives are the dates and places of their deaths. Alex Petrukovich, Illinois, November 1973, William Sutton, Wisconsin, June 1979, and Alfred Worsham, Kentucky, June 1993. Arthur Pollock, on the other hand, is alive and remarkably well at the time of this writing, 88 years old and in good health, and working 5 days a week in the family business. The 23rd Tank Battalion soldiers. As with the GIs from the 142nd Infantry Regiment, for 3 of Poseidon Jenny's 4 crew members I could locate only the dates and places of their deaths. Herbert G. McKaylee, Indiana, November 1988, William T. Rushford, Michigan, March 1988, and Edward J. Simchick, December 1988. And, as in the case of Art Pollock, I was pleased to find Edward J. Siner doing well at 88 years of age. He is not, however, still working 5-day weeks. Harry J. Bass. Jack Lee's second-in-command returned to California after the war, and he and his wife went into farming near Anaheim. They grew oranges until Harry retired in the early 1960s, and one of the groves they sold was razed to help make way for Disneyland. Harry spent his retirement doing the things he enjoyed, hunting, fishing, and spending time with his extended family. He was in good health until his last 2 years, according to his son. Harry Bass died in Bishop, California, on October 4, 1991, at the age of 81. John C. Lee, Jr. The man who engineered the rescue of the French VIPs and the defense of Schloss Itter attempted to jump-start his post-war life even before leaving the service. On the advice of his father, who in addition to being a Norwich physician was also an important player in Democratic Party politics in Shenango County, New York, while still in Germany with the 23rd Tank Battalion, Jack Lee filed the paperwork necessary to make himself a candidate for the Democratic nomination for county sheriff. It was apparently the first time a U.S. military officer serving overseas sought a stateside political office. Not coincidentally, Lee's candidacy was announced in his home county the same week that Meyer Levin's account of the fight for Schloss Itter, "We Liberated Who's Who," appeared in the Saturday Evening Post. While the magazine piece and several laudatory articles about Lee's actions in the battle, coupled with news of the young tank officer's Distinguished Service Cross, undoubtedly helped garner him some votes, Lee was ultimately unable to parlay his war record into public office. He lost the election by a substantial margin. Lee finally returned to the United States in late January 1946 and was released from active duty at Fort Dix, New Jersey on February 2nd, and transferred to the inactive reserve with the rank of captain. And from that point on, his life seems to have gone into a slow but seemingly inexorable downward spiral. Though he played several seasons of minor league football with the New Jersey Giants of the short-lived American Association, he was unable to win a berth on a pro team and turned to coaching local semi-pro and farm club teams. He found work as a bartender, and, not surprisingly, his own drinking increased. At some point, the exact date is unclear, he and his wife Virginia split up, and she took their young son to California and eventually obtained a divorce. In the early 1950s, Lee decided to go into the hospitality business and made a deal to buy the historic Eagle Hotel in New Berlin, New York. He took possession of the structure, but was ultimately unable to make the final payments. And when the former owner took him to court, Lee lost the hotel. In a separate legal difficulty, Lee was charged with assaulting his sister's estranged husband and was ultimately fined $50 and put on probation. Details of Jack Lee's subsequent life are few, though we do know some things. He married a second time to a woman named Stella Evans, a waitress whom he'd met while working as a bartender. She eventually divorced him, also because of his drinking. After the failure of his second marriage, Lee lived for a few years in Texas City, Texas, but by the time of his father's death in 1961, he was living in Long Beach, California. During his time in the Golden State, perhaps searching for Virginia and his son, he apparently spent many hours with his old friend Harry Bass. How Lee made his living is unclear, as is the date when he returned to Norwich. At some point he married for a third time to the former Nellie Porter, though he never had additional children. As to the last important date in Jack Lee's life, there is no doubt. He died at Shenango Memorial Hospital in Norwich on January 15, 1973, at the relatively young age of 54. The cause of death was listed as asphyxiation, likely as the result of acute alcohol poisoning. While Lee's obituary in the local newspaper mentioned his role in the battle for Schloss Itter, which the piece's author located in France rather than Austria, the man who'd led the rescue mission and the castle's defense had perhaps the most succinct summation of that improbable fight. A few months before his death, Lee was asked by a reporter in Norwich how he felt about the long-ago incident. The hero of The Last Battle thought for a minute and then replied, "Well, it was just the damnedest thing.